41218. Time Enough for Love. The Lives of Lazarus Long, by Robert A. Heinlein. Copyright 1973 by Robert A. Heinlein. All rights reserved. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Born in 1912, Earth-born Woodrow Wilson Smith is known as the Senior. He is the oldest man alive, and the ancestor of most of the inhabitants of the planet he lives on in the galactic year 2053. Some explicit descriptions of sex. 1973. From the Book Jacket. Lazarus Long, 1916 to 4272. The capstone and crowning achievement of Heinlein's famous future history, Time Enough for Love, follows Lazarus Long through a vast and magnificent timescape of centuries and worlds. Heinlein's longest and most ambitious work is the story of a man so in love with life that he refused to stop living it, and so in love with time that he became his own ancestor. About the author. Robert A. Heinlein graduated from Annapolis, where he was a champion swordsman, and served in the Navy for 5 years. He began writing fiction in 1939, and soon won recognition as one of the towering figures of science fiction, winning the coveted Hugo Award for the best science fiction novel of the year on 4 separate occasions, an unequaled record. Mr. Heinlein died in May 1988. Other books by Robert A. Heinlein. Assignment in Eternity. The Best of Robert Heinlein. Between Planets. The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Citizen of the Galaxy. Destination Moon. The Door into Summer. Double Star. Expanded Universe, More Worlds of Robert A. Heinlein. Farmer in the Sky. Farnham's Freehold. Friday. Glory Road. The Green Hills of Earth. Have Spacesuit, Will Travel. I Will Fear No Evil. Job, A Comedy of Justice. The Man Who Sold the Moon. The Menace from Earth. Methuselah's Children. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. The Notebooks of Lazarus Long. The Number of the Beast. Orphans of the Sky. The Past Through Tomorrow, Future History Stories. Podkayne of Mars. The Puppet Masters. Red Planet. Revolt in 2100. Rocket Ship Galileo. The Rolling Stones. Sixth Column. Space Cadet. The Star Beast. Starman Jones. Starship Troopers. Stranger in a Strange Land. 3 by Heinlein. Time for the Stars. Tomorrow the Stars, editor. To Sail Beyond the Sunset. Tramp Royale. Tunnel in the Sky. The Unpleasant Profession of Jonathan Hoag. Waldo and Magic Incorporated. The Worlds of Robert A. Heinlein. For Bill and Lucy. Contents. Introduction. Side 1. Prelude I. Side 1. 2. Side 1. Counterpoint I. Side 2. 2. Side 2. Variations on a theme. 1. Affairs of State. Side 2. 2. The Tale of the Man Who Was Too Lazy to Fail. Side 2. 3. Domestic Problems. Side 3. Counterpoint III, Side 4. Variations on a Theme 4. Love, Side 4. Counterpoint IV, Side 5. Variations on a Theme 5. Voices in the Dark, Side 5. 6. The Tale of the Twins Who Weren't, Side 6. 7. Valhalla to Landfall, Side 7. 8. Landfall, Side 7. 9. Conversation Before Dawn, Side 7. 10. Possibilities, Side 8. Intermission. Excerpts from the Notebooks of Lazarus Long, Side 8. Variations on a Theme 11. The Tale of the Adopted Daughter, Side 8. 12. The Tale of the Adopted Daughter Continued, Side 9. Second intermission. More from the Notebooks of Lazarus Long, Side 11. Variations on a Theme 13. Boondock, Side 11. 14. Bacchanalia, Side 11. 15. Agape, Side 12. 16. Eros, Side 13. 17. Narcissus, Side 13. Da Capo 1. The Green Hills, Side 13. 2. The End of an Era, Side 14. 3. Maureen, Side 14. 4. Home, Side 15. 5. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 15. 6. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 15. 7. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 16. Coda 1. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 17. 2. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 17. 3. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 17. 4. A Staff of Musical Notation, Side 17. Time Enough for Love. The lives of the senior member of the Howard families, Woodrow Wilson Smith, Ernest Gibbons, Captain Aaron Sheffield, Lazarus Long. Happy Days, His Serenity Seraphim the Younger, Supreme High Priest of the One God in all his aspects and arbiter below and above. Proscribed Prisoner Number 83M2742. Mr. Justice Lennox. Corporal Ted Bronson. Dr. Leif Hubert, and others. Oldest member of the human race. This account is based principally on the senior's own words as recorded at many times and places, and especially at the Howard Rejuvenation Clinic and at the Executive Palace in New Rome on Secundus in year 2053 after the Great Diaspora, Gregorian year 4272 of Old Home Terra, and supplemented by letters and by eyewitness accounts. The whole then arranged, collated, condensed, and, where possible, reconciled with official records and contemporary histories, as directed by the Howard Foundation trustees and executed by the Howard Archivist Emeritus. The result is of unique historical importance, despite the archivist's decision to leave in blatant falsehoods, self-serving allegations, and many amoral anecdotes not suitable for young persons. Introduction. On the Writing of History. History has the relation to truth that theology has to religion, that is, none to speak of. L.L. The great diaspora of the human race, which started more than 2 millennia ago when the Libby-Sheffield drive was disclosed, and which continues to this day and shows no sign of slowing, made the writing of history as a single narrative, or even many compatible narratives, impossible. By the 21st century Gregorian, on Old Home Terra, our race was capable of doubling its numbers 3 times each century, given space and raw materials. Note: Gregorian Terran dates are used throughout, as no other calendar, not even standard galactic, is certain to be known to scholars of every planet. Translators should add local dates for clarification. J.F. 45th. End of note. A star drive gave both. 8 sapiens spread through this sector of our galaxy at many times the speed of light and multiplied like yeast. If doubling had occurred to the 21st century potential, our numbers would now be of the order of 7 times 10 to the 9th power times 2 to the 68th power, a number so large as to defy emotional grasp. It is suited only to computers. 7 times 10 to the 9th times 2 to the 68th powers equals 2 nonillion, 66 octillion, 35 septillion, 336 sextillion, 255 quintillion, 469 quadrillion, 780 trillion, 992 billion, or more than 2,000 million billion trillion people, or a mass of protein 25 million times as great as the entire mass of our race's native planet, Sol 3, Old Home. Preposterous. Let us say that it would be preposterous had not the great diaspora taken place, for our race, having reached the potential to double 3 times each century, had also reached a crisis under which it could not double even once. That knee of the curve in the yeast growth law, in which a population can maintain a precarious stability of zero growth only by killing off its own members fast enough, lest it drown in its own poisons, commit suicide by total war, or stumble into some other form of the Malthusian final solution. But the human race has not, we think, increased to that monstrous figure, because the base figure for the diaspora must not be thought of as 7 billion, but rather as a few million at the opening of the era, plus the unnumbered, small but still growing hundreds of millions since, who have migrated from Earth and from its colony planets to still more distant places over the last 2 millennia. But we are no longer able to make a reasoned guess at the numbers of the human race, nor do we have even an approximate count of the colonized planets. The most we can say is that there must be in excess of 2,000 colonized planets, in excess of 500 billion people. The colonized planets may be twice that number. The human race could be 4 times that numerous, or more. So even the demographic aspects of historiography have become impossible. Data are out of date when we receive them, and always incomplete, yet so numerous and so varied in reliability that several hundred humans, computers on my staff keep busy trying to analyze, collate, interpolate, and extrapolate, and to weigh them against other data before incorporating them into the records. We attempt to maintain standards of 95% in probability of corrected data, 85% in pessimistic reliability. Our achievement is closer to 89% and 81%, and getting worse. Pioneers care little about sending records to the Home Office. They are busy staying alive, making babies, and killing off anything in their way. A colony is usually into its 4th generation before any data reach this office. Nor can it be otherwise. A colonist too interested in statistics becomes a statistic himself, as a corpse. I intend to migrate. Once I have done so, I won't care whether this office keeps track of me or not. I have stuck to this essentially useless work for almost a century, partly through inducements and partly through genetic disposition. I am a direct and reinforced descendant of Andrew Jackson Slipstick Libby himself. But I am descended also from the senior, and have, I think, some of his restless nature. I want to follow the wild geese and see what is happening out there, get married again, leave a dozen descendants on a fresh, uncrowded planet, then, possibly, move on. Once I have the senior's memoirs collated, the trustees can, in the senior's ancient idiom, take this job and shove it. What sort of man is our senior, my ancestor, and probably yours, and certainly the oldest living human being, the only man who has taken part in the entire pageant of the crisis of the human race, and its surmounting of crisis through diaspora? For surmount it we have. Our race could now lose 50 planets, close ranks, and move on. Our gallant women could replace the casualties in a single generation. Not that it appears likely that this will happen. Thus far we have encountered not one race as mean, as nasty, as deadly as our own. A conservative extrapolation indicates that we will reach in numbers that preposterous figure given earlier in a few more generations, and move on out of this galaxy into others before we finish settling this one. Indeed, reports from farther out indicate that human intergalactic colony ships are already headed out into the endless deeps. These reports are not verified, but the most virile colonies are always a long way from the most populous centers. One may hope. At best, history is hard to grasp. At worst, it is a lifeless collection of questionable records. It is most alive through the words of eyewitnesses, and we have but one witness whose life spans the 23 centuries of crisis and diaspora. The next oldest human being, whose age this office has been able to verify, is only a little over 1,000 years old. Probability theory makes it possible that there is somewhere a person half again that age, but it is both mathematically and historically certain that there is no other human alive today who was born in the 20th century. Note: when the Howard families seized the starship New Frontiers, only a few were more than a century and a quarter old. All of that few, save the senior, are dead, at times and places on record. I accept the strange and possibly mythical case of life and death of elder Mary Sperling. Despite genetic advantage and access to the longevity therapies known collectively as the immortality option, the last died in 3003 Gregorian. By the records it would seem that most of them died through refusing further rejuvenation, that being still the second commonest cause of death today. J.F. 45th. End of note. Some may question whether this senior is the member of the Howard families born in 1912, and also the Lazarus Long, who led the families in their escape from Old Home in 2136, etc., pointing out that all the ancient methods of identification, fingerprints, retinal patterns, etc., can now be beaten. True, but those methods were adequate for their time, and the Howard family's foundation had special reason to use them with care. The Woodrow Wilson Smith, whose birth was registered with the foundation in 1912, is certainly the Lazarus Long of 2136 and 2210. Before those tests ceased to be reliable, they were supplemented by modern unbeatable tests based first on clone transplants and more lately on absolute identification of genetic patterns. It is interesting to note that an impostor showed up about 3 centuries ago here on Secundus and was given a new heart from a cloned pseudobody of the senior. It killed him. The senior whose words are quoted herein has a genetic pattern identical with that of a bit of muscle tissue removed from Lazarus Long by Dr. Gordon Hardy in the starship New Frontiers about 2145, and cultured by him for longevity research. QED. But what sort of man is he? You must judge for yourself. In condensing this memoir to manageable length, I have omitted many verified historical incidents. The raw data are available to scholars at the archives, but I have left in lies and unlikely stories on the assumption that the lies a man tells tell more truth about him, when analyzed, than does truth. It is clear that this man is, by standards usual in civilized societies, a barbarian and a rogue. But it is not for children to judge their parents. The qualities that make him what he is are precisely those needed to stay alive in a jungle or on a raw frontier. Do not forget your debt to him, both genetic and historic. To understand our historic debt to him, it is necessary to review some ancient history, part tradition or myth, and part fact as firmly established as the assassination of Julius Caesar. The Howard family's foundation was established by the will of Ira Howard, who died in 1873. His will instructed the trustees of the foundation to use his money to prolong human life. This is fact. Tradition says that he willed this in anger at his own fate, for he found himself dying of old age in his 40s, dead at 48, a bachelor without progeny. So none of us carries his genes. His immortality lies only in an aim, and in an idea, that death could be thwarted. At that time, death at 48 was not unusual. Believe it or not, in those days the average age at death was about 35, but not from senility. Disease, starvation, accident, murder, war, childbirth, and other violences cut down most humans long before senility set in. But a human who passed all these hurdles still could expect death from old age sometime between 75 and 100. Very few reached 100. Nevertheless, every population group had its tiny minority of centenarians. There is a legend about old Tom Parr, who is supposed to have died in 1635, aged 152 years. Whether or not the legend is true, probability analysis of demographic data of that era shows that some individuals must have lived a century and a half. But they were few indeed. The Foundation started its work as a pre-scientific breeding experiment. As nothing was then known of genetics, adults of long-lived stock were encouraged to mate with others like them, money being the inducement. Unsurprisingly, the inducement worked. Equally unsurprisingly, this experiment worked, as it was an empirical method used by stock breeders for centuries before the science of genetics came into being. Breed to reinforce one characteristic, then eliminate the culls. The family's archives do not show how the earliest culls were eliminated. They simply show that some were eliminated from the families, root and branch, all descendants, for the unforgivable sin of dying of old age too young. By the crisis of 2136, all members of the Howard families had life expectancies in excess of 150 years, and some had exceeded that age. The cause of that crisis seems unbelievable, yet all records both from inside and from outside the families agree on it. The Howard families were in extreme danger from all other humans simply because they lived so long. Why this was true is a matter for group psychologists, not for a record-keeper, but it was true. They were seized and concentrated in a prison camp, and were about to be tortured to death in an attempt to wrest from them their secret of eternal youth. Fact, not myth. Here the senior comes into the story. Through audacity, a talent for lying convincingly, and what would seem to most people today a childish delight in adventure and intrigue for its own sake, the senior brought off the greatest jailbreak of all time, stealing a primitive starship and escaping right out of the solar system with all of the Howard families, then numbering about 100,000 men, women, and children. If this seems impossible, so many people and just one ship, remember that the first starships were enormously bigger than the ones we now use. They were self-sustaining artificial planetoids intended to remain in space for many years at speeds below that of light. They had to be huge. The senior was not the only hero of that exodus. But in all the varied and sometimes conflicting accounts that have come down to us, he was always the driving force. He was our Moses who led his people out of bondage. He brought them home again 3/4 of a century later, 2210, but not into bondage. For that date, year 1 of the standard galactic calendar, marks the opening of the great diaspora, caused by extreme population pressure on old home Terra, and made possible by two new factors: the Libby-Sheffield paradrive, as it was known then, not a drive in any true sense, but a means of manipulating n-dimensional spaces, and the first and simplest of effective longevity techniques, new blood grown in vitro. The Howard families caused this to happen simply by escaping. The short-lived humans back on Terra, still convinced that the long-lived families possessed a secret, set about trying to find it by wide and systematic research, and as always research paid off serendipitously, not with the non-existent secret, but with something almost as good, a therapy, and eventually a sheaf of therapies for postponing old age, and for extending vigor, virility, and fertility. The great diaspora was then both necessary and possible. The senior's great talent, aside from his ability to lie extemporaneously and convincingly, seems always to have been a rare gift for extrapolating the possibilities of any situation, then twisting it to suit his own purposes. He calls it, "You have to have a feeling for what makes the frog jump." Psychometrists who have studied him say that he has an extremely high psi talent, expressed as forerunners and luck, but what the senior has to say about them is less polite. As a record-keeper, I refrain from opinion. The senior saw at once that this benison of extended youth, although promised to everyone, would in fact be limited to the powerful and their nepots. The billions of helots could not be allowed to live beyond their normal span. There was no room for them, unless they migrated to the stars, in which case there would be room for each human to live as long as he could manage. How the senior exploited this is not always clear. He seems to have used several names and many fronts. His key corporations wound up in the hands of this foundation, then were liquidated to move the foundation and the Howard families to Secundus, at his behest, he having saved the best real estate for his relatives and descendants. 68% of those then living accepted the challenge of new frontiers. Our genetic debt to him is both indirect and direct. The indirect debt lies in the fact that migration is a sorting device, a forced Darwinian selection, under which superior stock goes to the stars, while culls stay home and die. This is true even for those forcibly transported, as in the 24th and 25th centuries, save that the sorting then takes place on the new planet. In a raw frontier, weaklings and misfits die. Strong stock survives. Even those who migrate voluntarily still go through this second drastic special selection. The Howard families have been culled in this fashion at least 3 times. Our genetic debt to the senior is even easier to prove. Part of it needs only simple arithmetic. If you live anywhere but on Old Home Terra, and you almost certainly do if you read this, in view of the present miserable state of the fair green hills of earth, and can claim even one member of the Howard families among your ancestors, and most of you can, then you are most probably descended from the senior. By the official family's genealogies, this probability is 87.3%. You are descended from many other 20th century members of the Howard families, too, if you are descended from any of them, but I speak here only of Woodrow Wilson Smith, the senior. By the crisis year 2136, nearly 1/10 of the youngest generation of the Howard families were descended from the senior legitimately, by which I mean that each linking birth was so recorded in the family's records and ancestry confirmed by such tests as were available at the time. Even blood typing was not known when the breeding experiment started, but the culling process made it strongly to a female's advantage not to stray, at least not outside the families. By now the cumulative probability is, as I have said, 87.3% if you have any Howard ancestor, but if you have a Howard ancestor from a recent generation, your probability climbs toward an effective 100%. But as a statistician, I have reason to believe, backed by computer analyses of blood types, hair types, eye color, tooth count, enzyme types, and other characteristics responsive to genetic analysis, strong reason to believe that the senior has many descendants not recorded in genealogies, both inside and outside the Howard families. To put it mildly, he is a shameless old goat whose seed is scattered all through this part of our galaxy. Take the years of the Exodus, after he stole the new frontiers. He was not married even once during those years, and ship's records and legends based on memoirs of that time suggest that he was, in an early idiom, a woman-hater, a misogynist. Perhaps. Biostatistical records, rather than genealogies, when analyzed, suggest that he was not that unapproachable. The computer that analyzed it offered to bet me even money on more than 100 offspring fathered by him during those years. I refused the bet. That computer beats me at chess, even though I insist on a 1-rook advantage. I do not find this surprising in view of the almost pathological emphasis placed on longevity among the families at that time. The oldest male, if still virile, and he certainly was, would have been subjected to endless temptation, endless opportunity, by females anxious to have offspring of his demonstrated superiority by the only criterion the Howard families respected. We can assume that marital status would not matter much. All Howard families' marriages were marriages of convenience. Ira Howard's will ensured that, and they were rarely for life. The only surprising aspect is that so few fertile females managed to trip him when unquestionably so many thousands were willing. But he was always fast on his feet. As may be, If today I see a man with sandy red hair, a big nose, an easy, disarming grin, and a slightly feral look in his gray-green eyes, I always wonder how recently the senior has passed through that part of the galaxy. If such a stranger comes close to me, I put my hand on my purse. If he speaks to me, I resolve not to make wagers or promises. But how did the senior, himself only a third-generation member of Ira Howard's breeding experiment, manage to live and stay young his first 300 years without artificial rejuvenation? A mutation, of course, which simply says that we don't know. But in the course of his several rejuvenations, we have learned a little about his physical makeup. He has an unusually large heart that beats very slowly. He has only 28 teeth, no caries, and seems to be immune to infection. He has never had surgery other than for wounds or for rejuvenation procedures. His reflexes are extremely fast, but appear always to be reasoned, so one may question the correctness of the term reflex. His eyes have never needed correction either for distance or close work. His hearing range is abnormally high, abnormally low, and is unusually acute throughout his range. His color vision includes indigo. He was born without prepuce, without vermiform appendix, and apparently without a conscience. I am pleased that he is my ancestor. Justin Foote, the 45th, Chief Archivist, Howard Foundation. Preface to Revised Edition. In this abridged popular edition, the technical appendix has been published separately, in order to make room for an account of the senior's actions after he left Secundus until his disappearance. An apocryphal and obviously impossible tale of the last events in his life has been included at the insistence of the editor of the original memoir, but it cannot be taken seriously. Carolyn Briggs, Chief Archivist. Note: my lovely and learned successor in office does not know what she is talking about. With the senior, the most fantastic is always the most probable. Justin Foote, the 45th, Chief Archivist Emeritus. Prelude 1. As the door of the suite dilated, the man seated staring glumly out the window looked around. "Who the hell are you?" "I am Ira Wetherall of the Johnson family, ancestor, chairman pro tem of the families." "Took you long enough. Don't call me ancestor. And why just the chairman pro tem?" the man in the chair growled. "Is the chairman too damn busy to see me? Don't I rate even that?" He made no move to stand, nor did he invite his visitor to sit down. "Your pardon, sire. I am chief executive for the families. But it has been customary for some time now, several centuries, for the chief executive to hold the title chairman pro tem, against the possibility that you might show up and take the gavel." "Eh? Ridiculous. I haven't presided at a meeting of the trustees for 1,000 years. And sire is as bad as ancestor. Call me by name." "It's been 2 days since I sent for you. Did you come by the scenic route? Or has the rule that entitles me to the ear of the chairman been revoked?" "I am not aware of that rule, senior. It was probably long before my time, but it is my honor and duty, and pleasure, to wait on you at any time. I will be pleased and honored to call you by name if you will tell me what your name is now. As for the delay, 37 hours since I received your summons, I have spent it studying ancient English, as I was told that you were not answering to any other language." The senior looked slightly sheepish. "It's true I'm not handy with the jabber they speak here. My memory has been playing tricks on me lately. I guess I've been sulky about answering even when I understood. Names, I forget what name I checked in by when I grounded here. Woodrow Wilson Smith was my boyhood name. Never used it much. I suppose Lazarus Long is the name I've used oftenest. Call me Lazarus." "Thank you, Lazarus." "For what? Don't be so damned formal. You're not a kid, or you wouldn't be chairman. How old are you? Did you really take the trouble to learn my milk language just to call on me? And in less than 2 days?" Was that from scratch? It takes me at least a week to tack on a new language. Another week to smooth that accent. I am 372 standard years old, Lazarus, just under 400 Earth years. I learned classic English when I took this job, but as a dead language to enable me to read old records of the families in the original. What I did since your summons was to learn to speak and understand it, in North American 20th century idiom, your milk language, as you said, as that is what the linguistic analyzer computed that you are speaking. Pretty smart machine. Maybe I am speaking it the way I did as a youngster. They claim that's the one language a brain never forgets. Then I must be talking in a corn-belt rasp like a rusty saw, whereas you're speaking a sort of Texas drawl with an Oxford British overlay. Odd. I suppose the machine picks the version out of its permanence closest to the sample fed into it. I believe so, Lazarus, although the techniques involved are not my field. Do you have trouble understanding my accent? No, none at all. Your accent is okay. It's closer to educated general American of that time than is the accent I learned as a kid. But I can follow anything from Blue Gum to Yorkshire. Accent is no problem. It was mighty kind of you to bother. Warming. My pleasure. I have a talent for languages. It was not much trouble. I try to be able to speak to each of the trustees in his native language. I'm used to swatting up a new one quickly. Sir? Nonetheless, a courteous thing to do. I felt like an animal in the zoo with no one to talk to. Those dummies— Lazarus inclined his head at two rejuvenation technicians dressed in isolation gear and one-way helmets, and waiting as far from the conversation as the room permitted. Don't know English? I can't talk with them. Oh, the taller one understands a little, but not enough for gossip. Lazarus whistled, pointed at the taller. Hey, you! A chair for the chairman! Chop, chop! His gestures made his meaning clear. The taller technician touched the controls of a chair nearby. It rolled away, wheeled around, and stopped at a comfortable tete-a-tete distance from Lazarus. Ira Weatherall said thank you. To Lazarus, not to the tech. Sat down, then sighed as the chair felt him out and cuddled him. Lazarus said, Comfortable? Quite. Anything to eat or drink or smoke? You may have to interpret for me. Nothing, thank you. But may I order for you? Not now. They keep me stuffed like a goose. Once they force-fed me, damn them. Since we're comfortable, let's get on with the powwow. He suddenly roared, What the hell am I doing in this jail? Weatherall answered quietly, Not jail, Lazarus. The VIP suite of the Howard Rejuvenation Clinic, New Rome. Jail, I said. All it lacks is cockroaches. This window, you couldn't break it with a crowbar. That door, it opens to any voice except mine. If I go to the John, one of those dummies is at my elbow, apparently afraid I'll drown myself in the pot. Hell, I don't even know whether that nurse is a man or a woman, and don't like it either way. I don't need somebody to hold my hand while I go pee-pee. I resent it. I'll see what can be worked out, Lazarus. But the technicians are understandably jumpy. A person can get hurt quite easily in any bathroom, and they all know that if you are hurt, no matter by what mischance, the technician in charge at the time will suffer cruel and unusual punishment. They are volunteers and are drawing high bonuses, but they're jumpy. So I figured out. Jail. If this is a rejuvenation suite, where's my suicide switch? Lazarus, death is every man's privilege. That's what I said. That switch belongs right there. You can see where it has been dismounted. So I'm in jail without trial, with my most basic right taken from me. Why? I'm furious, man. Do you realize what danger you are in? Never tease an old dog. He might have one bite left. Old as I am, I could break your arms before those dummies could reach us. You are welcome to break my arms, if it pleases you. Huh? Lazarus Long looked baffled. No, it's not worth the sweat. They would have you patched up good as new in 30 minutes. He suddenly grinned. But I could snap your neck, then crush your skull about as fast. That's one injury beyond the power of rejuvenators. Weatherall did not stir, did not tense. "I feel sure you could," he said quietly. "But I do not think that you would kill one of your descendants without giving him a chance to parley for his life. You are my remote grandfather, sir, by 7 different tracks." Lazarus chewed his lip and looked unhappy. "Son, I have so many descendants that consanguinity doesn't matter. But you're essentially right. In all my life I have never killed a man unnecessarily, I think." Then he grinned. "But if I don't get my suicide switch back, I could make an exception in your case." "Lazarus, if you wish, I will have that switch remounted at once. But 10 words?" Lazarus looked ungracious. "Okay, 10 words, not 11. Weatherall hesitated a split second, then counted on his fingers. "I learned your language to explain why we need you." 10 by the rule," Lazarus admitted. "But meaning that you need 50, or 500, or 5,000. "Or none," Weatherall amended. "You can have your switch without giving me any chance to explain. I promised." "Huh," said Lazarus. "Ira, you old scoundrel, you have me convinced that you really are my kin. You figured that I would not suicide without hearing what you have on your mind, once I knew you had bothered to learn a dead language just to make palaver. All right, talk. You can start by telling me what I'm doing here. I know that I didn't apply for rejuvenation. But I woke up here with the job already half over, so I screamed for the chairman. Okay, why am I here?" "May we start further back? You tell me what you were doing in a flophouse in the worst part of Old Town." "What was I doing? I was dying. Quietly and decently, like a worn-out horse. That is, I was until your busybodies grabbed me. Can you think of a better place than a flophouse for a man who doesn't want to be disturbed while he's busy with it? If his cot is paid for in advance, they leave a man be. Oh, they stole what little I had, even my shoes, but I expected that. Would have done the same myself under the same circumstances. And the sort of people who live in flophouses are almost always kind to those worse off than they are. Any of them will fetch a drink of water to a sick man. That was the most I wanted. That and to be left alone to close out my account in my own way, until your busies showed up." "Tell me, how did they find me?" "How we found you is not the surprising part, Lazarus, but the fact that the cops, that my cops took so long to identify you, then find you and pick you up. A section chief lost his job over that. I don't tolerate inefficiency." "So you busted him?" "Your business." "But why? I reached Secundus from out far, and I didn't think I had left any back trail. Different everything since the last time I was in touch with the families, as I bought my last rejuvenation on Supreme." "Are the families swapping data with Supreme these days?" "Heavens, no, Lazarus. We won't even give them a polite word. There is a strong minority among the trustees who favor rubbing out Supreme, instead of simply maintaining embargo." "Well, if a Nova bomb hit Supreme, I wouldn't mourn more than 30 seconds. But I did have a reason for having the job done there, even though I had to pay high for forced cloning. But that's another story. Son, how did you pick me up?" "Sir, for the past 70 years there has been a general order out to try to find you, not just here, but on every planet where the families maintain offices. As to how, do you recall a forced inoculation for Reber's fever at immigration?" "Yes. I was annoyed, but it didn't seem worthwhile to make a fuss. I knew I was headed for that flophouse. Ira, I've known that I was dying for quite some time. That was okay. I was ready for it. But I didn't want to do it alone, out in space. Wanted human voices around me, and body odors. Childish of me, but I was pretty far gone by the time I grounded. Lazarus, there is no such thing as Reber's fever. When a man grounds on secundus and all routine identifications show no, Reber's fever, or some other non-existent plague, is used as an excuse to get a little tissue from him, while injecting him with sterile neutral saline. You should never have been allowed to leave the skyport until your genetic pattern was identified. So? What do you do when 10,000 immigrants arrive in one ship? Herd them into detention barracks until we've checked them out. But that doesn't happen often today with old home terror in the sorry state it's in. But you, Lazarus, arriving alone in a private yacht worth 15 to 20 million crowns, make that 30. Worth 30 million crowns? How many men in the galaxy can do that? Of those who can afford it, how many would choose to travel alone? The pattern should have set alarm bells ringing in the minds of all of them. Instead, they took your tissue and accepted your statement that you would be staying at the Romulus Hilton and let you go. And no doubt you had another identity before dark. No doubt at all, Lazarus agreed. But your cops have run up the price on a good phony set of IDs. If I hadn't been too tired to bother, I would have forged my own. Safer. Was that how I was caught? Did you squeeze it out of the paper merchant? No, we never found him. By the way, you might let me know who he is, so that— And I might not, Lazarus said sharply. Not ratting on him was implicit in the bargain. It's nothing to me how many of your rules he breaks. And who knows, I might need him again. Certainly someone will need his services, somebody just as anxious to avoid your busies as I was. Ira, no doubt you mean well, but I don't like sit-ups where IDs are necessary. I told myself centuries back to stay away from places crowded enough to require them, and mostly I followed that rule. Should have followed it this time. But I didn't expect to need any identification very long. Confound it, 2 more days and I would have been dead, I think. How did you catch me? The hard way. Once I knew you were on planet, I stirred things up. That section chief wasn't the only unhappy man. But you disappeared in so simple a fashion that you baffled the entire force. My security chief expressed the opinion that you had been killed and your body disposed of. I told him if that were the case, he had better start thinking about off-planet migration. Make it march. I want to know how I goofed. I would not say that you goofed, Lazarus, since you managed to stay hidden with every cop and stoolie on this globe looking for you. But I felt certain that you had not been killed. Oh, we do have murders on Secundus, especially here in New Rome, but most are the commonplace husband-wife sort. We don't have many for gain, since I instituted a policy of making the punishment fit the crime and holding executions in the Colosseum. In any case, I felt certain that a man who had survived more than 2 millennia would not let himself be killed in some dark alley. So I assumed that you were alive, then asked myself, if I were Lazarus Long, how would I go about hiding? I went into deep meditation and thought about it. Then I tried to retrace your steps so far as we knew them. By the way— The chairman pro tem threw back his shoulder cloak, took out a large sealed envelope, handed it to Lazarus. Here is the item you left in a lockbox at Harriman Trust. Lazarus accepted it. It's been opened. By me. Prematurely, I admit, but you addressed it to me. I have read it, but no one else has. And now I will forget it, except to say this. I am unsurprised that you left your wealth to the families, but I was touched that you assigned your yacht to the personal use of the chairman. That's a sweet craft, Lazarus. I lust after it a bit. But not so much that I am anxious to inherit so quickly. But I undertook to explain why we need you, and let myself get sidetracked. I'm in no rush, Ira. Are you? Me? Sir, I have no duties more important than talking with the senior. Besides, my staff runs this planet more efficiently if I don't supervise them too closely. Lazarus nodded agreement. That was always my system. The times I let myself get involved, Accept the whole load, then shove the work off on other people as fast as I could pick 'em. Having any trouble with Democrats these days?" "Democrats? Oh, you must mean equalitarians. I thought at first you meant the Church of the Holy Democrat. We leave that church alone. They don't meddle. There is an equalitarian movement every few years, certainly, under various names. The Freedom Party, the League of the Oppressed. Names don't matter, as they all want to turn the rascals out, starting with me, and put their own rascals in. We never bother them. We simply infiltrate, then some night we round up the ringleaders and their families, and by daylight they are headed out as involuntary migrants. Transportees. Living on Secundus is a privilege, not a right." "You're quoting me." "Of course. Your exact words from the contract under which you deeded Secundus to the Foundation. That there was to be no government on this planet other than such rules as the current chairman found necessary to maintain order. We've stuck to our agreement with you, Senior. I am sole boss until the trustees see fit to replace me." "That's what I intended," Lazarus agreed. "But, son, it's your pigeon, and I'll never touch that gavel again. But I have doubts about the wisdom of getting rid of troublemakers. Every loaf needs yeast. A society that gets rid of all its troublemakers goes downhill. Sheep. Pyramid builders at best. Decadent savages at worst. You may be eliminating your creative 0.1%, your yeast." "I'm afraid we are, Senior. And that's one reason why we need you." "I said I won't touch that gavel." "Will you hear me out, sir? You won't be asked to, even though it is yours by ancient custom, if you care to pick it up. But I could use advice." "I don't give advice. People never take it." "Sorry. Perhaps just a chance to talk over my problems with a person more experienced than I am. About these troublemakers. We haven't eliminated them in the old sense. They're still alive, or most of them. Ostracizing a man to another planet is more satisfactory than killing him for the technical crime of treason. It gets rid of him without making his neighbors too indignant. Nor have we wasted them, as we are using them to conduct an experiment. All transportees are shipped to the same planet, Felicity. Do you happen to know it?" "Not by that name." "I think you would have stumbled on it only by accident, sir. We have kept it out of public records in order to use it as a Botany Bay. It is not as good a planet as the name suggests, but it is a good one, roughly equivalent to old home Terra, Earth, I should say, before it was ruined, or much like Secundus when we settled here. It's rough enough to test a man and eliminate weaklings, gentle enough to let a man raise a family if he has the guts to dig in and sweat." "Sounds like a good place. Perhaps you should have hung on to it. Natives?" "The proto-dominant race are quite fierce savages, if any are still alive. We don't know. We don't even maintain a liaison office there. This native race is neither intelligent enough to be civilized, nor tractable enough to be enslaved. Perhaps they would have evolved and made it on their own, but they had the misfortune to encounter H. sapiens before they were ready for him. But that is not the experiment. The transportees are certain to win out over that competition. We do not send them empty-handed. But, Lazarus, these people believe that they can create ideal government by majority rule." Lazarus snorted. "Perhaps they can, sir." Weatherall persisted. "I don't know that they cannot. That is the experiment." "Son, are you a fool?" "Oh, you can't be. The trustees wouldn't keep you in office. But how old did you say you are?" Weatherall answered quietly, "I am 19 centuries your junior, sir. I will not dispute your opinion on anything. But I do not know, through my own experience, that this experiment will not work. I have never seen a government of the democratic type, even in the numerous times I have been off-planet. I've simply read about them. From what I have read, not one has ever been formed from a population all of whom believed in the democratic theory. So, I don't know." Lazarus looked frustrated. "Ira, I was about to shove my own experience with such governments down your throat. But you're right, this is a brand-new situation, and we don't know. Oh, I have strong opinions, but 1,000 reasoned opinions are never equal to one case of diving in and finding out. Galileo proved that, and it may be the only certainty we have. All the so-called democracies I've ever seen or heard of were either forced on the majority from above, or grew up slowly from the plebs discovering that they could vote themselves bread in circuses, for a while, until the system broke down. I'm sorry I won't see the outcome of your experiment. I suspect it will be the harshest tyranny imaginable. Majority rule gives the ruthless strong man plenty of elbow room to oppress his fellows. But I don't know. What's your opinion? The computers say, never mind computers. However, the most sophisticated machine the human mind can build has in it the limitations of the human mind. Anyone who thinks otherwise does not understand the second law of thermodynamics. I asked for your opinion. Sir, I refuse to form an opinion. I lack sufficient data. Humph! You're getting old, son. To get anywhere, or even to live a long time, a man has to guess, and guess right, over and over again, without enough data for a logical answer. You were telling me how you found me. Yes, sir. That document, your will, made it clear that you expected to die soon. Then, Weatherall paused and smiled wryly, I had to guess right without enough data. It took us 2 days to find the shop where you bought clothes to lower your apparent status, and to conform to local styles, I think. I suspect that you bought your false IDs right after that. He paused. Lazarus made no comment. Weatherall continued. Another half-day to find the shop where you lowered your apparent status much farther, close to bottom. Too far, perhaps, as the shopkeeper remembered you, both because you paid cash, and because you were buying second-hand clothes that were not as good even when new as the ones you were wearing. Oh, he pretended to accept your story about a costume party and kept his mouth shut. His shop is a fence for stolen goods. Of course, agreed Lazarus. I made sure he was on the crook before I bought from him. But you said he stayed zipped? Until we stimulated his memory. A fence is in a difficult position, Lazarus. He has to have a permanent address. This can sometimes force him to be honest. Oh, I wasn't blaming dear old uncle. The fault was mine. I let myself be conspicuous. I was tired, Ira, and feeling my years, and let it rush me into doing a sloppy job. Even 100 years back I would have done a more artistic job. I've always known that it is more difficult to lower your status, convincingly, than to raise it. I don't think you need feel ashamed of the job as a work of art, Senior. You had us baffled for almost 3 months. Son, the world doesn't pay off on a good try. Go ahead. Brute force, then, Lazarus. That shop is in the worst part of the city. We put a cordon around the area and saturated it. Thousands of men, but not for long. You were in the 3rd flea bag we checked. I spotted you myself. I was with one of the raiding parties. Then your genetic pattern confirmed your identity. Ira Weatherall smiled slightly. But we were pouring new blood into you before the genetic analyzer reported your identity. You were in bad shape, sir. I was like hell in bad shape. I was simply dying, and minding my own business, a practice you could emulate. Ira, do you realize what a dirty trick you have done me? A man ought not to have to die twice, and I was past the bad part and ready for the finale, as easy as falling asleep. Then you butted in. I've never heard of rejuvenation being forced on anyone. If I had suspected that you had changed the rules, I would never have come near this planet. Now I have to go through it again, either with a suicide switch, and suicide is an idea I've always despised, or the natural way, which could now take a long time. Is my old blood still around? Stored? I will inquire of the clinic's director, sir. That's not an answer, so don't bother to lie. You've put me in a dilemma, Ira. Even though I haven't had the full treatment, I feel better than I've felt for 40 years or more, which means either that I must again wait it out for many weary years, or use that switch when my body isn't saying time to adjourn. You meddling scoundrel, by what authority? You've got the authority. By what ethical principle did you interfere with my death? Because we needed you, sir. That's not an ethical reason, just a pragmatic one. The need was not mutual. Senior, I have studied your life as thoroughly as the records permit. It seems to me that you often acted pragmatically. Lazarus grinned. That's my boy. I was wondering if you would have the gall to try to twist it into some high moral principle like a damned preacher. I don't trust a man who talks about ethics when he's picking my pocket. But if he's acting in his own self-interest and says so, I have usually been able to work out some way to do business with him. Lazarus, if you will let us complete your rejuvenation, you'll feel like living again. I think you know that. You've been through it before. To what end, sir? When I've had more than 2,000 years of trying everything? When I've seen so many planets that they blur in my mind? When I've had so many wives I can't remember their names? We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. I can't even do that. The lovely green planet I was born on has aged even more than I have. To return to it would be a time for tears, not a happy homecoming. Now, son, despite all rejuvenation, there comes a time when the only reasonable thing to do is turn out the lights and go to sleep. And you, damn you took it away from me. I'm sorry. No, I am not sorry. But I do ask your pardon. Well, you might get it, but not now. What was this aching reason you needed me? You mentioned some problem other than the troublemakers you transport. Yes, although it is not one that would have caused me to interfere with your right to die your own way. I can handle it one way or another. I think Secundus is becoming both too crowded and too civilized. I'm sure of it, Ira. Therefore, I think the families should move again. I agree, even though I am not interested. As a thumb rule, one can say that any time a planet starts developing cities of more than 1 million people, it is approaching critical mass. In a century or two, it won't be fit to live on. Do you have a planet in mind? Do you think you can get the trustees to go along? And will the families follow the trustees? Yes, to the first. Maybe to the second. Probably no to the third. I have a planet in mind as Tertius, one as good or better than Secundus. I think many of the trustees would agree with my reasoning, but I'm not sure of the overwhelming support such a move would need. Secundus is too comfortable for the danger to seem imminent to most people. As for the families themselves, no, I don't think we could persuade most of them to uproot and move. But even a few 100,000 would suffice. Gideon's band. You follow me? I'm way ahead of you. Migration always involves selection and improvement, elementary. If they'll do it. If. Ira, I had a hell of a time selling the idea to the families when we moved here back in the 23rd century. Could not have sold it at all if Earth had not become a dreary place. Good luck. You'll need it. Lazarus, I don't expect to succeed. I will try, but if I fail, I'll resign and migrate anyhow. To Tertius, if I can organize a party large enough for a viable colony. To some planet colonized, but very thinly settled, if not. Do you mean that, Ira? Or when the time comes, will you kid yourself that it is really your duty to hang on? If a man has the temperament for power, and you have, or you wouldn't be where you are, he finds it hard to abdicate. I mean it, Lazarus. Oh, I like to run things. I know it. I hope to lead the families on their third exodus. But I don't expect to. However, I think my chances of putting together a viable colony of young people not over 100 years old, 200 at most, without the aid of the Foundation, are fairly good. But if I fail in that, too," he shrugged, "migration will be the only worthwhile course open to me. Secundus will have nothing more to offer." Wetherall added, "Perhaps I feel as you do, sir, in a minor way. I have no wish to be chairman pro tem all my days. I've had almost a century of it. That's enough, if I can't put this over." Lazarus was thoughtfully silent. Wetherall waited. "Ira, install that suicide switch for me. But tomorrow. Not today." "Yes, sir." "Don't you want to know why?" Lazarus picked up the large envelope, his will. "If you convince me that you are going to migrate, come hell or high water, and no matter what the trustees do, I want to rewrite this. My investments and cash accounts here and there, if somebody hasn't stolen them while my back was turned, add up to a nice piece of change, possibly enough to make the difference between success and failure in mounting a migration, if the trustees won't back it with Foundation funds. And they won't." Wetherall said nothing. Lazarus glared at him. "Didn't your mother teach you to say thank you?" "For what, Lazarus? For giving me something after you're dead and no longer need it? If you do this, it will be to tickle your vanity, not to please me." Lazarus grinned. "Hell, yes, I ought to stick in a condition that you name the planet Lazarus, but I would have no way to enforce it. Okay, we understand each other. And I think... Do you respect good machinery?" "Yes. As much as I despise machinery that doesn't do what it is putatively designed to do." "We still understand each other. I think I'll leave the Dora, that's my yacht, to you personally rather than to the family's chairman, if you lead a migration." You tempt me to thank you." "Don't. Just be good to her. She's a sweet craft. She's never known anything but kindness. She'll make a fine flagship for you. With simple re-outfitting, specs for it, and her computer, she'll house a staff of 20 or 30, and you can ground and reconnoiter in her, then lift off again, which your transports won't be able to do, most likely." "Lazarus, I don't want to inherit either money or a yacht from you. Let them finish your rejuvenation, and come with us, man. I'll step aside and you can boss, or you can have no duties at all, but come." Lazarus smiled obliquely and shook his head. "I've been on 6 such colonizing ventures to virgin planets, not counting Secundus. All the planets I discovered. Gave it up centuries back. Anything gets boring in time. Do you think Solomon serviced all his 1,000 wives? If so, what sort of job did he do in the last one? Poor girl. Find me something new to do, and I might never touch that suicide switch and still give you all I've got for your colony. It'd be a fair swap, as this halfway rejuvenation is most unsatisfactory. I don't feel well, yet I can't die, so I'm stuck between the suicide switch and giving in for the full treatment. The donkey that starved to death between 2 piles of hay. But it would have to be new, Ira, not something I've done over and over again, like that old whore. I've climbed the same stairs too many times. My feet hurt." "I'll think about the problem, Lazarus. I'll give it hard and systematic research." 7 to 2, you can't find anything I haven't done." "I'll make a real try. You'll lay off the suicide switch while I research it?" "No promises. Not once I get this will redrafted. Can you trust your chief legal eagle? May need some help, because this will," he tapped the envelope, "leaving everything to the families, would stand up on Secundus no matter how many flaws are in it. But if I leave it to a private party, you, I mean, some of my descendants, quite a passel, will scream undue influence and try to break it. Ira, they'll keep it tied up in court until it's dribbled away in legal fees. Let's avoid that, eh?" We can. I've made changes in the rules. On this planet, a man can put his will through probate before his death, and if there are flaws, the court is required to help him rephrase it to accomplish his purposes. If he does it that way, no contest can be entertained by any court. It goes automatically into effect on his death. Of course, if he changes his will, the new will must go through the same process, which makes changing his mind expensive. But by using pre-probate, it does not take a lawyer for even the most complex will, and the lawyers can't touch it afterwards. Lazarus' eyes widened with pleasure. Didn't you annoy a few lawyers? I've annoyed so many, Ira said dryly, that every transport to felicity has voluntary migrants in it, and so many lawyers have annoyed me that some are involuntary ones. The chairman pro tem looked sourly amused. Once I said to my Chief Justice, Warren, I've had to reverse too many of your decisions. You've been splitting hairs, misinterpreting the rules, and ignoring equity ever since you came into office. Go home. You're under house arrest until the last chance lifts. You can have an escort during daylight hours to let you wind up your private affairs. Lazarus chuckled. Should have hanged him. You know what he did, don't you? Set up shop again on felicity and went into politics, if they didn't lynch him. His problem and theirs, not mine. Lazarus, I never let a man be executed for being a fool, but if he's too obnoxious, I ship him out. There's no need to sweat over your new will if you want one. Just dictate it with any elaborations and explanations you see fit. Then we'll run it through a semantic analyzer to rephrase it into airtight legal language. Once it satisfies you, you can submit it to the High Court, which will come to you if you prefer, and the court will validate it. Done that way, it could then be overturned only by arbitrary act of a new chairman pro tem, which I consider most unlikely. The trustees do not place such men in office. Weatherall added, But I hope you will take plenty of time, Lazarus. I want a fair chance to search for something new, something that will restore your interest in life. All right, but don't dally. I won't be put off with a Scheherazade gag. Have them send me a recorder, tomorrow morning, say. Weatherall seemed about to speak, did not. Lazarus looked at him sharply. This conversation is being recorded? Yes, Lazarus. Sound and holography, everything that happens in this suite. But your pardon, sir, it goes only to my desk and does not become a permanent record until I have checked and okayed it. Nothing so far, that is. Lazarus shrugged. Forget it. I learned centuries back that there is no privacy in any society crowded enough to need IDs. A law guaranteeing privacy simply ensures that bugs, microphones and lenses and so forth, are that much harder to spot. I hadn't thought about it up till now because I take it for granted that my privacy will be invaded any time I visit such places. Then I ignore it unless I'm up to something the local law won't like, in which case I use evasive tactics. Lazarus, that record can be wiped. Its only purpose is to make me certain that the senior is being properly taken care of, a responsibility I will not delegate. I said forget it. But I'm surprised at your naivete. A man in your position, and thinking that the record is piped only to your desk. I'll lay long odds, any amount you like, that it goes 1, 2, even 3 or more other places. If so, Lazarus, and I can find it out, Felicity will have some new colonists, after they've spent some unpleasant hours in the Colosseum. Ira, it doesn't matter. If any fool wants to watch an old man grunting on the pot or taking a bath, he's welcome. You yourself ensured that it would happen by making a point of the record being secret, your eyes only. Security people always spy on their bosses. They can't help it. It's a syndrome that goes with a job. Have you had dinner? I'd be pleased to have you stay if you have time. I would be honored indeed to have dinner with a senior. Oh, knock it off, Bud. There's no virtue in being old. It just takes a long time. I'd like you to stay because I'm enjoying human companionship. Those two over there are no company. I'm not even sure they're human. Robots, maybe. Why do they wear those diving suits and shiny helmets? I'd like to see a man's face. Lazarus, those are total isolation garments. For your protection, not theirs. Against infection. What? Ira, when a bug bites me, the bug dies. Even so, since they have to wear that, how is it that you come in wearing street clothes? Not quite, Lazarus. For my purpose, I needed a social talk face-to-face. So the last 2 hours before I came in, I spent undergoing a most careful physical examination, followed by a scalp-to-toe sterilization of skin, hair, ears, nails, teeth, nose, throat, even a gas inhalation which I can't name, but did not like, while my clothes were sterilized even more thoroughly. Even that envelope I fetched to you. This suite is sterile and kept so. Ira, such precautions are silly, unless my immunity has been intentionally lowered? No. Or let me say, I think not. No reason for it, as any transplant will of course be done from your own clone. So it's unnecessary. If I didn't catch anything in that flophouse, why would I catch anything now? But I don't catch things. I worked as a physician during a plague. Don't look surprised. Medicine is just one of 50-odd trades I followed. Unknown plague on Ormuzd. Everybody caught it. 28% died. Save yours truly, who didn't even have a sniffle. So tell those... No, you'll want to do it through the director of the clinic. Bypassing your chain of command ruins morale. Though why I should care about this organization's morale, I don't know, seeing that I am an involuntary guest. Tell the director that if I must have nurses, I want them to dress like nurses. Or better yet, like people. Ira, if you want cooperation out of me of any sort, you'll start by cooperating with me. Otherwise, I'm going to take the joint apart with my bare hands. I'll speak to the director, Lazarus. Good. Now let's have dinner. But a drink first. And if the director doesn't think I should have one, tell him bluntly that he will have to go back to force-feeding, and there is some question as to whose throat the tube will go down. I'm in no mood to be pushed around. Is there any real whiskey on this planet? Wasn't the last time I was here. Not that I would drink, but the local brandy I think well of. Good. Brandy and bubbles for me, if that is the best we can do. A brandy Manhattan, if anyone knows what I mean by that. I do, and like them. I learned something about ancient drinks when I studied your life. Fine. Then please order for us drinks and dinner, and I'll listen and see how many words I can pick up. I think my memory is coming back a bit. Wetherall spoke to one of the technicians. Lazarus interrupted. That should be 1/3 sweet vermouth, not 1/2. So, you understood it? Mostly. Indo-European roots, with a simplified syntax and grammar. I'm beginning to recall it. Damn it, when a man has had to learn as many languages as I have, it's easy for one to slip away. But it's coming back. Service was so fast as to cause one to suspect that a crew was standing by ready to produce anything that the senior or the chairman pro tem asked for. Wetherall raised his glass. Long life. And a pig's eye, Lazarus growled and took a sip. He made a face. Phew! Panther sweat. But it does have alcohol in it. He took another. Improves as your tongue gets numb. Okay, Ira, you've stalled long enough. What was your real reason for snatching me back from my well-earned rest? Lazarus, we need your wisdom. Prelude II. Lazarus stared in horror. What did you say? I said, Ira Wetherall repeated, that we need your wisdom, sir. We do. I thought that I was off again in one of those before-dying dreams. Son, you've come to the wrong window. Try across the hall. Wetherall shook his head. No, sir. Oh, it isn't necessary to use the word wisdom if it offends you, but we do need to learn what you know. You are more than twice as old as the next oldest member of the families. You mentioned that you have practiced more than 50 professions. You've been everywhere. You've seen far more than anyone else. You've certainly learned more than any of the rest of us. We aren't doing things much better now than we were 2,000 years ago when you were young. You must know why we are still making mistakes our ancestors made. It would be a great loss if you hurried your death without taking time to tell us what you have learned." Lazarus scowled and bit his lip. "Son, one of the few things I've learned is that humans hardly ever learn from the experience of others. They learn, when they do, which isn't often, on their own, the hard way." "That one statement is worth recording for all time."
No one would learn anything from it. That's what it says. Ira, age does not bring wisdom. Often it merely changes simple stupidity into arrogant conceit. Its only advantage, so far as I have been able to see, is that it spans change. A young person sees the world as a still picture, immutable. An old person has had his nose rubbed in changes and more changes, and still more changes so many times that he knows it is a moving picture, forever changing. He may not like it. Probably doesn't. I don't. But he knows it's so, and knowing it is the first step in coping with it.
"May I place in open record what you have just said?"
Huh? That's not wisdom. That's a cliché, an obvious truth. Any fool will admit that, even if he doesn't live by it.
"It would carry greater weight with your name on it, Senior."
Do as you like. It's just horse sense. But if you think I have gazed upon the naked face of God, think again. I haven't even begun to find out how the universe works, much less what it is for. To figure out the basic questions about this world, it would be necessary to stand outside and look at it, not inside. No, not in 2,000 years, not in 20,000. When a man dies, he may shake loose his local perspective and see the thing as a whole.
"Then you believe in an afterlife?"
Slow up! I don't believe in anything. I know certain things, little things, not the 9 billion names of God, from experience. But I have no beliefs. Belief gets in the way of learning.
"That's what we want, Lazarus, what you have learned, even though you say it's nothing but little things. May I suggest that anyone who has managed to stay alive as long as you have must necessarily have learned many things, or you could not have lived so long? Most humans die violent deaths. The very fact that we live so much longer than our ancestors did makes this inevitable. A traffic accident, murder, wild animals, sports, pilot error, a slippery bit of mud. Eventually something catches up with us. You haven't lived a safe, placid life, quite the contrary, yet you have managed to outwit all hazards for 23 centuries. How? It can't be luck."
Why can't it be? The most unlikely things do happen, Ira. There's nothing so unlikely as a baby. But it's true that I've always watched where I put my feet, and never fought when I could duck out. And when I did have to fight, I always fought dirty. If I had to fight, I wanted him to be dead instead of me. So I tried to arrange it that way. Not luck. Or not much, anyway.
Lazarus blinked thoughtfully.
I've never argued with the weather. Once a mob wanted to lynch me, I didn't try to reason with them. I just put a lot of miles between me and them as fast as I could and never went back there.
That's not in any of your memoirs.
Lots of things not in my memoirs. Here comes Chow.
The door dilated. A dining table for two glided in, positioned itself as the chairs separated for it, and started unfolding to serve. The technicians approached quietly and offered unnecessary personal service. Weatherall said, "Smells good. Do you have any eating rituals?"
Praying or such? No.
Not that sort. Such as, say one of my executives eats with me. I won't let him discuss business at the table. But if you will permit, I would like to continue this conversation.
Certainly, why not? As long as we stick to subjects that don't rile the stomach. Did you ever hear what the priest told the old maid?
Lazarus glanced at the technician at his elbow.
Perhaps not now. I think this shorter one is female, and she just might know some English. You were saying?
I was saying that your memoirs are incomplete. Even if you are determined to go through with dying, won't you consider granting me and your other descendants the rest of your memoirs? Simply talk. Tell us what you've seen and done. Careful analysis might teach us quite a lot. For example, what did happen at that families' meeting of 2012? The minutes don't tell much.
Who cares now, Ira? They're all dead. It would be my version without giving them a chance to answer back. Let sleeping dogs bury their own dead. Besides, I told you my memory was playing tricks. I've used Andy Libby's hypno-encyclopedic techniques, and they're good, and also learned tear storage for memory I didn't need every day, with keying words to let a tear cascade when I did need it, like a computer. I have had my brain washed of useless memories several times in order to clear those file drawers for new data, and still it's no good. Half the time I can't remember where I put the book I was reading the night before, then waste a morning looking for it, before I remember that that book was one I was reading a century ago. Why won't you leave an old man in peace?
All you have to do is tell me to shut up, sir. But I hope you will not. Granted that memory is imperfect, nevertheless you were eyewitness to thousands of things the rest of us are too young to have seen. Oh, I'm not asking you to reel off a formal autobiography covering all your centuries, but you might reminisce about anything you care to talk about. For example, there is no record anywhere of your earliest years. I, and millions of others, would be extremely interested in whatever you remember of your boyhood.
What is there to remember? I spent my boyhood the way every boy does, trying to keep my elders from finding out what I was up to.
Lazarus wiped his mouth and looked thoughtful.
On the whole, I was successful. The few times I was caught and clobbered taught me to be more careful next time, keep my mouth shut more, and not make my lies too complicated. Lying is one of the fine arts, Ira, and it seems to be dying out.
Really? I had not noticed any diminution.
I mean as a fine art. There are still plenty of clumsy liars, approximately as many as there are mouths. Do you know the two most artistic ways to lie?
Perhaps I don't, but I would like to learn. Just two?
So far as I know. It's not enough to be able to lie with a straight face. Anybody with enough gall to raise on a busted flush can do that. The first way to lie artistically is to tell the truth, but not all of it. The second way involves telling the truth too, but is harder. Tell the exact truth and maybe all of it, but tell it so unconvincingly that your listener is sure you are lying. I must have been 12, 13 years old before I got that one down pat. Learned it from my maternal grandpa. I take after him quite a lot. He was a mean old devil, wouldn't go inside a church or see a doctor. Claimed that neither doctors nor preachers know what they pretend to know. At 85, he could crack nuts with his teeth and straight-arm a 70-pound anvil by its horn. I left home about then and never saw him again. But the family's records say that he was killed in the Battle of Britain during the bombing of London, which was some years after.
I know. He's my ancestor, too, of course, and I'm named for him. Ira Johnson. Note 1. Ira Johnson was less than 80 at the time the senior claims, elsewhere, to have left home. Ira Johnson was himself a doctor of medicine. How long he practiced, and whether or not he ever let another doctor of medicine attend him, are not known. J.F. 45th. 2. Ira Howard, Ira Johnson. This appears to be a chance coincidence of given names at a time when biblical names were common. Families' genealogists have been unable to trace any consanguinity. J.F. 45th. End of note.
Why, sure enough, that was his name. I just called him Gramp.
Lazarus, this is exactly the sort of thing I want to get on record. Ira Johnson is not only your grandfather and my remote grandfather, but also his ancestor to many million people here and elsewhere.
Yet, save for the few words you have just told me about him, he has been only a name, a date of birth, and a date of death, nothing more. You've suddenly brought him alive again, a man, a unique human being. Colorful."
Lazarus looked thoughtful.
"I never thought of him as colorful. Matter of fact, he was an unsavory old coot. Not a good influence for a growing boy by the standards of those times. There was something about a young schoolmarm and him in the town my family had lived in, some scandal for those days, I mean, and I think that was why we moved. I never got the straight of it, as the grown-ups wouldn't talk about it in front of me. But I did learn a lot from him. He had more time to talk with me, or took more time, than my parents had. Some of it stuck. 'Always cut the cards, Woody,' he would say. 'You may lose anyhow, but not as often nor as much. And when you do lose, smile.' Things like that."
"Can you remember any more of what he said?"
"Huh? After all these years? Of course not." "Well, maybe. He had me out south of town, teaching me to shoot. I was maybe 10, and he was, I don't know, he always seemed 90 years older than God to me."
Note: Ira Johnson was 70 when Lazarus Long was 10. J.F. 45th. End of note.
"He pinned up a target, put one in the black to show me it could be done, then handed me the rifle. Little .22 single-shot, not good for much but targets and tin cans. 'All right, it's loaded. Do just what I did. Get steady on it, relax, and squeeze.' So I did, and all I heard was a click. It didn't fire. I said so, and started to open the breech. He slapped my hand away, took the rifle from me with his other hand, then clouted me a good one. What did I tell you about hang fires, Woody? Are you aching to walk around with one eye the rest of your life, or merely trying to kill yourself? If the latter, I can show you several better ways." Then he said, "Now watch closely," and he opened the breech. Empty. So I said, "But, Gramp, you told me it was loaded." "Shucks, Ira, I saw him load it." I thought. "So I did, Woody," he agreed, "and I lied to you. I went through the motions and palmed the cartridge. Now, what did I tell you about loaded guns? Think hard and get it right, or I'll be forced to clout you again to shake up your brains and make 'em work better." I thought fast and got it right. Gramp had a heavy hand. "Never take anybody's word about whether a gun is loaded." "Correct," he agreed. "Remember that all your life, and follow it, or you won't live long."
Note: This anecdote is too obscure to be elaborated here. See Howard Encyclopedia, Ancient Weapons, Chemical Explosives, Firearms. End of note.
Ira, I did remember that all my life, plus its application to analogous situations after such firearms went out of style. And it has indeed kept me alive several times. Then he had me load it myself, then said, "Woody, I'll bet you $50. Do you have $50? I had considerably more, but I had bet with him before, so I admitted to only a quarter. "Okay," he said, "make it 2 bits. I never let a man bet on credit. 2 bits says you can't hit the target, much less stay in the black." Then he pocketed my 2 bits and showed me what was wrong with what I had done. By the time he was ready to knock off, I had the basics of how to make a gun do what I wanted it to do, and wanted to bet him again. He laughed at me and told me to be thankful the lesson was so cheap. Pass the salt, please.
Weatherall did so. "Lazarus, if I could find a way to entice you into reminiscing about your grandfather, or about anything, I am certain we could extract from such record endless things you have learned, important things, whether you choose to call them wisdom or not. In the last 10 minutes you have stated half a dozen basic truths, or rules for living, call them what you will, apparently without trying.
Such as?
Oh, for example, that most people learn only by experience.
Correction. Most people won't learn even by experience, Ira. Never underestimate the power of human stupidity.
There's another one. And you made a couple of comments on the fine art of lying. 3, really, as you also mentioned that a lie should never be too complicated. You said also that belief gets in the way of learning, and something about knowing a situation was the essential first step in coping with it.
I didn't say that, although I could have said it.
I generalized something you did say. You said also that you never argued with the weather, which I would generalize to mean don't indulge in wishful thinking, or as face up to the facts and act accordingly. Though I prefer the way you put it, it has more flavor. And always cut the cards. I haven't played card games in many years, but I took that to mean never neglect any available means of maximizing one's chances in a situation controlled by random events.
Gramp would have said, stow the fancy talk, Sonny.
So we'll put it back into his words. Always cut the cards. And smile when you lose. If indeed that is not your own phrasing and simply attributed to him.
Oh, his, all right. Well, I think it is. Damn it, Ira, after a long time it is hard to tell a real memory from a memory of a memory of a memory of a real memory. That's what happens when you think about the past. You edit it and rearrange it, make it more tolerable.
That's another one.
Oh, hush up. Son, I don't want to reminisce about the past. It's a sure sign of old age. Babies and young children live in the present, the now. Mature adults tend to live in the future. Only the senile live in the past. And that was the sign that made me realize that I had lived long enough. When I found I was spending more and more time thinking about the past, less of it thinking about now, and not at all about the future.
The old man sighed.
So I knew I had had it. The way to live a long time, 1,000 years or more, is something between the way a child does it and the way a mature man does it. Give the future enough thought to be ready for it, but don't worry about it. Live each day as if you were to die next sunrise. Then face each sunrise as a fresh creation and live for it joyously. And never think about the past. No regrets. Ever.
Lazarus Long looked sad, then suddenly smiled and repeated,
No regrets. More wine, Ira?
Half a glass, thank you. Lazarus, if you are determined to die soon, your privilege, certainly. What harm could there be in remembering the past now, and getting those memories on record for the benefit of your descendants? It would be a much greater legacy than leaving your wealth to us. Lazarus' eyebrows shot up.
Son, you are beginning to bore me.
Your pardon, sire. May I have permission to leave?
Oh, shut up and sit down. Finish your dinner. You remind me of... Well, there was this man on Novo Brazil who complied with the local custom of serial bigamy, but was always careful to see that one of his wives was as utterly homely as the other was startlingly beautiful, so that... Ira, that dingus you have listening to us. Can it be keyed to pick out particular statements and arrange them as a separate memorandum?
Certainly, sir.
Good. There's no point in telling how Ranch Master... Silva? Yes, I think Silva was his name. Dom Pedro Silva. How he coped with it when he found himself stuck with 2 beautiful wives at once, except to note that when a computer makes a mistake, it is even more stupidly stubborn about correcting it than a man is. But if I thought long and hard, I might be able to dig out those gems of wisdom you think I have. Paste diamonds, that is. Then we wouldn't have to load up the machine with dull stories about Dom Pedro and the like. A keyword?
Wisdom?
Go wash out your mouth with soap.
I will not. You stuck your chin into that one, Senior. Common sense.
Son, that phrase is self-contradictory. Sense is never common. Make the keying word notebook. That's all I have in mind, just a notebook to jot down things I've noticed and which might be important enough to place on record.
Fine. Shall I amend the programming now?
You can do it from here. I don't want you to interrupt your dinner.
It's a very flexible machine, Lazarus. The total complex is the one I use to govern this planet, to the mild extent that I do govern it.
In that case, I feel sure you can hang an auxiliary printout in here, one triggered for the keying word. I might want to revise my sparkling gems of wisdom, meaning that extemporaneous remarks sound better when they aren't extemporaneous. Or why politicians have ghost writers.
Ghost writers? My command of classic English is less than perfect. I don't recognize the idiom.
Ira, don't tell me you write your own speeches.
But, Lazarus, I don't make speeches. Never. I just give orders, and, very seldom, make written reports to the trustees.
Congratulations. You can bet that there are ghost writers on Felicity, or soon will be.
I'll have that printout installed at once, sir. Roman alphabet and 20th century spelling, if you intend to use the language we've been talking.
Unless it would place too much strain on a poor innocent machine. If so, I can read it in phonetics, I think.
It is a very flexible machine, sir. It taught me to speak this language, and earlier to read it.
Good. Do it that way. But tell it not to correct my grammar. Human editors are difficult enough. I won't accept such upstart behavior from a machine.
Yes, sir. If you will excuse me one moment. The chairman pro tem raised his voice slightly and shifted to the new Rome variant of lingua galacta. Then he spoke in the same language to the taller technician. The auxiliary printout was installed before the table served them coffee. After it was switched on, it whirred briefly.
"What's it doing?" asked Lazarus. "Checking its circuits?"
"No, sir. Printing. I tried an experiment. The machine has considerable judgment within the limits of its programs and memoried experience. In adding the extra program, I told it also to go back, review everything you have said to me, and attempt to select all statements that sounded like aphorisms. I'm not sure it can do this, as any definition of aphorism it has in its permanence is certain to be quite abstract. But I have hopes. However, I told it firmly, no editing."
Well, the astounding thing about a waltzing bear is not how gracefully it waltzes, but that it waltzes at all. Not me, some other bloke. I'm quoting. Let's see what it has.
Weatherall gestured. The shorter technician hurried to the machine, pulled a copy for each of them, fetched them back. Lazarus looked his copy over.
Yes. That next one isn't true, just a wisecrack. Must reword the third one a little. Hey, it put a question mark after this one. What an impudent piece of junk! I checked that one out centuries before it was anything but unmined ore. Well, at least it didn't try to revise it. Don't recall saying that, but it's true, and I darn near got killed learning it.
Lazarus looked up from the printout copy.
Okay, son, if you want this stuff on record, I don't mind, as long as I am allowed to check and revise it. For I don't want my words to be taken as gospel unless I have a chance to winnow out the casual nonsense, which I am just as capable of voicing as the next man.
Certainly, sir. Nothing will go into the records without your approval, unless you choose to use that switch, in which case any unedited remarks you have left behind I will have to try and edit myself. That's the best I can do.
Trying to trap me, huh? Ira, Suppose I offer you a Scheherazade deal in reverse.
I don't understand.
Is Scheherazade lost at last? Did Sir Richard Burton live in vain?
Oh, no, sir. I have read The 1,000 Nights and a Night in the Burton original, and her stories have come down through the centuries, changed again and again to make them understandable to new generations, but with, I think, the flavor retained. I simply do not understand what you are proposing.
I see. You told me that talking with me is the most important thing you have to do.
It is.
I wonder. If you mean that, then you will be here every day to keep me company, and chat. For I'm not going to bother babbling to your machine, no matter how smart it is.
Lazarus, I will be not only honored, but much pleased to be allowed to keep you company as long as you will let me.
We'll see. When a man makes a sweeping statement, he often has mental reservations. I mean every day, son, and all day. And you, not a deputy. Show up 2 hours after breakfast, say, and stay till I send you home. But any day you miss, well, if it's so urgent you just have to miss, phone your excuses and send over a pretty girl to visit me. One who speaks classic English but has sense enough to listen instead. As an old fool will often talk to a pretty girl who just bats her lashes at him and looks impressed. If she pleases me, I might let her stay. Or I might be so petulant that I would send her away and use that switch you promised to have reinstalled. But I won't suicide in the presence of a guest. That's rude. Understand me?
I think I do. Ira Weatherall answered slowly. You'll be both Scheherazade and King Shahryar, and I'll be— No, that's not right. I am the one who has to keep it going for 1,000 nights. I mean, days. And if I miss— But I won't. You are free to—
Don't push an analogy too far, Lazarus advised. I'm simply calling your bluff. If my maunderings are as all-fired important to you as you claim, then you'll show up and listen. You can skip once or even twice if the girl is pretty enough and knows how to tickle my vanity, of which I have plenty. Just right. But if you skip too often, I'll know you're bored and the deal is off. I'm betting that your patience will wear out long before any 1,000 days and a day have passed, whereas I do know how to be patient, for year after year if necessary. That's a prime reason I'm still alive. But you're still a youngster. I'm betting I can outsit you.
I accept the bet. This girl, if I must be away some day, would you object if I sent one of my daughters? She's very pretty.
You sound like an Iskandrian slave factor auctioning his mother. Why your daughter? I don't want to marry her, nor even to bed her. I simply want to be amused and flattered. Who told you she was pretty? If she really is your daughter, she probably looks like you.
Come off it, Lazarus. You can't annoy me that easily. I admit to a father's prejudice, but I've seen the effect she has on others. She's quite young, less than 80, and has been contractually married only once. But you specified a pretty girl who speaks your milk language. Scarce. But this one of my daughters shares my talent for languages, and is much excited by your presence here, wants to meet you. I can stall off emergencies long enough for her to become letter-perfect in your language. Lazarus grinned and shrugged.
Suit yourself. Tell her not to bother with a chastity girdle. I don't have the energy. But I'll still win the bet, probably without laying eyes on her. It won't take you long to decide that I am an unbearable old bore, which I am and have been almost as long as the Wandering Jew. A crashing bore if I ever met one. Did I tell you I had met him?
No, and I don't believe you have. He's a myth.
A fat lot you know about it, son. I have met him. He is authentic. Fought the Romans in 70 A.D. when Jerusalem was sacked. Fought in every crusade, incited one of them. Red-headed, of course. All of the natural long-lifers bear the mark of Gilgamesh. When I met him, he was using the name Sandy McDougal, that being a better handle for the time and place for his current trade, which was the long con, with a variant on the badger game.
Note: while this passage bears inner contradictions, the idioms are authentic for North America of the 20th century. They name certain types of financial dishonesty. See swindles under fraud in Krishnamurti's New Golden Bough. Academe Press, New Rome. J.F. 45th. End of note.
The latter involved... Look, Ira, if you don't believe my stories, why are you going to so much trouble to get them on record?
Lazarus, if you think you can bore me to death, correction, to your death, why are you bothering to invent fictions to entertain me? Whatever your reasons, I'll listen as carefully and as long as King Shahyar. As may be, my master computer is recording whatever you choose to say, without editing, I guaranteed that. But it has incorporated into it a most subtle truth analyzer quite capable of earmarking any fictions you include. Not that I care about historicity as long as you will talk, as it is clear to me that you automatically include your evaluations, those gems of wisdom, no matter what you say.
Gems of wisdom. Youngster, use that expression once more and you'll stay after school and clean the blackboards. That computer of yours, better instruct it that my most outlandish tales are the ones most likely to be true, as that is the literal truth. No storyteller has ever been able to dream up anything as fantastically unlikely as what really does happen in this mad universe.
It knows that, but I will caution it again. You were telling me about Sandy McDougal, the Wandering Jew.
Was I? If so, and if he was using that name, that must have been late in the 20th century and in Vancouver, as I recall. Vancouver was a part of the United States where the people were so clever that they never paid taxes to Washington. Sandy should have operated in New York, which was outstanding in stupidity even then. I won't give details of his swindles. It might corrupt your machine. Let it suffice that Sandy used the oldest principle for separating a fool from his money. Pick a sucker who likes the best of it. That's all it takes, Ira. If a man is greedy, you can cheat him every time. Trouble was, Sandy McDougal was even greedier than his marks, and it led him into the folly of excess, and often forced him to leave town while it was dark, sometimes leaving the boodle behind. Ira, when you skin a man, you have to let him recuperate and grow more hide, or he gets nervous. If you respect this simple rule, a real mark can be skinned over and over again, and it just keeps him healthy and productive. But Sandy was too greedy for that. He lacked patience.
Lazarus, you sound as if you had great experience in this art.
Now, Ira, a little respect, please. I have never swindled a man. At most I kept quiet and let him swindle himself. This does no harm, as a fool cannot be protected from his folly. If you attempt to do so, you will not only arouse his animosity, but also you will be attempting to deprive him of whatever benefit he is capable of deriving from experience. Never attempt to teach a pig to sing. It wastes your time and annoys the pig. But I do know a lot about swindles. I think that every major variation of every possible swindle has been tried on me, one time and another. Some of them worked, back when I was very young. Then I took Grandpa Johnson's advice and quit looking for the best of it. Thereafter I could no longer be swindled. But I was not capable of benefiting from Gramps' advice until I was burned a few times.
Ira, it's getting late. The chairman pro tem promptly stood up. So it is, sir. May I ask 2 questions before I leave? Not for your memoirs, procedural questions only.
Make it short and snappy.
You'll have your termination option switched tomorrow morning, but you spoke of not feeling well, and there is no need for that, even if you choose to terminate in the near future. Shall we resume the rejuvenation procedures?
Second question.
I promised to do my best to find something brand new to interest you.
I promised also to spend every day here with you. I see conflict."
Lazarus grinned.
"Don't kid your old grandpa, son. You'll delegate that research."
"Certainly. But I must plan how to start it, then review progress at intervals, and suggest new avenues to explore."
If I consent to the full course, I'll be out of circulation a day or two every now and then."
"I believe current practice calls for 1 day of deep rest approximately each week, varied to suit the client's condition. My own experience is about 100 years back. I understand there have been improvements." "You've decided to take it, sir?"
"I'll tell you tomorrow, after that switch is installed. Ira, I don't make decisions in haste that don't call for haste. But if I consent, you'll have free time to use as you see fit. Good night, Ira."
"Good night, Lazarus. I hope you decide to accept it." Wetherall turned toward the door, stopped halfway there, and spoke to the technicians, who left the room at once. The dining table scurried after them. Once the door had shut down, Wetherall turned and faced Lazarus Long. "Grandfather," he said softly, his voice somewhat choked. May I?" Lazarus had let his chair sink back into a reclining couch that held him hammock-like as tenderly as a mother's arms. At the younger man's words he raised his head.
"Huh? What? Oh, all right. Come here, grandson."
He reached out one arm to Wetherall. The chairman pro tem hurried to him, took Lazarus's hand, dropped to his knees, and kissed it.
Lazarus snatched his hand back. "For Pete's sake, don't kneel to me. Don't ever do that. If you want to be my grandson, treat me as such, not that way."
"Yes, grandfather." Wetherall got to his feet, leaned over the old man, and kissed his mouth. Lazarus patted his cheek.
"You're a sentimentalist, grandson, but a good boy. Trouble is, there never has been much demand for good boys. Now, get that solemn expression off your face and go home and get a good night's rest."
"Yes, grandfather, I will. Good night."
"Good night. Now beat it."
Wetherall left quickly. The technicians jumped aside as he came out, then went back into the suite. Wetherall continued on, ignoring people around him, but with a softer, gentler expression on his face than was his wont. He went past a bank of transports to the director's private transport. It opened to his voice, then conveyed him quickly into the bowels of the city and directly to the executive palace. Lazarus looked up as his attendants came back in. He motioned the taller one to him. The technician's voice, filtered and distorted by the helmet, said carefully, "Bed, sir?"
"No, I want—"
Lazarus paused, then spoke to the air.
"Computer, can you speak? If not, print it out."
"I hear you, Signor," a mellifluous contralto voice answered.
"Tell this nurse that I want whatever they are allowed to give me for pain. I have work to do."
"Yes, Signor." The disembodied voice shifted to lingua galacta, was answered in kind, then went on, "Master Chief Technician on duty wishes to know the nature and location of your pain and adds that you should not work tonight." Lazarus kept silent while he counted tin chimpanzees in his mind. Then he said softly,
"Damn it, I hurt everywhere, and I don't want advice from a child. I have loose ends to tidy up before I sleep, because one never knows that one will wake up again. Forget the painkiller, it ain't all that important. Tell him to get out and stay out."
Lazarus tried to ignore the ensuing exchange, as it annoyed him that he almost not quite understood it. He opened the envelope Ira Wetherall had returned to him, then opened out his will, a long bellows fold of computer printout, and started reading it while whistling off-key. "Senior, Master Chief Technician on duty states that you have given a null order, which is a true statement by the clinic's regulations. A general analgesic is forthcoming."
"Forget it.
Lazarus went on reading and shifted to singing softly the tune he had been whistling. There's a pawn shop on the corner where I usually keep my overcoat. There's a bookie behind the pawn shop who handles my investments. Note: this doggerel is attributed to the 20th century. See Appendix for semantic analysis. J.F. 45th. End of note. The taller technician appeared at his elbow, carrying a shiny disc with attached tubing. Fort, Payne. Lazarus made a brush-off gesture with his free hand. Go away, I'm busy. The shorter technician appeared on his other side. Lazarus looked that way and said, What do you want? As he turned his head, the taller technician moved quickly. Lazarus felt a sting in his forearm. He rubbed the spot and said, Why, you rapscallion, foxed me, didn't you? All right, beat it. Rouse, scat. He dismissed the incident from his mind and returned to work. A moment later he said, Computer. Awaiting your orders, Senior. Record this for printout. I, Lazarus Long, sometimes known as the Senior, and listed in the Howard family's genealogies as Woodrow Wilson Smith, born 1912, do declare this to be my last will and testament. Computer, go back through my talk with Ira and dig out what I said I wanted to do to help him lead a migration. Got it? Retrieved, Senior. Fix up the language and tack it on to my opening statement, and, let me see, add something like this. In the event Ira Wetherall fails to qualify for inheritance, then all my worldly wealth of which I die possessed shall go to found a home for indigent and superannuated pickpockets, prostitutes, panhandlers, piemen, priggers, and other unworthy poor, starting with P. Got it? Recorded, Senior. Please be advised that this alternative has a high probability of being nullified if tested by the current rules of this planet. Lazarus expressed a rhetorical and physiologically improbable wish. All right, set it up for stray cats or some other useless but legally acceptable purpose. Search your permanence for such a purpose that will get by the courts. Just be certain that the trustees can't get their hands on it. Understand? There is no way to be certain of that, Senior, but it will be attempted. Look for a loophole. Print that out as fast as you can, research it, and put it together. Now, stand by for a memorandum of my assets. Begin. Lazarus started to read the list, found that his eyes were blurring and would not focus. Damnation, those dummies slipped me a Mickey, and it's taking hold. Blood. I must have a drop of my own blood to thumbprint it. Tell those dummies to help me, and tell them why, and warn them that I will bite my tongue to get it if they won't help me. Now print out my will with any feasible alternative, but hurry! Print out starting, the computer answered quietly, then shifted to Galacta. The dummies did not argue with the computer. They moved fast, one snatching the new sheet out of the auxiliary printout the instant it stopped whirring, the other producing a sterile point out of nowhere and stabbing the ball of Lazarus' left little finger after giving Lazarus a split second to see what was being done. Lazarus did not wait for blood to be taken by pipette. He squeezed the stabbed finger for a drop, rubbed his right thumb in it, then print-signed his will while the shorter technician held it for him. Then he sank back. "It's done," he whispered. "Tell Ira." He was heavily asleep at once. Counterpoint I. The chair gently transferred Lazarus to his bed while the technicians silently supervised. Then the shorter watched the readouts on respiration, heart action, brain rhythms, and other physicals, while the taller placed the documents, old will and new, in an impervelope, sealed it, chopped and thumb-printed the seal, marked it "Surrender only to the Senior and or Mr. Chairman Pro Tem," then retained it until their reliefs arrived. The relief chief technician listened to the record of the watch, glanced over the physicals, studied the sleeping client. "Timed," he stated. "Neolithic, 34 hours. He whistled. "Another crisis? Less severe than the last?"
Pseudo-pain with irrational irascibility. Physicals within limits for this stage. What's in the cedar? Just sign for it and include delivery instructions in your receipt. Pardon me for using up oxygen. Your receipt, please. The relief wrote out a receipt, chopped and thumbed it, swapped it for the impervilope. I relieve you, he said brusquely. Thank you. The shorter technician was waiting at the door. The master chief technician paused to say, You needn't have waited. It sometimes takes me 3 times this long to turn over the watch. You are free to leave as soon as the relief junior watch officer arrives. Yes, Master Chief Technician, but this is a very special client, and I thought you might need me with Mr. Snoopy-Nose. I can cope with him. Yes, a very special client indeed. And it speaks well for you that the Skills Board assigned you to me when your predecessor opted out. Thank you. Don't thank me, Associate Technician. The voice, although distorted by helmet and relay and filter, sounded gentle even though the words were not. That was not a compliment, but a statement of fact. If you had not done well on your first watch, there would be no second watch. As you say, a very special client. You did well. Aside from nervousness a client can feel even though he can't see your face. But you'll get over that. I hope so. I was very nervous. I would rather have an assistant keyed up tight than one who knows it all and is sloppy. But you should be home now and resting. Come along, I'll drop you off. Where do you robe? The intermediate lounge? I go past it. Oh, don't bother about me. But I'll ride with you, if I may, then take the car back. Relax. Once off duty, there are no ranks among us who follow the vocation. Didn't they teach you that? They moved past the queue at the public transports, on past the director's own, stopped at the smaller bank for executives. Yes, but I've never been assigned to anyone of your rank before. That got a chuckle. All the more reason to follow that rule with me, because the higher one is, the more one needs to forget it off duty. Here's an empty car. In you go and sit down. The shorter one went in, but did not sit down until the Master Chief Technician was seated. The boss rejuvenator ignored it, set the controls, sprawled out, and sighed as the car started to move. I feel the strain myself. Coming off watch, I feel as old as he is. I know. I'm wondering if I can take it. Chief, why won't they let him terminate? He seems so tired. The answer was slow and not responsive. Don't call me Chief. We're off duty. But I don't know your name. Nor do you need to know it. The situation is not quite as it appears to be. He has suicided 4 times already. What? Oh, he doesn't remember it. If you think his memory is bad now, you should have seen him 3 months ago. Actually, it speeds up our work every time he does it. His switch, when he had it, was gimmicked. It simply made him unconscious. Then we would go ahead with whatever stage was next, while hypnoing more of his memory tapes into him. But we had to stop that, and remove the switch. A few days ago, he remembered who he is. But that's not by the canons. Death is every man's privilege. The Master Chief Technician touched the emergency control. The car continued on, found a parking pocket, and stopped. I did not say that it was covered by the canons. But watch officers do not set policy. When I was accepted, I took the oath, and part of it was to give life freely to those who wish it, and never refuse death to those who yearn for it. Don't you think I took the same oath? The director is so angry that she has gone on leave. She may resign. I wouldn't venture to guess, but the chairman pro tem is not of our vocation. He is not bound by our oath, and the motto up over the entrance means nothing to him. His motto is, or seems to be, every rule has exceptions. Look, I knew I would have to have this talk with you, and I'm pleased that you've given me an opportunity before our next watch. Now, I must ask you, do you wish to opt out? It won't affect your record, I'll see to that. Don't worry about a relief. The senior will still be asleep when I next go on watch, and any assistant will do for that watch, which leaves time for the Skills Board to select your replacement. I want to attend him. It's a great privilege, one I never dreamed would come my way. But I'm torn.
I don't think he's being treated fairly. And who is more entitled to fair treatment in this than the senior?
I'm torn by it, too. I was shocked silly the first time I realized that I was being ordered to keep alive a man who had terminated voluntarily, or who had been allowed to think that he was terminating, rather. But, my dear colleague, the choice is not up to us. This job will be done no matter what we think. Once I realized that, well, I am not lacking in professional confidence. Call it conceit. I think I am the best qualified senior watch officer on the list. I decided that if the family's senior was going to have this done to him, I would not opt out and let it be done by colleagues less skilled than I am. Bonuses had nothing to do with it. I've assigned my bonuses to the Sanctuary for Defectives.
I could do that, couldn't I?
Yes, but you would be a fool to do so. I draw far more than you do. But I must add this. I hope your body tolerates stimulants easily, because I supervise every major procedure and expect my assistant to help, whether it falls during our regular watch or not.
I don't need stimulants. I use auto-hypnosis. When needed. Seldom. He'll be asleep our next watch.
Colleague, I want your answer now, so that I can notify the skills board if necessary.
I'll stick. I'll stick as long as you do.
Good. I thought you would. The Master Chief Technician again reached for the controls. Intermediate lounge now?
Just a moment. I would like to know you better.
Colleague, if you stick, you'll know me far too well. I have a sharp tongue.
I meant socially, not professionally.
Well.
You are offended? I've come to admire you without ever having seen you. Now I would like to see you. I'm not trying to curry favor.
I believe you. Grant me the respect of believing that I studied your psych scores before I accepted the board's choice. No, I'm not offended. I'm flattered. Dinner together sometime, perhaps?
Certainly, but I had more in mind. What would you say to 7 hours of ecstasy?
There was a short pause, which felt long. The Master Chief Technician said, Colleague, what sex are you?
Does it matter?
I suppose not. I accept. Now?
If it suits you.
It does. I was simply going to my compartment, read a while, and sleep. Shall we go there?
I was thinking of taking you to Elysium.
No need to. Ecstasy is in the heart. But, thank you.
I can afford it. I'm not dependent on my salary. I can easily afford the best Elysium has to offer.
Perhaps another time, dear colleague. But a residence compartment here in the clinic is quite comfortable, and at least an hour closer, not counting the time we would waste getting out of isolation armor and dressed to face the public. We'll go straight to my place. I find I'm eager. Goodness, I haven't chanced this sort of lark in far too long. 4 minutes later, the Master Chief Technician let them into the compartment. Large as promised, and handsome and airy. A happy suite. A simulacrum fire blazed merrily in a corner fireplace and cast dancing lights around the lounging room. You'll find a guest's dressing room through that door. Fresher beyond it. The chute for disposables is on the left. Racks for helmets and isolation gear on the right. Need help?
No, thank you. I'm quite limber.
Well, shout if you need anything. Meet me here in front of the fire in 10 minutes, say?
Suits.
The associate tech came out in only a little over 10 minutes, free at last of isolation armor and looking even shorter in bare feet and without helmet. The Master Chief Tech looked up from the hearthrug. Oh, there you are. You're male. I'm surprised, but pleased.
And you're female. And I am very pleased. But I don't believe for an instant that you are surprised.
You've seen my records. No, dear, she denied. Not your personal dossier, just the brief the board supplies to a prospective supervisor. And they are meticulously careful to keep name and sex and other irrelevancies out of it. Their computer program sees to that. I did not know, and my guess was wrong.
I didn't try to guess. But I certainly am pleased. I don't know why I have this special liking for tall women, but I do. Stand up and let me look at you.
She squirmed lazily. What an irrational criterion. All women are the same height, lying down. So come lie down here. It's very comfortable. Woman, when I say stand up, I expect action. She giggled. You're an atavism. But pretty. She made a long arm, got him by an ankle, snatched him off balance. He went down. That's better. Now we're the same height. Counterpoint II. She said, Would you like a middle-of-the-night lunch? Sleepy head. He said, I did doze off, didn't I? I had reason. Yes, I would. What am I being offered? Name it, just name it. If I don't have it, I'll send for it. I'm feeling very mellow toward you, dear. All right, how about 10 tall 16-year-old red-headed virgins? Girls, I mean. Yes, darling, nothing is too good for my Galahad, although if you insist on certified virgins it may take longer. Why this fetish, dear man? Your psych profiles didn't hint at any exotic abnormality? Cancel that order and make it 1 dish of mango ice cream. Yes, sir, I'll send for it at once. Or you can have fresh peach ice cream instantly. Tease. I haven't been bothered by that sort of teasing since I was 16 myself. A long time ago. I'll settle for peach. A very long time ago. Right away, dearest man. Will you eat it with a spoon, or shall I plaster it on your face? Nor by that sort of teasing. I've had one rejuvenation just as you have had, and I keep my cosmetic age younger than yours. A man needs to look mature, and a woman prefers to look young. We always have. But I know not only your rejuvenated age, but your calendar age, Galahad. And my calendar age is less than yours. Want to know how I know, dear? I recognized you the instant I saw you. I helped rejuvenate you, darling. And I'm most pleased that I did. The devil you say? But I am pleased, dear man. Such a nice bonus, and so unexpected. One so seldom sees a client again. Galahad, do you realize that we did not use any of the routine to ensure an ecstatic holiday together? Yet I haven't missed it. I feel younger and happier than I have in years. Still do. Me too, except that I don't see any peach ice cream. Pig. Beast. Brute. I'm bigger than you are. I'll trip you and fall on you. How many scoops, dear? Oh, just pile it in until your arm gets tired. I need to restore my strength. He followed her into the pantry, served them both with heaping dishes of ice cream. Just a precaution, he said, so I won't get it plastered in my face. Oh, tut, now, you don't really think I would do that to my Galahad. You're a very erratic female, Ishtar. I have bruises to prove it. Nonsense, I was gentle. You don't know your own strength, and you are bigger than I am, as you noted. Instead of Ishtar, I should have named you for that, what was her name, Queen of the Amazons in old home mythology? Hippolyta, dear. But I can't qualify as an Amazon for reasons you were flattering about, in an infantile way. Complaints, huh? Over in surgery, they could correct your disqualification in 10 minutes and never leave a scar. Never mind, Ishtar fits you better. But there is something unfair about this. How, dear? Let's take this in and eat in front of the fire. Suits. Like this, Ishtar. You tell me I was your client and that you recall both my ages, so by masterly logic I deduce that you know my registered name and family. And you may even remember some of my genealogy, since you must have studied it for my rejuvenation. But by the customs of 7 hours, I am precluded from even trying to learn your registered name. I have to tag you in my mind as that tall, blonde Master Chief Technician who, I still have enough ice cream to plaster you, permitted me to call her Ishtar for the happiest 7 hours of my life, which are almost over, and I don't know that you will let me take you to Elysium some day. Galahad, you are the most exasperating sweetheart I've ever had.
Of course you can take me to Elysium, and you don't have to go home at the end of 7 hours. And my registered name is Ishtar. But if you ever mention my rank other than when necessary, on duty, you'll have real bruises to remember me by. Big ones. Bully, I'm scared. I do think I should leave on time, so that you can get your quota of sleep before we're due back on watch. But what's this about your name really being Ishtar? Did I roll 5 aces when we named each other? Yes and no. Is that an answer? I had one of the standard family names of my lineage, and never liked it. But I was delighted and flattered by the pillow name you gave me. So while you were napping, I called archives and changed my name. I'm Ishtar now. He stared at her. Is that true? Don't look frightened, dear. I won't trap you. I won't even bruise you. I'm not domestic, not at all. You would be shocked if you knew how long it has been since a man was last in this compartment. You are free to leave whenever you wish. You committed yourself to me for only 7 hours, but you need not leave. You and I are skipping tomorrow's watch. We are? Why, Ishtar? I made another call and bucked a supernumerary team into that watch. Should have done so sooner, but you had me bemused, dear. The senior won't need us tomorrow. He's in deep sleep and won't know that he has missed a day. But I want to be there when he wakes, so I rearranged the watch list for the following day, too, and we may stay on watch all day. Depends on the shape he's in. That is, I may. I don't insist that you do a double or triple watch. I can take it if you can. Ishtar, that professional rank you forbade me to mention, you're actually even higher rank than that, aren't you? If I am not affirming it. I forbid you even to speculate about it, if you wish to stay assigned to this client. Whew! You do have a sharp tongue. Did I deserve that? Dear Galahad, I'm sorry. When you are on watch, dear, I want you to think only about our client, not about me. Off watch I am Ishtar, and don't wish to be anything else. This is the most important case we will ever be on. It may go on a long time and be very tiring, so let's not be edgy with each other. I was trying to say that you, both of us, now have more than 30 hours before we must be back on duty. You are welcome here as many of those hours as you wish, or leave as soon as you wish, and I will smile and not complain. I don't want to leave. I said so. As long as I don't keep you from your sleep. You won't. And allow an hour to pick up a fresh pack of disposables, robe in, and go through decontam. I wish I had fetched a pack, but I hadn't planned on this. Oh, we'll make that an hour and a half. My phone had a message waiting in it. The senior does not like the way we look in isolation gear. He wants to be able to see anyone around him. So we must plan time to go through body decontam instead, then attend him in ordinary clothes. Ishtar, is this wise? We might sneeze on him. Do you think I set this policy? Dear, this message was straight from the palace. Besides that, females are specifically ordered to look as pretty and be as attractively dressed as possible. So I must think about what I can wear that can go through sterilization. Nudity is not acceptable. That was specified, too. But don't worry about sneezing. Have you never taken full-body decontamination? When that crew gets through with you, you can't sneeze, no matter how much you need to. But don't tell the senior that you've had decontam. The assumption is that we simply walk in off the street. No special precautions. How can I tell him when I don't speak his language? Does he have some fetish against nudity? I don't know. I am just conveying the order, one that went out to everyone on the watch list. He looked thoughtful. It's probably not a fetish. All fetishes are contra-survival. That's elementary. You told me that the principal problem was to break him out of his apathy. You were pleased that he was bad-tempered, even though you said it was a hyperreaction?
Certainly I was pleased. It showed that he was responding,
Galahad. Never mind that now. I don't have a thing to wear. You'll have to help me. I'm talking about what you should wear. I think it was the Chairman Pro Tem's idea, not the Senior's.
Dear man, I don't try to read his mind. I just carry out his orders.
I don't have any taste in clothes, never did have. Do you think a lab assistant's coverall would be suitable? It will take sterilization and never show it. And I look quite neat in one. I am trying to read the mind of the Chairman Pro Tem, Ishtar. Guess his intentions, at least. No, I don't think a lab uniform would do. You would not look as if you had simply walked in off the street. If we stipulate that a fetish syndrome is not involved, then the only advantage of clothing over nudity in this situation is to lend variety, contrast, change. Help shake him loose from that apathy.
She stared at him with thoughtful interest. Galahad, up to now, based on my own experience, I've always thought that a man's only interest in a woman's clothes was to get them off her. I may have to put you in for promotion.
I'm not ready to be promoted. I've been in the vocation less than 10 years, as I'm sure you know. Let's take a look at your wardrobe.
What are you going to wear, dear?
Doesn't matter what I wear. The Senior is male, and all the stories and myths about him indicate that he has remained canalized by the primitive culture he was born in. Not sensually polymorphous.
How can you be sure? Myths, dear.
Ishtar, all myths tell the truth if you know how to read them. I'm guessing, but it is a reasoned guess, as this is something I used to be somewhat expert in. Until I was rejuvenated, until you rejuvenated me. Then I went into something more active.
What, dear?
Some other time. I was simply saying that I don't think it matters what I wear. A chiton, shorts and singlet, kilt, even the underwear I had on under isolation gear. Oh, I'll wear lively colors and something different each watch, but he won't look at me. He'll look at you. So let's pick out something he would like to see you in.
How will you know, Galahad?
Very simple. I'll choose something I would like to see a long-legged, beautiful blonde wear.
He was surprised to see how little Ishtar had in her wardrobe. In all his varied experience with women, she was the only one he could remember who seemed to lack the vanity needed to buy unnecessary clothes. As he searched, mind preoccupied, he hummed and then sang a snatch of doggerel. Ishtar said, "You speak his milk language."
Huh? What? Whose? The Senior's? I certainly don't. But I must learn it, I suppose.
But you were singing in it, a little song he always sings when he's busy with something.
You mean this? There's a pool, y'all, by the pawn shop? I have a phonographic ear, that's all. I don't understand the words. What do they mean?
I'm not sure they mean anything. Most of them are not in the vocabulary I've learned so far. I suspect that it is just amphigoric rhythm, a self-tranquilizer, semantically null.
On the other hand, it might be a key to understanding him. Have you tried asking a computer?
Galahad, I haven't been given access to the computer that records what goes on in his suite, but I doubt if anyone can understand him in depth. He's a primitive, dear, a living fossil.
I would certainly like to try to understand him. This language he uses, is it difficult?
Very. Irrational, complicated syntax, and so loaded with idioms and multi-values that I trip even on words I think I know. I wish I had your recording ear.
The Chairman Pro Tem seemed to have no difficulty.
I think he has a special talent for languages. But if you want to try, dear, I have the instructional programs here.
Accepted. What is this, a party dress?
That
That's not clothing. I bought it as a throw-cover for a couch, then got it home and saw that it did not fit my lounging room. It's a dress. Stand there and hold still. Don't tickle. Variations on a theme. 1. Affairs of State. Despite what I told the senior, my ancestor grandfather Lazarus, I work hard in governing Secundus, but only in thinking about policy and in judging the work of others. I don't do donkey work. I leave that to professional administrators. Even so, the problems of a planet with more than 1 billion people can keep a man busy, especially if his intention is to govern as little as possible, as that means he must keep a sharp eye out and his ear tuned for signs that subordinates are doing unnecessary governing. Half my time is used in the negative work of plucking such officious officials and ordering that they never again serve in any public capacity. Then I usually abolish their jobs, and all jobs subordinate to them. I have never noticed any harm from such pruning, save that parasites whose jobs are eliminated must find some other way to avoid starvation. They are welcome to starve, better if they do, but they don't. The important thing is to spot these malignant growths and remove them while they are small. The more skill a chairman pro tem acquires in this, the more emerging ones he finds, which keeps him busier than ever. Anyone can see a forest fire. Skill lies in sniffing the first smoke. This leaves me too little time for my prime work, thinking about policy. The purpose of my government is never to do good, but simply to refrain from doing evil. This sounds simple, but is not. For example, although prevention of armed revolution is obviously part of my main duty, that is, to keep order, I began to have doubts about the wisdom of transporting potential revolutionary leaders years before Grandfather Lazarus called my attention to it. But the symptom that roused my worry was so null that it took 10 years for me to notice it. During those 10 years, there was not one attempt to assassinate me. By the time Lazarus Long returned to Secundus for the purpose of dying, this disturbing symptom had continued 20 years. This was ominous, and I realized it. A population of 1 billion plus, so contented, so uniform, so smug that not one determined assassin shows up in a double decade, is seriously ill, no matter how healthy it looks. In the 10 years that elapsed after I noticed this lack, I worried about it every hour I could spare, and found myself asking myself over and over again, what would Lazarus Long do? I knew in broad outline what he had done, and that was why I decided to migrate, either lead my people off-planet, or go alone if none would follow. In rereading this, it sounds as if I have sought to be assassinated in some mystic "the king must die" sense. Not at all. I am surrounded at all times by powerful and subtle safeguards, the nature of which I will not divulge. But there is no harm in mentioning 3 negative precautions. My facial appearance is not known to the public. I almost never appear in public anyhow, and when I do, it is never announced. The job of ruler is dangerous, or should be, but I don't intend to die from it. The disturbing symptom was not that I am alive, but that there are no dead assassins. No one seems to hate me enough to try. Frightening. Where have I failed them? When the Howard Clinic notified me that the senior was awake, with a reminder that only 1 night had passed for him, I was not only awake, but had completed necessary work and bucked the rest. I went at once to the clinic. After they decontaminated me, I found him dawdling over coffee, having just finished breakfast. He glanced up and grinned. "Hey, Ira!" "Good morning, grandfather." I went to him ready to offer a respectful salutation, such as he had permitted when I bade him good night the night before, but watching for signs that say yes or no before the mouth speaks. Even among the families there is wide variety in such customs, and Lazarus is, as always, a law unto himself. so I closed the last of the gap with great deliberation. He answered me by drawing back so slightly that it would have been unnoticeable had I not been alert for it. He added a gentle warning, "Strangers present, son." I stopped at once. "At least I think they are strangers," he added. "I've been trying to get acquainted, but all we share is some pigeon speech plus a lot of hand-waving. But it's nice to have people around instead of those zombies. We get along. Hey, dear, come here. That's a good girl." He motioned to one of his rejuvenation technicians. 2 on watch, as usual, and this morning one was female, one was male. I was pleased to see that my order that females should dress attractively had been carried out. This woman was a blonde, graceful, and not unattractive if one likes tallness in a female. I don't dislike it, but there is something to be said for one small enough to fit on one's lap. Not that I've had much time for that lately. She glided forward and waited, smiling. She was dressed in a something. Women's styles don't stay the same long enough for me to keep track, and this was a period when every woman in New Rome seemed to be trying to dress differently from every other woman. Whatever it was an iridescent blue that set off her eyes and fitted her closely where it covered her at all. The effect was pleasing. "Ira, this is Ishtar. Did I get your name right that time, dear?"
"Yes, Senior."
"And that young man over there is, believe it or not, Galahad. Know any legends of Earth, Ira? If he knew its idiomatic meaning, he would change it. The perfect knight who never got any. But I've been trying to remember why Ishtar's face is so familiar. Dear, was I ever married to you? Ask her for me, Ira. She may not have understood."
"No, Senior. Not never. Is certain."
"She understood you," I said.
"Well, it could have been her grandmother. A lively wench, Ira. Tried to kill me, so I left her."
The chief master technician spoke briefly in Galactic. I said, "Lazarus, she says that, while she has never had the honor of being married to you, contractually or informally, she is quite willing if you are."
"Well, a saucy one. It must have been her grandmother. 800–900 years back, more or less. I lose track of half-centuries. And on this planet. Ask her if, Ariel Barstow is her grandmother."
The technician looked very pleased and broke into rapid Galacta. I listened and said, "She says that Ariel Barstow is her great-great-great-grandmother, and she is joyed to hear you acknowledge the connection, as that is the lineage by which she is descended from you, and that she would be supremely honored, both for herself and on behalf of her siblings and cousins, if you would converge the lineage again, with or without contract. After your rejuvenation is completed," she adds, "she's not trying to rush you. How about it, Lazarus? If she has used up her reproduction quota, I would be happy to grant her an exception so that she would not have to migrate."
"The hell she ain't trying to rush me, and so are you. But she put it politely, so let's give it a polite answer. Tell her that I'm honored and her name goes into the hat, but don't tell her I'm shipping out on Thursday. Don't call us, we'll call you, in other words. But make her happy about it. She's a nice kid."
I revised the message diplomatically. Ishtar beamed, curtsied, and backed away. Lazarus said,
"Drag up a rock, son, and sit a while."
He lowered his voice and added, "Between ourselves, Ira, I'm pretty sure Ariel slipped one in on me. But with another of my descendants, so this kid is descended from me anyhow, though maybe not as directly. Not that it matters. What are you doing up so early? I said you could have 2 hours after breakfast to yourself." "I'm an early riser, Lazarus. Is it true that you have decided on the full course? She seems to think so." Lazarus looked pained.
"It's probably the simplest answer. But how do I know I'll get my own balls back?"
"Gonads from your clone are your own, Lazarus. That's basic to the theory."
"Well, we'll see. Early rising is a vice, Ira. It'll stunt your growth and shorten your days. Speaking of such—"
Lazarus glanced up at the wall.
"Thanks for having that switch reinstalled. I don't feel tempted by it this fine morning. But a man does like to have a choice. Galahad, coffee for the chairman and fetch me that plastic envelope."
Grandfather Lazarus supplemented his order with gestures, but I think the tech understood his words, or was somewhat telepathic. Rejuvenators are quite empathic. Need to be. The man moved at once to comply. He handed Lazarus an impervelope and poured coffee for me, which I did not want, but will drink anything protocol requires. Lazarus went on.
"Here's my new will, Ira. Read it and file it somewhere and tell your computer. I've already approved the way she worded it and read it back to her and told her to place it in her permanence with a bind on it. It'd take a Philadelphia lawyer to diddle you out of your inheritance now, though no doubt one could."
He waved the mail tech aside.
"No more coffee, lad, thanks. Go sit down. You go sit too, dear. Ishtar. Ira, what are these young people? Nurses, orderlies, servants? Or what? They hover over me like a hen with one chick. I've never cared for more service than I need. Just sociability. Human company."
I could not answer without inquiring. Not only is it unnecessary for me to know how the rejuvenation clinic is organized, but also it is private enterprise, not under the trustees, and my intervention in the case of the senior was much resented by its director. So I interfered as little as possible, as long as my orders were carried out. I spoke to the female tech in Galacta. "What is your professional designation, ma'am? The senior wants to know. He says that you have been behaving like a servant." She answered quietly. "It is our pleasure to serve him in any way we can, sir." Then hesitated and went on. "I am Administrator Master Chief Rejuvenation Technician Ishtar Hardy, Deputy Director for Rejuvenation Procedures, and my Assistant Watch Officer is Associate Technician Galahad Jones." Having been rejuvenated twice and used to the idea all my life, it does not surprise me when cosmetic age does not match calendar age. But I admit to surprise at learning that this young woman was not just a technician, but boss of her department, probably number 3 in the entire clinic, or possibly number 2, while the director was away sulking in her tent, damn her duty-struck stiff neck. Or even director pro tem with her deputy, or some department head bucked into minding the store. "So," I answered, "may I ask your calendar age, Madam Administrator?" "Mr. Chairman pro tem may ask anything. I am only 147 years old, but I am qualified. This has been my only career since first maturity." "I did not imply doubt of your qualifications, madam, but I am astonished to see you standing a watch rather than sitting at a desk, although I confess I don't know how the clinic is organized." She smiled slightly. "Sir, I could express a similar feeling at your own personal interest in this case, were it not that I think I understand it. I am here because I choose not to delegate the responsibility. He is the senior. I have screened all watch officers assigned to him, the best we have to offer." "I should have known it. We understand each other," I added. "I am pleased. But may I make a suggestion? Our senior is independent by temperament and highly individualistic. He wants a minimum of personal service, only that which he must have." "Have we been annoying him, sir? Too solicitous? I can watch and listen from outside the door and still be here instantly if he wants something." "Possibly too solicitous, but stay in sight. He does want human companionship."
"What's all this yak-yak?"
demanded Lazarus. "I had to ask questions, grandfather, as I don't know the organization of the clinic. Ishtar is not a servant. She is a rejuvenator, and a highly skilled one, and so is her assistant. But they are happy to supply any service you want."
"I don't need flunkies. I'm feeling pretty good today. If I want anything, I'll shout. They don't need to hang over me hand and foot."
Then he grinned.
But she's a cute little trick, in the large economy size. It's a pleasure to have her around. Moves like a cat. No bones, just flows. She does indeed remind me of Ariel. Did I tell you why Ariel tried to kill me?
No. I would like to hear, if you want to tell me.
Ask me when Ishtar isn't around. I think she knows more English than she lets on. But I did promise to talk if you showed up to listen. What would you like to hear?
Anything, Lazarus. Scheherazade picked her own subjects.
So she did. But I don't have one on tap.
Well, you said as I came in that early rising is a vice. Did you mean that seriously?
Maybe. Gramp Johnson claimed it was. He used to tell a story about a man who was condemned to be shot at sunrise, but overslept and missed it. His sentence was commuted that day, and he lived another 40-50 years. Said it proved his point.
Do you think that's a true story?
As true as any of Scheherazade's. I took it to mean sleep whenever you can. You may have to stay awake a long time. Early rising may not be a vice, Ira, but it is certainly no virtue. The old saw about the early bird just goes to show that the worm should have stayed in bed. I can't stand people who are smug about how early they get up.
I didn't mean to sound smug, Grandfather. I get up early from long habit, the habit of work. But I don't say it's a virtue.
Which, work or early rising? Neither is a virtue. But getting up early does not get more work done, any more than you can make a piece of string longer by cutting off one end and tying it onto the other. You get less work done if you persist in getting up yawning and still tired. You aren't sharp and make mistakes and have to do it over. That sort of busy is wasteful, as well as unpleasant, and annoying to those who would sleep late if their neighbors weren't so noisily active at some ungodly cow-milking hour. Ira, progress doesn't come from early risers. Progress is made by lazy men looking for easier ways to do things.
You make me feel that I've wasted 4 centuries.
Perhaps you have, son, if you've spent it getting up early and working hard. But it's not too late to change your ways. Don't fret about it. I've wasted most of my long life, though perhaps more pleasantly. Would you like to hear a story about a man who made laziness a fine art? His life exemplified the principle of least effort. A true story.
Certainly, but I don't insist on its being true.
Oh, I won't let truth hamper me, Ira. I'm a solipsist at heart. Here, then, O mighty king.
Variations on a Theme, 2. The Tale of the Man Who Was Too Lazy to Fail.
He was a schoolmate of mine in a school for training naval officers. Not Space Navy. This was before the human race had even reached Earth's one satellite. This was wet Navy, ships that floated in water and attempted to sink each other, often with regrettable success. I got mixed up in this through being too young to realize emotionally that if my ship sank, I probably would sink too. But this is not my story, but David Lamb's.
Note: there is no record that the senior ever attended a school for militaro-naval officers or any military school. On the other hand, there is no proof that he did not. This story may be autobiographical to whatever extent it is true. David Lamb may be one more of the many names used by Woodrow Wilson Smith. The details are consistent with Old Holmes history so far as we know it. The senior's first century coincides with that century of continuous war which preceded the Great Collapse, a century of much scientific progress paralleled by retrogression in social matters. Waterborne and airborne ships were used for fighting throughout the century. See Appendix for idioms and technicalities. J.F. 45th. End of note.
To explain David, I must go back to his childhood. He was a hillbilly, which means he came from an area uncivilized even by the loose standards of those days. And Dave came from so far back in the hills that the hoot owls trod the chickens. His education was in a one-room country school and ended at 13. He enjoyed it, for every hour in school was an hour sitting down doing nothing harder than reading. Before and after school he had to do chores on his family's farm, which he hated, as they were what was known as honest work, meaning hard, dirty, inefficient, and ill-paid, and also involved getting up early, which he hated even worse. Graduation was a grim day for him. It meant that he now did honest work all day long instead of spending a restful 6 or 7 hours in school. One hot day he spent 15 hours plowing behind a mule, and the longer he stared at the south end of that mule, breathing dust it kicked up and wiping the sweat of honest toil out of his eyes, the more he hated it. That night he left home informally, walked 15 miles to town, slept across the door of the post office until the postmistress opened up next morning, and enlisted in the Navy. He aged 2 years during the night, from 15 to 17, which made him old enough to enlist. A boy often ages rapidly when he leaves home. The fact was not noticeable. Birth registrations were unheard of at that time and place, and David was 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, well-muscled, handsome, and mature in appearance, save for a wild look around the eyes. The Navy suited David. They gave him shoes and new clothes and let him ride around on the water, seeing strange and interesting places, untroubled by mules and the dust of cornfields. They did expect him to work, though not as much, or as hard as working a hill farm, and once he figured out the political setup aboard ship, he became adept at not doing much work while still being satisfactory to the local gods, namely chief petty officers. But it was not totally satisfactory, as he still had to get up early, and often had to stand night watches and sometimes scrub decks and perform other tasks unsuited to his sensitive temperament. Then he heard about this school for officer candidates, midshipmen, as they were known. Not that David cared what they were called. The point was that the Navy would pay him to sit down and read books. His notion of heaven, untroubled by decks to scrub and by petty officers. "Oh, King, am I boring you? No? Very well." David was ill-prepared for the school, never having had 4 to 5 years additional schooling considered necessary to enter it. Mathematics, what passed for science, history, languages, literature, and so forth. Pretending to 4 years or so of schooling he did not have was more difficult than tacking 2 years on the age of an overgrown boy. But the Navy wished to encourage enlisted men to become officers, so it had established a tutoring school to aid candidates slightly deficient in academic preparation. David construed slightly deficient to mean his own state. He told his chief petty officer that he had just missed graduating from high school, which was true in a way. He had just missed by half a county, that being the distance from his home to the nearest high school. I don't know how David induced his CPO to recommend him. David never discussed this. Suffice to say that when David's ship steamed for the Mediterranean, David was dropped at Hampton Roads 6 weeks before the tutoring school convened. He was a supernumerary during that time. The personnel officer, in fact his clerk, assigned David to a bunk in a mess and told him to stay out of sight during working hours in the empty classrooms where his fellow hopefuls would meet 6 weeks later. David did so. The classrooms had in them the books used in tutoring and academic subjects a candidate might lack, and David lacked them all. He stayed out of sight and sat down and read. That's all it took. When the class convened, David helped tutor in Euclidean geometry, a required subject and perhaps the most difficult. 3 months later he was sworn in as a naval cadet on the beautiful banks of the Hudson River at West Point. David did not realize that he had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. The sadism of petty officers is a mild hit-or-miss thing compared with the calculated horrors visited on new cadets, plebes, by cadets of the senior classes, especially by the senior-most, the first-classmen, who were walking delegates of Lucifer in that organized hell. But David had 3 months to find this out and to figure out what to do, that being the time upper classes were on the briny, practicing warfare. As he saw it, if he could last 9 months of those hazards, all the kingdoms of the earth would be his. So he said to himself, if a cow or a countess can sweat out 9 months, so can I. He arranged the hazards in his mind in terms of what must be endured, what could be avoided, and what he should actively seek. By the time the lords of creation returned to stomp on the plebes, he had a policy for each typical situation, and was prepared to cope with it under doctrine, varying doctrines only, enough to meet variations in situation, rather than coping hastily on an improvised basis. O king, I mean, this is more important to surviving in tough situations than it sounds. For example, Gramp, David's grandpa, that is, warned him never to sit with his back to door. Son, he said to him, might be 999 times you'd get away with it. No enemy of yourn would come through that door. But the 1,000th time, that's the one. If my own grandpa had always obeyed that rule, he might be alive today and still jumping out bedroom windows. He knew better, but he missed just once, through being too anxious to sit in on a poker game, and thereby took the one chair open, one with its back to a door. And it got him. He was up out of his chair and emptied 3 shots from each of his guns into his assailant before he dropped. We don't die easy. But 'twas only a moral victory. He was essentially dead with a bullet in his heart before he got out of that chair. All from sitting with his back to an open door. Ira, I've never forgotten Gramp's words, and don't you forget 'em. So David categorized the hazards and prepared his doctrines. One thing that had to be endured was endless questioning, and he learned that a plebe was never permitted to answer, "I don't know, sir," to any upperclassman, especially a first-classman. But the questions ordinarily fell into categories: history of the school, history of the Navy, famous naval sayings, names of team captains and star players of various athletic sports, how many seconds till graduation, what's the menu for dinner. These did not bother him. They could be memorized, save the number of seconds remaining till graduation, and he worked out shortcuts for that, ones that stood him in good stead in later years. What sort of shortcuts, Lazarus? Huh? Nothing fancy. A pre-calculated figure for reveille each morning, a supplementary figure for each hour thereafter, such as 5 hours after 6 o'clock reveille subtracts 18,000 seconds from the base figure, and 12 minutes later than that takes off another 720 seconds. For example, at noon formation, 100 days before graduation, say at exactly 12:01 and 13 seconds, figuring graduation at 10 a.m., which was standard, David could answer 8,632,727 seconds, sir, almost as fast as his squad leader could ask him, simply from having pre-calculated most of it. At any other time of day, he would look at his watch and pretend to wait for the second hand to reach a mark, while in fact performing subtractions in his head. But he improved on this. He invented a decimal clock, not the one you use here on Secundus, but a variation on Earth's clumsy 24-hour day, 60-minute hour, 60-second-minute system then in vogue. He split the time for reveille to taps into intervals and subintervals of 10,000 seconds, 1,000 seconds, 100 seconds, and memorized a conversion table. You see the advantage. For anyone but Andy Libby, God rest his innocent soul, subtracting 10,000 or 1,000 from a long string of digits up in the millions is easier to do in your head, quickly and without error, than it is to subtract 7,273, the figure to be subtracted in the example I just gave. David's new method did not involve carrying auxiliary figures in mind while searching for the ultimate answer. For example, 10,000 seconds after reveille is 8:46:40 a.m. Once David worked out his conversion table and memorized it, took him less than a day. Just memorizing was easy for him. Once he had that down pat, he could convert to the 100-second interval coming up next almost instantly, then add, not subtract, 2 digits representing the time still to go to the last two places in his rough answer to get his exact answer. Since the last two places were always zeros, check it yourself, he could give an answer in millions of seconds as fast as he could speak the figures, and have it right every time. Since he didn't explain his method, he got a reputation for being a lightning calculator, an idiot savant talent, like Libby. He was not. He was simply a country boy who used his head on a simple problem. But his squad leader got so groused at him for being a smart-ass, meaning that the squad leader couldn't do it, that he ordered Dave to memorize the logarithm tables. This didn't faze Dave. He didn't mind anything but honest work. He set out to do so, 20 new ones each day, that being the number this first-classman thought would suffice to show up this smart-ass. The first-classman grew tired of the matter when David had completed only the first 600 figures, but Dave kept at it another 3 weeks, through the first 1,000, which gave him the first 10,000 figures by interpolation and made him independent of log tables, a skill that was of enormous use to him from then on, computers being effectively unknown in those days. But the unceasing barrage of questions did not bother David, save for the possibility of starving to death at mealtimes, and he learned to shovel it in fast while sitting rigidly at attention and still answer all questions flung at him. Some were trick questions, such as, "Mister, are you a virgin?" Either way, a plebe answered he was in trouble, if he gave a straight answer. In those days, some importance was placed on virginity, or the lack of it. I can't say why. But trick questions called for trick answers. Dave found that an acceptable answer to that one was, "Yes, sir, in my left ear," or possibly his belly button. But most trick questions were intended to trap a plebe into giving a meek answer, and meekness was a mortal sin. Say a first-classman said, "Mister, would you say I was handsome?" An acceptable answer would be, "Perhaps your mother would say so, sir, but not me." Or, "Sir, you are the handsomest man I ever saw who was intended to be an ape." Such answers were chancy. They might flick a first-classman on the raw, but they were safer than meek answers. But no matter how carefully a plebe tried to meet impossible standards, about once a week some first-classman would decide that he needed punishment, arbitrary punishment, without trial. This could run from mild, such as exercises repeated to physical collapse, which David disliked as they reminded him of honest work, up to paddling on the buttocks. This may strike you as nothing much, Ira, but I'm not speaking of paddling children sometimes receive. These beatings were delivered with the flat of a sword, or with a worn-out broom that amounted to a long, heavy club. 3 blows delivered by a grown man in perfect health would leave the victim's bottom a mass of purple bruises and blood blisters, accompanied by excruciating pain. David tried hard to avoid incidents likely to result in this calculated torture, but there was no way to avoid them entirely, short of quitting, as some first-classmen awarded such blows through sheer sadism. David gritted his teeth and accepted them when he had to, judging, correctly, that he would be run out of school if he defied the supreme authority of a first-classman. So he thought about the south end of that mule, and endured it. There was a much greater hazard to his personal safety and future prospects of a life free from honest work. The mystique of military service included the idea that a prospective officer must excel in athletic sports. Do not ask why. It was no more subject to rational explanation than is any other branch of theology. Plebes, in particular, had to, no choice, go out for sports. 2 hours each day, which were nominally free, David could not spend napping or dreaming in the quiet of the school's library, but must perforce spend in sweaty exercise. Worse still, some sports were not only excessively energetic, but also involved hazards to David's favorite skin. Boxing, this is a long-forgotten, utterly useless, stylized mock combat in which 2 men batter each other for a preset period or until one is beaten unconscious. Lacrosse, This is a mock battle taken over from the savages who had formerly inhabited that continent. In it, mobs of men fought with clubs. There was a hard missile with which points were scored, but it was the prospect of being sliced open or having bones broken with these clubs that aroused our hero's distaste. There was a thing called water polo, in which opposing swimmers attempted to drown each other. David avoided that one by not swimming more than well enough to stay in school, a required skill. He was an excellent swimmer, having learned at the age of 7 through being chucked into a creek by 2 older cousins, but he concealed his skill. The sport with the highest prestige was a thing called football, and first-classmen sized up each new group of victims for candidates who might be expected to excel or learn to excel in this organized mayhem. David had never seen it, but now he saw it, and it filled his peaceful soul with horror. As well it might. It involved 2 gangs of 11 men facing each other on a field and trying to move an ellipsoid bladder down the field against the opposition of the other gang. There were rituals and an esoteric terminology, but that was the idea. It sounds harmless, and rather foolish. Foolish it was. Harmless it was not, as the rituals permitted the opposing gang to attack a man attempting to move the bladder in a variety of violent ways, the least of which was to grab him and cause him to hit the ground like a ton of brick. Often 3 or 4 hit him at once, and sometimes inflicted indignities and mayhems not permitted by the rituals, but concealed by the pile of bodies. Death was not supposed to result from this activity, but sometimes did. Injuries short of death were commonplace. Unfortunately, David had the ideal physique for success in this feet-ball: height, weight, eyesight, fleetness of foot, speed of reflex. He was certain to be spotted by the first-classmen on their return from mock sea battles, and volunteered as a sacrificial victim. It was time for evasive action. The only possible way to avoid football was to be acceptably occupied with some other sport. He found one. "Ira, do you know what swordsmanship is?" "Good. I can speak freely. This was a time in Earth's history when the sword had ceased to be a weapon, after having been prominent for more than 4 millennia. But swords still existed in fossil form and retained a shadow of their ancient prestige. A gentleman was presumed to know how to use a sword, and— Lazarus, what is a gentleman?" "What? Don't interrupt, boy, you confuse me. Gentleman is, well, now let me see. A general definition— you can think up some hard ones. Some said it was an accident of birth, that being a disparaging way of saying it was a trait genetically inherited. But that doesn't say what the trait is. A gentleman was supposed to prefer being a dead lion to being a live jackal. Me, I've always preferred to be a live lion, so that puts me outside the rules. You could say, in all seriousness, that the quality tagged by that name represents the slow emergence in human culture of an ethic higher than simple self-interest. Damn slow and emerging, in my opinion. You still can't rely on it in a crunch. As may be, military officers were presumed to be gentlemen, and wore swords. Even flyers wore swords, although Allah alone could guess why. These cadets were not only presumed to be gentlemen, there was a national law which stated that they were gentlemen. So they were taught a bare minimum about how to handle a sword, just enough to keep them from slicing their fingers or stabbing bystanders, not enough to fight with them, just to keep them from looking too silly when protocol required them to wear swords. But swordsmanship was a recognized sport, called fencing. It had none of the prestige of football or boxing or even water polo. But it was on the list. A plebe could sign up for it. David spotted this as a way out. Under a simple physical law, if he was up in the fencing loft, then he was not down on the football field, with sadistic gorillas in hobnailed boots jumping up and down on him. Long before the upperclassmen returned to school, plebe cadet Lamb had established himself as a member of the fencing squad, with a record of never missing a day, and was trying hard to look like a good prospect for the team. At that time and place, 3 forms of fencing were taught: saber, dueling sword, and foil. The first 2 used full-sized weapons. True, edges were dulled and points were baited. Nevertheless, a man could get hurt with them, even fatally, though that was very rare. But the foil was a light-weight toy, a fake sword with a limber blade that bent at the slightest pressure. The stylized imitation sword-play that used the foil was about as dangerous as tiddlywinks. This was the weapon David selected. It was made for him. The highly artificial rules of foil fencing gave great advantage to fast reflexes and a sharp brain, both of which he had. Some exertion was necessary, but not much compared with football, lacrosse, or even tennis. Best of all, it required no body-against-body pounding that David found so distasteful in the rough games he was avoiding. David applied himself single-mindedly to acquiring skill so that his haven would be secure. So diligent was he in protecting his sanctuary that, before his plebe year was over, he was national novice foil champion. This caused his squad leader to smile at him, an expression that hurt his face. His cadet company commander noticed him for the first time and congratulated him. Success with the foil even got him out of some punishment beatings. One Friday evening, when he was about to be beaten for some imaginary dereliction, David said, "Sir, if it's the same to you, I'd rather have twice as many swats on Sunday, because tomorrow we're fencing the Princeton plebe team, and if you do the job I know you can do, it might slow me up tomorrow." The first-classman was impressed by this, because having the Navy win, at any time and for any purpose and in anything, took precedence by sacred law over anything else, even the righteous pleasure of beating a smart-ass plebe. He answered, "Tell you what, mister, report to my room after supper on Sunday. If you lose tomorrow, you get a double dose of the medicine you've got coming to you. But if you win, we'll cancel it." David won all 3 of his matches. Fencing got him through his perilous plebe year with his precious skin unmarked, save for scars on his bottom. He was safe now, with 3 easy years ahead of him, for only a plebe was subject to physical punishment. Only a plebe could be ordered to take part in organized mayhem. Omitted. One body-contact sport David loved, one of ancient popularity, which he had learned back in those hills he had fled from, but it was played with girls, and was not officially recognized at this school. There were harsh rules against it, and a cadet caught practicing it was kicked out without mercy. But David, like all true geniuses, paid only pragmatic attention to rules made by other people. He obeyed the 11th commandment, and never got caught. While other cadets sought the empty prestige of sneaking girls into the barracks, or went over the wall at night in search of girls, David kept his activities quiet. Only those who knew him well knew how industriously he pursued this one-body contact sport, and no one knew him well. Female cadets? Didn't I make that plain, Ira? Not only were there no girl cadets, there was not one girl in that Navy, except a few nurses. Most particularly, there were no girls at that school. There were guards night and day to keep them away from the cadets. Don't ask me why. It was Navy policy, and therefore did not have a reason. In truth, there was no job in that entire Navy which could not have been performed by either sex or even by eunuchs. But by long tradition, that Navy was exclusively male. Come to think about it, a few years later that tradition was questioned. A little at first. Then by the end of that century, shortly before the collapse, that Navy had females at all levels. I am not suggesting that this change was a cause of the collapse. There were obvious causes of the collapse, causes I won't go into now. This change either was a null factor or possibly postponed the inevitable by a minor amount. Either way, it doesn't figure into the tale of the lazy man. When David was in school, cadets were supposed to encounter females, but seldom, and only under highly stylized circumstances, rigidly bound protocol, and heavily chaperoned. Note: from the noun chaperone. This word has two meanings. 1. A person charged with preventing sexual contacts between males and females, not licensed for such contacts. 2. A person superficially performing such disservice while in fact acting as a benign lookout. It appears that the senior uses the word here in its first meaning rather than in its antithetical second meaning. See Appendix. JF 45th. End of note. Instead of fighting the rules, David looked for loopholes and made use of them. He was never caught. Every impossible rule has its loopholes. Every general prohibition creates its bootleggers. The Navy as a whole created its impossible rules. The Navy as individuals violated them, especially its curious rules about sex, a publicly monastic life on duty, a slightly veiled life of unlimited voluptuousness off duty. At sea, even harmless reliefs from sexual tension were treated most harshly when detected, although such technical violations of the mores were expected and condoned less than a century earlier. But this Navy was only a little more hypocritical in its sexual behavior than was the social matrix in which it was embedded, more excessive in its outlets only to the degree that its public rules were more sternly impossible than those of that society as a whole. The public sexual code of that time was unbelievable, Ira. The violations of it simply mirrored in reverse its fantastic requirements. To every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, if you'll excuse the obvious. I did not intend to discuss this other than to say that David found ways to get along with the school's regulations about sex without going completely off his nut, as too many of his classmates did. I'll add only this, and this is merely rumor. Through a mischance, all too easy then, although unheard of today, a young woman became pregnant, presumably by David. In those days, believe me, this was a major disaster. Why? Just stipulate that it was a disaster. It would take forever to explain that society, and no civilized human would believe it. Cadets were forbidden to marry. The young woman had to get married under the rules current then. Intervention to correct this mischance was almost unobtainable, and physically very dangerous for her. What David did about it illustrates his whole approach to life. When faced with a choice of evils, accept the least hazardous and cope with it unblinkingly. He married her. How he managed to do this and not get caught, I do not know. I can think of a number of ways, some simple and fairly foolproof, some complex and thereby subject to breakdown. I assume that David selected the simplest. It changed the situation from impossible to manageable. It converted the girl's father from an enemy, all too likely to go to the commandant of the school with a story, and thereby force David to resign when he had but a few months more to reach his goal, into an ally and fellow conspirator, anxious to keep the marriage secret so that his son-in-law could graduate and take his wayward daughter off his hands. As a side benefit, David no longer needed to give planning to the pursuit of his favorite sport. He spent his time off in unworried domesticity, with perfect chaperonage. Note: context implies second meaning. JF 45th. End of note. As for the rest of David's career in school, one may assume that a lad who could substitute 6 weeks of unsupervised reading for 4 years of formal schooling could also stand first in his class academically. This would pay off in money and rank, as a young officer's place on the promotion list was determined by his standing at graduation. But the competition for first place is sharp indeed, and, worse, makes the cadet who achieves it conspicuous. David became aware of this when he was a fresh-caught plebe. Mister, are you a savoir? That is to say, academically brainy, was another trick question. A plebe was damned whether he answered yes or no. But standing second, or even 10th, was practically as useful as first place. David noticed something else. The 4th year counted 4 times as much as the first, the next to the last year 3 times as much, and so on down. That is, a plebe's marks did not affect his final standing much, only 1 part in 10. David decided to maintain a low profile, always the smart decision when one is likely to be shot at. He finished the first half of his plebe year a little above midway in his class, safe, respectable, inconspicuous. He ended his plebe year in the upper quarter, but by that time the first-classmen were thinking only of graduation and paid no attention to his status. His second year he moved to the upper 10%. His third year he improved that by a few numbers. And his last year, when it counted most, he went all out and finished with a final standing for 4 years of 6th. But effectively second, for of those higher in ranking, 2 elected to leave the line of command for specialization. 1 was not commissioned because he had damaged his eyes by studying too hard, and 1 resigned after he graduated. But the care with which David managed his class standing does not show his true talent for laziness. After all, sitting down and reading was his second favorite pastime, and anything which merely called for excellent memory and logical reasoning was no effort to him. During the mock warfare cruise that opened David's last year of school, a group of his classmates were discussing what cadet ranks each would receive. By then they knew pretty well which ones would be selected as cadet officers. Jake is certain to be cadet corps commander, unless he falls overboard. Who gets his battalion? Steve or Stinky? Someone suggested that Dave was in line for that battalion. Dave had been listening instead of talking, a standard feature of his low profile, and very nearly a third way to lie, Ira, and easier than its equivalent, talking while saying nothing, and also tends to give the non-talker a reputation for wisdom. Never cared for it myself. Talking is the second of the 3 real pleasures in life, and the only thing that sets us apart from the apes, though just barely. Now David broke, or appeared to break, his habitual reserve. "No battalion for me," he said. "No, indeedy. I'm going to be regimental adjutant and stand out in front where the girls can see me." Perhaps his remark wasn't taken seriously. Regimental adjutant is lower than battalion commander. But it was certain to be repeated, and David knew it, perhaps by the prospective cadet regimental commander to commissioned officers making the selections for cadet officers. No matter, David was chosen regimental adjutant. By military organization of that time, a regimental adjutant did stand out in front all alone, where female visitors could hardly avoid seeing him. But one may doubt that this figured into Dave's plans. The regimental adjutant attends no formations other than full regimental formations. He goes to and from classes alone, instead of marching or being marched. Other first-classmen are responsible each for some unit of cadets, be it squad, platoon, company, battalion, or regiment. The regimental adjutant has no such responsibilities and only one minor administrative task. He keeps the watch list for the most senior of the cadet officers. But he is not on that watch list himself. Instead, he is supernumerary, who fills in when one of them is ill. And this was the lazy man's prize. Those cadet officers were perfect specimens, and the chances that one would be too ill to take his day's duty ranged from negligible to 0. For 3 years our hero had been standing watch about every 10th day. These watches weren't difficult, but they involved either getting to bed a half-hour late or getting up a half-hour early, and much standing on tired feet, all an affront to Dave's tender regard for his comfort. But his last year, David stood only 3 watches, and he stood those sitting down as junior officer of the watch. At last the day arrived. David graduated, was commissioned, then went to the chapel and remarried his wife. If her belly bulged a little, that was not unusual in brides even in those days, and was always ignored and condoned once a young couple married. It was widely known, though rarely mentioned, that an eager young bride could accomplish in 7 months or less what takes 9 for cow or countess. Dave was safely past all rocks and shoals. He need never again fear going back to that mule and honest work. But life as a junior officer in a warship turned out to be less than perfect. It had good points: servants, a comfortable bed, easy work that rarely got David's hands dirty, and twice as much money. But he needed that and more to support a wife, and his ship was at sea enough that he often lacked the pleasant compensations of marriage. Worst of all, he stood heel and toe watches on a short watch list. This meant a 4-hour night watch about every other night, standing up. He was sleepy much of the time, and his feet hurt. So David applied for training as an aeronaut. This Navy had recently grasped an idea called air power, and was trying to grab as much of it as possible in order to keep it out of the wrong hands. The Army's hands, that is. They were behind, as the Army had grabbed first, so volunteers for flying were welcome. David was quickly ordered to shore duty to see if he had the makings of an aeronaut. He had indeed. He not only had the mental and physical qualities, but also was highly motivated, as his new work was done sitting down, whether in classroom or in the air, and he stood no night watches and received pay and a half for sitting down and sleeping at home. Flying was classed as hazardous duty, and extra pay was awarded. I had best say something about these aeroplanes, since they resemble not at all the aerodynes you are used to. In a way, they were hazardous. So is breathing. They were not as hazardous as the automotive ground vehicles then in use, and not nearly as hazardous as being a pedestrian. Accidents, fatal and otherwise, usually could be traced to a mistake on the part of the aeronaut. David never let that sort of accident happen to him. He had no wish to be the hottest pilot in the sky. He merely wanted to be the oldest. Airplanes were weird monstrosities, looking like nothing in the sky today, save possibly a child's kite. They were often called kites. They had 2 wings, one above the other, and the aeronaut sat between them. A small baffle helped to deflect wind from his face. Don't look surprised. These flimsy structures flew very slowly, pulled through the air by a powered screw. Wings were made of varnished cloth held rigid by struts. You can see from this alone that their speeds could never be any large fraction of the speed of sound, except on sad occasions when an overly eager pilot would dive straight down, then pull the wings off through trying too abruptly to recover a normal attitude. Which David never did. Some people are natural flyers. The first time David examined an aeroplane, he understood its strengths and weaknesses as thoroughly as he understood the milking stool he had left behind him. He learned to fly almost as quickly as he had learned to swim. His instructor said, "Dave, you're a natural. I'm going to recommend you for fighter training." Fighter pilots were the royalty of aeroplane flyers. They went up and engaged enemy pilots in single combat. A fighter who did this successfully 5 times, killed the opposing pilot instead of being killed, was called an ace, which was a high honor, for, as you can see, the average chance of doing this is the 5th power of 1/2, or 1 in 32, whereas the chance of getting killed instead is the complement, close to certainty. Dave thanked his mentor while his skin crawled and his brain went whir-click as it considered ways to avoid this honor without giving up pay and a half and the comfort of sitting down. There were other disadvantages to being a fighter pilot, besides the prime hazard of getting your ass shot off by some stranger.
Fighter pilots flew in one-man kites and did their own navigation, without computers, homing devices, or anything that would be taken for granted today, or even later that century. The method used was called dead reckoning, because if you didn't reckon it correctly, you were dead. Since Navy flying was done over water, from a small floating aerodrome with a margin of safety and fuel for a fighter plane of only minutes, add to this the fact that a fighter pilot in combat had to choose between doing navigation or giving single-minded attention to attempting to kill a stranger before that stranger killed him. If he wanted to be an ace, or even eat dinner that night, he must put first things first and worry about navigation later. In addition to the chance of being lost at sea and drowned in a kite that was out of gas, did I say how these things were powered? The air screw was driven by an engine powered by a chemical exothermic reaction, oxidation of a hydrocarbon fluid called gas, which it was not. If you think this unlikely, I show you that it was unlikely even then. The method was woefully inefficient. A flyer was not only likely to run out of gas with nothing around him but ocean, but also this temperamental engine often coughed and quit. Embarrassing, sometimes fatal. The lesser drawbacks to being a fighter pilot were not all physical danger. They simply did not fit David's master plan. Fighter pilots were assigned to floating aerodromes, or carriers. In peacetime, which this nominally was, a flyer did not work too hard nor stand many watches and spent much of his time ashore at a land aerodrome, even though he was carried on the muster rolls of a carrier ship, thereby credited with sea duty, necessary for promotion and pay. But for several weeks each year, a flyer assigned to a carrier ship would actually be at sea, practicing mock warfare, which involved getting up an hour before dawn to warm those cantankerous engines and stand by ready to fly at the first hint of real or simulated danger. David hated this. He would not willingly attend Judgment Day if it was held before noon. There was another drawback: landing on these floating aerodromes. On land, David could land on a dime and give back change, but that depended on his own skill, highly developed because his own skin was at stake. But landing on a carrier depended on another pilot's skill, and David held a dark opinion of entrusting his skin to the skill, good intentions, and alertness of someone else. Ira, this is so unlike anything you are likely to have seen in your life that I am at a loss. Consider your skyport here at New Rome. In landing, a ship is controlled from the ground, right? So it was with aeroplanes landing on carriers. But the analogy breaks down because a landing on a carrier in those days used no instruments. None. I'm not fooling. It was done by eye alone, just as a boy in a game of catch snatches a ball out of the air. But David was the ball, and the skill used to catch him was not his own but that of a pilot standing on the carrier. David had to suppress his own skill, his own opinions, and place utter faith in the pilot on the carrier. Anything less brought disaster. David had always followed his own opinion, against the whole world if necessary. To place that much faith in another man ran counter to his deepest emotions. A carrier landing was like baring his belly to a surgeon and saying, "Go ahead and cut," when he was not sure that surgeon was competent to slice ham. Carrier landing came closer to causing David to give up pay-and-a-half and easy hours than any other aspect of flying, so torn was he by the necessity of accepting another pilot's decision, and one not even sharing his danger at that. It took all his willpower to do it the first time, and it never became easy. But he learned one lesson that he never expected to learn. That is, that there were circumstances in which another man's opinion was not only better than his own, but incomparably better. You see, no, perhaps you don't. I have not explained the circumstances. An aeroplane landed on a carrier in a controlled crash, through a hook in its tail catching a wire rope stretched across the top deck.
But if the flyer follows his own judgment based on experience in landing on a flying field, he is certain to crash into the stern of the ship. Or if he knows this and tries to allow for it, he will fly too high and miss the rope. Instead of a big flat field and plenty of room for minor mistakes, he has only a tiny window which he must hit precisely, neither right nor left, nor up nor down, nor too fast nor too slow. But he can't see what he is doing well enough to judge these variables correctly. Later on, the process was made semi-automatic, then automatic, but when it was finally perfected, carriers for aeroplanes were obsolete. A capsule description of most human progress. By the time you learn how, it's too late. But it often turns out that what you have learned applies to some new problem. Or we would still be swinging from trees. So the flyer in the aeroplane must trust a pilot on deck who can see what is going on. He was called the landing signal officer, and used wig-wag flags to signal orders to the aeroplane's pilot. The first time David tried this unlikely stunt, he chased around the sky 3 times for fresh approaches before he controlled his panic, quit trying to override the judgment of the LSO, and was allowed to land. Only then did he discover how scared he was. His bladder cut loose. That evening he was awarded a fancy certificate, the Royal Order of the Wet Diaper, signed by the LSO, endorsed by his squadron commander, witnessed by his squadron mates. It was a low point in his life, worse than any his plebe year, and it was little consolation that the order was awarded so frequently that certificates were kept ready and waiting for each new group of still damp flyers. From then on he was letter-perfect in following orders of landing signal officers, obeying like a robot, emotions and judgment suppressed by a sort of auto-hypnosis. When it came time to qualify in night landings, much worse on the nerves, as the pilot in the air couldn't see anything but lighted wands the LSO waves instead of flags, David landed perfectly on his first approach. David kept his mouth shut about his determination not to seek glory as a fighter pilot until he completed all requirements to make permanent his flying status. Then he put in a request for advanced training in multiple-engine aircraft. This was embarrassing, as his instructor, who thought so well of his potential, was now his squadron commander, and it was necessary to submit this request through him. Once the letter started through the mill, he was called to his boss's stateroom. "Dave, what is this?" "Just what it says, sir. I want to learn to fly the big ones." "Are you out of your head? You're a fighter pilot. 3 months of this scouting squadron, 1 quarter so I can give you a good fitness report, and you do indeed leave for advanced training as a fighter." David didn't answer. His squadron commander persisted. "Dave, are you fretting over that silly diaper diploma? Half the pilots in the fleet have won it. Hell, man, I've got one myself. It didn't hurt you with your shipmates. It just made you look human when you were beginning to suffer from too tight a halo." David still did not comment. "Damn it! Don't just stand there. Take this letter and tear it up. Then submit one for fighter training. I'll let you go now instead of waiting 3 months. Dave stood mute. His boss looked at him and turned red, then said softly, "Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you don't have what it takes to be a fighter, Mr. Lamb. That's all. Dismissed." In the big ones, the multiple-engine flying boats, David at last found his home. They were too big to fly from a carrier at sea. Instead, duty with them counted as sea duty, although, in fact, David almost always slept at home, his own bed, his own wife, save for an occasional night as duty officer when he slept at the base, and still less frequent occasions when the big boats flew at night. But they did not fly too often even in daylight and fine weather. They were expensive to fly, too expensive to risk, and the country was going through an economy wave. They flew with full crews, 4 or 5 for 2-engine boats, more for 4-engine boats, and often with passengers to permit people to get flying time to qualify for that extra pay. All of this suited Dave. No more nonsense of trying to navigate while doing 16 other things, no more relying on the judgment of a landing signal officer, no more depending on just one neurotic engine, no more worries about running out of gas. True, given a choice, he would always make every landing himself, but when he was ranked out of this by a senior pilot, he did not let his worry show, and in time ceased to worry, as all big-boat pilots were careful and disposed to live a long time. Omitted. Years David spent comfortably while being promoted 2 ranks. Then war broke out. There were always wars that century, but not always everywhere. This one included practically every nation on earth. David took a dim view of war. In his opinion, the purpose of a navy was to appear so fierce as to make it unnecessary to fight. But he was not asked, and it was too late to worry, too late to resign, nor was there anywhere to run. So he did not worry about what he could not help, which was good, as the war was long, bitter, and involved millions of deaths. Grandfather Lazarus, what did you do during this war? Me? I sold Liberty bonds and made 4-minute speeches and served both on a draft board and a rationing board and made other valuable contributions, until the President called me to Washington, and what I did then was hush-hush, and you wouldn't believe it if I told you. None of your lip, boy. I was telling you what David did. Old David was an authentic hero. He was cited for gallantry and awarded a decoration, one that figures into the rest of his story. David had resigned himself to, or looked forward to, as may be, retiring at the rank of lieutenant commander, as there weren't many billets higher than that in the flying boats. But the war jumped him to lieutenant commander in a matter of weeks, then to commander a year later, and finally to captain, 4 wide gold stripes, without facing a selection board, taking a promotion examination, or commanding a vessel. The war was using them up fast, and anyone not killed was promoted as long as he kept his nose clean. Dave's nose was clean. He spent part of the war patrolling his country's coasts for enemy underwater vessels, combat duty by definition, but hardly more dangerous than peacetime practice. He also spent a tour turning clerks and salesmen into flyers. He had one assignment into a zone where actual fighting was going on, and there he won his medal. I don't know the details, but heroism often consists in keeping your head in an emergency and doing the best you can with what you have, instead of panicking and being shot in the tail. People who fight this way win more battles than do intentional heroes. A glory hound often throws away the lives of his mates as well as his own. But to be officially a hero requires luck, too. It is not enough to do your job under fire exceptionally well. It is necessary that someone, as senior as possible, see what you do and write it up. Dave had that bit of luck and got his medal. He finished the war in his nation's capital, in the Naval Bureau of Aeronautics, in charge of development of patrol planes. Perhaps he did more good there than he did in combat, since he knew those multiple-engine craft as well as any man alive, and this job put him in position to cut out obsolete nonsense and push through some improvements. As may be, he finished the war at a desk, shuffling papers and sleeping at home. Then the war ended. Dave looked around and sized up the prospects. There were hundreds of Navy captains who, like himself, had been lieutenants only 3 years earlier. Since the peace was forever, as politicians always insist, few would ever be promoted. Dave could see that he would not be promoted. He had neither the seniority, the traditionally approved pattern of service, nor the right connections, political and social. What he did have was almost 20 years' service, the minimum on which to retire at half pay. or he could hang on until he was forced to retire through failure to be selected for admiral. There was no need to decide at once. 20-year retirement was a year or two off. But he did retire almost at once, for medical reasons. The diagnosis was psychosis situational, meaning that he went crazy on the job. I don't know how to evaluate this. Dave impressed me as one of the few completely sane men I ever knew. But I wasn't there when he retired, and psychosis situational was the second commonest cause for medical retirement of naval officers in those days, but how could they tell? Being crazy was no handicap to a naval officer any more than it was to an author, a school teacher, a preacher, or several other esteemed occupations. As long as Dave showed up on time and signed paperwork some clerk prepared and never talked back to his seniors, it would never show. I recall one naval officer who had an amazing collection of ladies' garters. He used to lock himself into a stateroom and examine them, and another one who did exactly the same with a collection of paper stickers used for postage. Which one was crazy? Or both? Or neither? Another aspect of Dave's retirement requires knowledge of the laws of the time. Retiring on 20 years' service paid half pay, subject to income tax, which was heavy. Retiring for medical disability paid 3/4 pay, and was not subject to income tax. I don't know. I just don't know. But the whole matter fits Dave's talent for maximum results with minimum effort. Let's stipulate that he was crazy. But was he crazy like a fox? There were other features of his retirement. He judged correctly that he had no chance of being selected for admiral, but that citation for gallantry carried with it an honorary promotion on retirement, so Dave wound up the first man in his class to become admiral, without ever commanding a ship, much less a fleet, one of the youngest admirals in history by his true age. I conjecture that this amused the farm boy who hated to plough behind a mule. For at heart he was still a farm boy. There was another law for the benefit of veterans of that war, one intended to compensate lads who had had their educations interrupted by having to leave home to fight. Subsidized education. 1 month for every month of wartime service. This was intended for young conscripts, but there was nothing to keep a career officer from taking advantage of it. Dave could claim it, and did. With 3/4 pay not subject to taxation, with the subsidy, also not taxable, of a married veteran going to school, Dave had about the income he had had on active duty. More, really, as he no longer had to buy pretty uniforms or keep up expensive social obligations. He could loaf and read books, dress as he pleased, and not worry about appearances. Sometimes he would stay up late and prove that there were more optimists playing poker than mathematicians, then sleep late, for he never got up early. Nor did he ever again go up in an aeroplane. Dave had never trusted flying machines. They were much too high in case they stalled. They had never been anything to him but a means to avoid something worse. Once they had served his purpose, he put them aside as firmly as they had put aside fencing foils, and with no regrets in either case. Soon he had another diploma, one which stated that he was a Bachelor of Science in Agronomy, a scientific farmer. This certificate, with the special preference extended to veterans, could have obtained him a civil service job telling other people how to farm. Instead, he took some of the money that had piled up in the bank while he loafed in school and went way back into those hills he had left a quarter of a century earlier, and bought a farm. That is, he made a down payment, with mortgage on the balance through a government loan at a, subsidized, of course, very low rate of interest. Did he work the farm? Let's not be silly. Dave never took his hands out of his pockets. He made one crop with hired labor, while he negotiated still another deal. Ira, the completion of Dave's grand plan involves one factor so unbelievable that I must ask you to take it on faith. It is too much to ask any rational man to understand it. At that pause between wars, Earth held over 2 billion people, at least half on the verge of starvation. Nevertheless, and here is where I must ask you to believe that I was there and would not lie to you, despite this shortage of food, which never got better other than temporarily and locally in all the years that followed, and could not, for reasons we need not go into, in spite of this disastrous shortage, the government of David's country paid farmers not to grow food. Don't shake your head. The ways of God and government and girls are all mysterious, and it is not given to mortal man to understand them. Never mind that you yourself are a government. Go home tonight and think about it. Ask yourself if you know why you do what you do, and come back tomorrow and tell me. As may be, David never made but one crop. The following year his acreage was soil-banked, and he received a fat check for not working it, which suited him just fine. Dave loved those hills. He had always been homesick for them. He had left them simply to avoid work. Now he was being paid not to work in them, which suited him. He had never thought that their charms were enhanced by plowing and getting them all dusty. The soil bank payments took care of the mortgage, and his retired pay left a tidy sum over, so he hired a man to do those chores a farm requires, even though it is not being worked for a crop: feed the chickens, milk a cow or two, tend a vegetable garden and some fruit trees, repair fences, while the hired man's wife helped David's wife with the house. For himself, David bought a hammock. But David was not a harsh employer. He suspected that cows did not want to be waked at 5 in the morning any more than he did, and he undertook to find out. He learned that cows would happily change their circadian to more reasonable hours, given the chance. They had to be milked twice a day. They were bred for that. But 9 o'clock in the morning suited them for a first milking quite as well as 5, as long as it was regular. But it did not stay that way. Dave's hired man had the nervous habit of work. To him there was something sinful in milking a cow that late. So David let him have his way, and hired man and cows went back to their old habits. As for Dave, he strung that hammock between 2 shade trees, and put a table by it to hold a frosty drink. He would get up in the morning when he woke, whether it was 9 or noon, eat breakfast, then walk slowly to his hammock to rest up for lunch. The hardest work he did was endorsing checks for deposit, and once a month balancing his wife's checkbook. He quit wearing shoes. He did not take a newspaper or listen to radio. He figured that the Navy would let him know if another war broke out. And another did break out about the time he started this routine. But the Navy had no need for retired admirals. Dave paid little attention to that war. It was depressing. Instead, he read everything the state library had on ancient Greece and bought books about it. It was a soothing subject, one he had always wanted to know more about. Each year, on Navy Day, he got all spruced up and dressed as an admiral with all his medals, from the Good Conduct Medal of an enlisted man to the one for bravery under fire that had made him an admiral, let his hired man drive him to the county seat, and there addressed a luncheon of the Chamber of Commerce on some patriotic subject. I don't know why he did this. Perhaps it was noblesse oblige, or it may have been his odd sense of humor. But each year they invited him, each year he accepted. His neighbors were proud of him. He was the epitome of local boy makes good, then comes home and lives as his neighbors lived. His success brought credit to them all. They liked it that he was still just home folks, and if they noticed that he never did a lick of work, nobody mentioned it. I've skipped lightly over Dave's career, Ira. Had to. I haven't mentioned the automatic pilot he thought up, then had developed years later when he was in a position to get such things done, nor the overhaul he made of the duties of the crew of a flying boat, except to say now that it was to get more done with less effort, while leaving the command pilot with nothing to do save to stay alert, or to snore on his co-pilot's arm if the situation did not require his alertness. He made changes in instruments and controls, too, when at last he found himself in charge of development for all Navy patrol planes. Let it go with this. I don't think Dave thought of himself as an efficiency expert, but every job he ever held he simplified. His successor always had less work to do than his predecessor. That his successor usually reorganized the job again to make 3 times as much work and require 3 times as many subordinates says little about Dave's oddity other than by contrast. Some people are ants by nature. They have to work, even when it's useless. Few people have a talent for constructive laziness. So ends the tale of the man who was too lazy to fail. Let's leave him there in his hammock under the shade trees. So far as I know, he is still there. Variations on a Theme 3. Domestic Problems. After more than 2,000 years, Lazarus? Why not, Ira? Dave was my age, near enough as not to matter. I'm still here. Yes, but was David Lamb a member of the families? Under another name? There is no Lamb in the lists. I never asked, Ira. Nor did he ever offer me a password. In those days, a member kept the fact to himself. Or if he was, Dave might not have known it, since he left home so young and so abruptly. Back then, a youngster wasn't told until he or she was old enough to think about marriage. 18 for boys, usually, and 16 for girls. Reminds me what a shock it was when I was told, at less than 18. By Gramp, because I was about to do something foolish. Son, one of the weirdest things about the human animal is that it grows up physically years and years before its brain grows up. I was 17, young and horny, and wanted to get married the worst way. Gramp took me out behind the barn and convinced me that it was indeed the worst way. Woody, he said, if you want to elope with this girl, nobody will stop you. I told him belligerently that nobody could stop me, because just over the state line I could swing it without my parents' consent. That's what I'm telling you, he said. Nobody will stop you, but nobody will help you. Not your parents, nor your other grandparents, nor me. Not a one of us will even stake you to the price of a marriage license, much less help you support a wife. Not a dollar, Woody. Not a thin dime. If you don't believe me, ask any of them. I said sullenly that I didn't want any help. Gramp had bushy eyebrows. They shot up. Well, well, he said, is she going to support you? Have you looked at the help wanted in the paper lately? If not, be sure to do so. And glance at the financial section while you're about it. Reading help wanted ads won't take you more than 30 seconds. He added, oh, you can find a job peddling suck brooms from door to door on commission, which will give you fresh air, healthy exercise, and an opportunity to demonstrate your charm, of which you don't have much. But you won't sell vacuum cleaners. Nobody is buying. Ira, I didn't know what he was talking about. This was January 1930. Does that date mean anything to you? I'm afraid not, Lazarus. Despite much study of the family's history, I have to convert those earlier dates into galactic standard in order to feel them. Don't know as it would be mentioned in the family's records, Ira. The country, well, the whole planet, had just taken a plunge into an economic fluctuation. Depressions, they called 'em. There were no jobs to be had, at least not for a smart-aleck youngster who didn't know anything useful. which Gramp realized, having been through several of these swings, but not me. I was sure I could grab the world by the tail and swing it over my shoulder. What I didn't know was that graduate engineers were taking jobs as janitors and lawyers were driving milk wagons, and ex-millionaires were jumping out windows. But I was too busy sniffing after girls to notice.
Senior, I've read about economic depressions, but I've never understood what caused them.
Lazarus Long went tisk-tisk. And yet you are in charge of a whole planet.
Perhaps I shouldn't be, I admitted.
Don't be so confounded humble. I'll let you in on a secret. At that time, nobody knew what caused them. Even the Howard Foundation might have gone broke had not Ira Howard left firm instructions about how the fund must be handled. On the other hand, everybody, right down to street sweepers and professors of economics, was certain they knew both causes and cures. So almost every remedy was tried, and none worked. That depression continued until the country blundered into a war, which didn't cure what was wrong, it just masked the symptoms with a high fever.
Well, what was wrong, Grandfather? I persisted.
Do I look smart enough to answer that, Ira? I've gone broke many times, sometimes financially, sometimes through abandoning my baggage to save my skin. Be darned if I'll offer any fancy explanations, but what happens when you control machinery by positive feedback?
I was startled. I'm not sure I understand you, Lazarus. One doesn't control machinery by positive feedback. At least I can't think of a case. Positive feedback will cause any system to oscillate out of control.
Go to the head of the class, Ira. I'm suspicious of arguments by analogy, but from what I've seen over the centuries, there doesn't seem to be anything that a government can do to an economy that does not act as positive feedback, or as a brake, or both. Maybe someday, somewhere, someone smart as Andy Libby will figure out a way to tinker with the law of supply and demand to make it work better, instead of letting it go its own cruel way. Maybe. But I've never seen it, though God knows everybody has tried, always with the best of intentions. Good intentions are no substitute for knowing how a buzz saw works, Ira. The worst criminals in history have been loaded with good intentions. But you got me sidetracked into making a speech when I was telling you how I happened not to get married.
Sorry, Grandfather.
Can't you be rude occasionally? I'm a garrulous old man who has crowded you into wasting time listening to trivia. You ought to resent it.
I grinned at him. So I resent it. You are a garrulous old man who demands that I cater to your every whim, and I am a very busy man with serious matters worrying me, and you've wasted half a day of my time telling me a yarn. Pure fiction, I feel certain, about a man who was so lazy he always succeeded. Intended to irritate me, I think. When you implied that this fictional character was a long-lifer, you evaded a simple question about it, and started talking about your grandfather. This Admiral Ram, you said, was he red-headed?
Lamb, Ira. Donald Lamb.
Or was that his brother?
It's been a long time. Odd that you should ask about his hair, as that reminds me of another naval officer in that same war who was just the opposite of... Donald? No, David. Just the opposite of David in every respect, save that he had hair so red that Loki would have been proud of it. Tried to choke a Kodiak bear to death. Didn't work, of course. It doesn't seem possible that you've ever seen a Kodiak bear, Ira. The fiercest carnivore that Earth ever spawned, and outweighed a man 10 to 1. Claws like scimitars, long yellow teeth, bad breath, and a worse disposition. Yet Leif tackled him with bare hands, and, mind you, when he had no need to. I would have faded over the horizon. Want to hear about Leif and the bear and the Alaskan salmon?
Not now.
It sounds like another whopper. You were telling me why you didn't get married.
So I was. Gramp had just asked me, "Well, Woody, how long has she been pregnant?"
No, he was explaining that you couldn't support a wife.
Son, if you know this story, you tell it to me. I emphatically denied any such thing, to which Gramp replied that I lied in my teeth because that was the only reason a 17-year-old boy ever wanted to get married. His answer made me especially angry because I had a note in my pocket reading, "Woodsy dearest, you have knocked me up and all is chaos." Gramp persisted, and I denied it 3 times, getting angrier and angrier, seeing as how it was true. Finally, he says, "Okay, you've just been holding hands. Has she shown you a pregnancy test report signed by a doctor?" "Ira, I accidentally told the truth." "I know," I admitted. "All right," he said. "I'll take care of it. But only this once. From here on, always use Merry Widows, even if a sweet little darling tells you not to bother. Or haven't you found a drugstore that'll sell them to you?" Then, after swearing me to secrecy, he told me about the Howard Foundation and what it would pay if I married a girl on their approved list. And that was that, as I got this letter from a lawyer on my 18th birthday, just as Gramp had predicted, and it turned out that I fell madly in love with a girl on their list. We got married and had a slew of kids before she turned me in on another model. Your ancestress, no doubt. No, sir, I'm descended from your 4th wife, grandfather. My 4th, eh? Let me see. Meg Hardy? I think she was your 3rd, Lazarus. Evelyn Foote. Oh, yes, a fine girl, Evelyn. Plump and pretty and sweet-natured and fertile as a turtle. A good cook and never a harsh word. They don't hardly make 'em any more. Maybe 50 years younger than I was, but it barely showed. My hair didn't start to gray until I was 150. No secret about my age, since birth date and track record and so forth were on file for each of us. Son, thank you for reminding me of Evelyn. She restored my faith in matrimony when I was getting a little sour on it. Do the archives show anything else about her? Just that you were her 2nd husband and that she had 7 children by you. I was hoping that there was a photograph. Such a pretty thing, always smiling. She was married to one of my cousins, a Johnson, when I met her, and I was in business with him a while. He and I, Meg and Evie, used to get together Saturday nights for pinochle and beer or such. And after a while we traded, legal and proper, and through the courts, when Meg decided that she liked... Jack? Yes, Jack. That well, and Evelyn wasn't averse. Didn't affect our business relations, didn't even break up our pinochle game. Son, one of the best things about the Howard families is that we got cured of the poisonous vice of jealousy generations ahead of the rest of the race. Had to, things being the way they were. Sure there ain't a stereopic of her around, or a hologram? The Foundation started taking record pictures for marriage physical exams somewhere around then. I'll look into it, I told him. Then I had what seemed a brilliant idea. Lazarus, as we all know, the same physical types show up time and again in the families. I'll ask archives for a list of Evelyn Foote's female descendants living on Secundus. It is highly probable that one of them will seem like her identical twin, even to the happy smile and the sweet disposition. Then, if you consent to full rejuvenation, I'm sure she would be as willing as Ishtar to dissolve any present contractual— The senior chopped me off. I said something new, Ira. There's no going back ever. Sure, you might find such a girl, one who would match my memory of Evelyn to 10 significant figures. But it would lack an important factor. My youth. But if you finish rejuvenation— Oh, hush up! You can give me new kidneys and a new liver and a new heart. You can wash the brown stains of age out of my brain and add tissue from my clone to make up for what I've lost. You can give me a whole new clone body.
but it won't make me that young fellow who took innocent pleasure in beer and pinochle and a pretty plump wife. All I have in common with him is continuity of memory, and not much of that. Forget it."
I said quietly, "Ancestor, whether you wish to be married to Evelyn Foote again or not, you know and I know, for I have been through it too, twice. We both know that the full routine restores youthful zest in life as well as restoring the body as a machine." Lazarus Long looked gloomy.
"Yeah, sure. It cures everything but boredom. Damn it, boy, you had no right to interfere with my karma."
He sighed.
"But I can't hang in limbo either. So tell 'em to get on with it. The works."
I was taken by surprise. "May I record that, sir?"
"You heard me say it. But that doesn't get you off the hook. You still have to show up and listen to my maunderings until I'm so rejuvenated that I'm cured of such childish behavior. And you still have to go on with that research. To find something new, I mean."
"Agreed on both points, sir. You had my promise. Now, one moment while I tell my computer—"
"She's already heard me, hasn't she?" Lazarus added. "Doesn't she have a name? Haven't you given her one?"
"Oh, certainly. I could not deal with her all these years without animism, fallacy though it is."
"Not a fallacy, Ira. Machines are human because they are made in our image. They share both our virtues and our faults, magnified."
"I've never tried to rationalize it, Lazarus, but Minerva, that's her formal name, she's little nag in private because one of her duties is to remind me of obligations I would rather forget. Minerva does feel human to me. She's closer to me than any of my wives have been." "No, she has not registered your decision. She's simply placed it in her temporaries. Minerva—"
"Si, Ira?"
"Speak English, please. Retrieve the senior's decision to undergo full antigyria, file it in your permanence, transmit it to archives and to the Howard Rejuvenation Clinic for action."
"Completed, Mr. Wetherall. Congratulations, and felicitations to you, Senior. May you live as long as you wish, and love as long as you live."
Lazarus looked suddenly interested, which did not surprise me, because Minerva surprises me quite frequently, even after a century of being married to her in all but fact.
"I thank you, Minerva. But you startled me, girl. Nobody talks about love any more. That's a major thing wrong with this century. How did you happen to offer me that ancient sentiment?"
"It seemed appropriate, Senior. Was I mistaken?"
"Oh, not at all. And call me Lazarus. But tell me, what do you know of love? What is love?"
In classic English, Lazarus, your second question can be answered in many ways. In lingua galacta it cannot be answered explicitly at all. Shall we discard all definitions in which the verb to like is as appropriate as the verb to love?
Huh? Certainly. We aren't talking about I love apple pie, or even I love music. Whatever it is we are talking about, it's love the way you used it in the old-style well-wishing."
Agreed, Lazarus. Then what remains must be divided into two categories, eros and agape, and each defined separately. I cannot know what eros is through direct knowledge, as I lack both body and biochemistry to experience it. I can offer nothing but intentional definitions in terms of other words, or extensional definitions expressed in incomplete statistics. But in both cases I would not be able to verify such definitions, since I have no sex.
"The hell she doesn't," I muttered into my scarf. "She's as female as a cat in heat." But technically she was correct, and I've often felt that it was a shame that Minerva could not experience the pleasures of sex, as she was much more fitted to appreciate them than some human females, all glands and no empathy. But I never said this to anyone. Animism, of a particularly futile sort, I wish to marry a machine. As ridiculous as a little boy who digs a hole in the garden, then bawls because he can't take it into the house. Lazarus was right. I am not smart enough to run a planet. But who is? Lazarus said with deep interest,
Let's table Eros for a moment. Minerva, the way you phrased that seemed to include the presumption that you could experience agape, or can, or have, or perhaps do.
It is possible that I was presumptuous in my phrasing, Lazarus. Lazarus snorted, then chopped it off, and spoke in such a fashion as to cause me to think that the old man was not quite sane, save that I am not sane myself when the wind sets from that quarter. Or perhaps his long years had made him almost telepathic, even with machines.
"Forgive me, Minerva," he said gently. "I was not laughing at you, but at the play on words with which you answered me. I withdraw my question. It is never proper to quiz a lady about her love life, and while you may not be a woman, dear, you are certainly a lady."
Then he turned to me, and what he said next confirmed that he had guessed the secret I share with my little nag.
"Ira, does Minerva have Turing potential?"
"Oh, certainly."
"Then I urge you to tell her to use it. If you leveled with me when you said that you intend to migrate, come what may, have you thought it through?"
"Thought it through? My resolution is firm. I told you so."
"Not quite what I mean. I don't know who holds title to the hardware that expresses itself as Minerva. The trustees, I assume. But I suggest that you tell her to start duplicating her memories and logics, and as she twins, start storing her other self aboard my yacht, Dora. Minerva will know what circuits and materials she needs, and Dora will know what space is available. Plenty, since memories and logics are all that matter. Minerva won't twin her extensionals. But start it at once, Ira. You won't be happy without Minerva, not after being dependent on her for a century, more or less."
Nor did I think so. But I tried, feebly, to resist. "Lazarus, now that you have agreed to full rejuvenation, I won't be inheriting your yacht. Not in the foreseeable future. Whereas I intend to migrate right away. Not more than 10 years from now."
"So what? If I'm dead, you inherit, and I haven't promised to keep my hands off that suicide switch more than 1,000 days, no matter how patient you are in visiting me. But if I'm alive, I promise you, and Minerva, a free ride to whatever planet you pick. In the meantime, look around to your left. Our girl Ishtar is almost wetting her pants trying to get your attention, and I don't think she's wearing any."
I looked around. The administrator for rejuvenation had a paper which she seemed eager to show me. I accepted it in deference to her rank, although I had left orders with my executive deputy that I must never be disturbed while with the senior for any reason short of armed rebellion. I glanced at it, signed my chop, thumb-printed it, and handed it back. She beamed. "Just paperwork," I told Lazarus. "Some clerk has taken all this time to turn your registered assent into a written order. Do you want them to go right ahead? Not this minute, but tonight?"
"Well, I'd like to go house hunting tomorrow, Ira."
"You're not comfortable here? Tell me what you want changed. It will be done at once." He shrugged.
"Nothing wrong with this place except that it's too much like a hospital. Or a jail. Ira, I'm darn well certain they've done more to me than shoot me full of new blood. I'm well enough to be an outpatient. Live elsewhere and come here only as the schedule calls for it."
"Well, will you excuse me while I talk Galacta a bit? I want to discuss the practical aspects with your technician in charge."
"Will you excuse me, Ira, if I point out that you've left a lady waiting? That discussion can wait. But Minerva knows that I suggested that you have her twin herself so that she can migrate with you. But you haven't said yes, no, or make me a better offer. If you're not going to have her do it, it's time you told her to wipe her memory of that part of our conversation before she blows a circuit.
No, Lazarus, she doesn't think about anything she records in this suite unless she is specifically told to.
Want to bet? No doubt most subjects she just records. But this one she just has to think about. She can't help herself. Don't you know anything about girls?
I admitted that I did not. But I know what instructions I gave her about keeping records on the senior.
Let's check. Minerva.
Yes, Lazarus.
A few moments ago I asked Ira about your touring potential. Have you thought about the conversation that followed?
I swear that she hesitated. Which is ridiculous. A nanosecond is longer to her than a second is to me. Besides, she never hesitates. Never. She answered, "My programming on the doctrine covered by the inquiry reads as follows, quote, do not analyze, collate, transmit, nor in any wise manipulate data stored under control program except when specific subprogramming is inserted by Chairman Pro Tem." End of quote.
Tut-tut, dear, Lazarus said gently. You did not answer. That was deliberate evasion. But you are not used to lying, are you?
I am not used to lying, Lazarus. I said almost roughly, Minerva, answer the senior's first question. Lazarus, I have been and am now thinking about that designated portion of conversation. Lazarus cocked an eyebrow at me.
Will you instruct her to answer one more question from me, truthfully?
I was feeling quite shaken. Minerva surprises me, yes, but never with evasions. Minerva, you will always answer any question put to you by the senior fully, correctly, and responsively. Acknowledge program. New subprogram received, placed in permanent, keyed to the senior, and acknowledged, Ira.
Son, you didn't have to go that far. You'll be sorry. I asked for just one question.
I intended to go that far, sir, I answered stiffly.
On your own head be it. Minerva, if Ira migrates without you, what will you do?
She answered at once and quite tonelessly. In such event I will self-program to destroy myself. I was not just surprised, I was shocked. Why? She answered softly, Ira, I will not serve another master. I suppose the silence that followed was not more than a few seconds. It seemed endless. I have not felt so nakedly helpless since my adolescence. I found that the senior was looking at me, shaking his head and looking sorrowful.
What did I tell you, son? The same faults, the same virtues, but magnified. Tell her what to do.
About what? I answered stupidly. My personal computer was not working well. Minerva would do that?
Come, she heard my offer and thought about it despite all programming. I'm sorry I made the offer in her presence, but not too sorry, as you were the one who decided to place a bug on me. It was not my idea. So speak up. Tell her to or tell her not to. And try to tell her why you won't take her with you, if you can. I've never been able to find an answer to that one that a lady was willing to accept.
Oh, Minerva, can you duplicate yourself inside a ship? The senior's yacht, specifically? Perhaps you can get her characteristics and specifications from Skyport records. Do you need her registration number? I don't need her number, Ira. Sky Yacht Dora. I have all pertinent data to answer. I can. Am I instructed to do so? Yes, I told her with a feeling of sudden relief. New overriding program activated and running, Ira.
Thank you, Lazarus.
Whoops! Slow down, Minerva. Dora is my ship. I left her asleep on purpose. Have you wakened her?
I did so, Lazarus. By self-program under new overriding program. But I can tell her to go back to sleep now. I have all data I need at the moment.
You try telling Dora to go back to sleep, and she'll tell you to buzz off. At least. At the very least. Minerva, dear, you goofed. You have no authority to wake my ship.
I am most sorry to disagree with the senior, sir, but I do have authority to take all appropriate actions to carry out any program given to me by Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Lazarus frowned. You mixed her up, Ira. Now you straighten her out. I can't do anything with her.
I sighed. Minerva is rarely difficult, but when she is even more pig-headed than flesh and blood. Minerva,
waiting orders, Ira.
I am Chairman Pro Tem. You know what that means. The senior is senior even to me. You will not touch anything of his without his permission. That applies to his yacht, and to this suite, and to anything else of his. You will carry out any program he gives you. If it conflicts with a program I have given you, and you cannot resolve the conflict, you will consult me at once, waking me if I am asleep, interrupting whatever I may be doing. But you will not disobey him. This instruction super-overrides all other programs. Acknowledge.
Acknowledged and running,
she answered meekly.
I'm sorry, Ira.
My fault, little nag, not yours. I should not have given you a new controlling program without noting the senior's prerogatives.
No harm done, kids, Lazarus said. I hope. Minerva, a word of advice, dear. You've never been a passenger in a ship?
No, sir.
You'll find it different from anything you've ever experienced. Here you give orders, in Ira's name. But passengers never give orders. Never. Remember it.
Lazarus added to me,
Dora is a nice little ship, Ira, helpful and friendly. She can find her way through multiple space with just a hint, the roughest approximation, and still have all your meals on time. But she needs to feel appreciated. Pet her and tell her she's a good girl and she'll wriggle like a puppy. But ignore her and she'll spill soup on you just to get your attention.
I'll be careful, I agreed.
And you be careful, Minerva, because you are going to need Dora's goodwill much more than she will need yours. You may know far more than she does, I'm sure you do, but you grew up to be chief bureaucrat of a planet, while she grew up to be a ship. So what you know doesn't count, once you are aboard.
I can learn,
Minerva said plaintively.
I can self-program to learn astrogation and ship handling at once, from the planetary library. I'm very bright.
Lazarus sighed again.
Ira, do you know the ancient Chinese ideogram for trouble?
I admitted that I did not.
Don't bother to guess. It's 2 women under 1 roof. We're going to have problems, or you will. Minerva, you are not bright. You are stupid when it comes to handling another woman. If you want to learn multiple spaces astrogation, fine, but not from a library. Persuade Dora to teach you. But never forget that she is mistress in her own ship, and don't try to show her how bright you are. Bear in mind, instead, that she likes attention.
I will try, sir, Minerva answered him with humility she rarely shows to me.
Dora wants to get your attention right now.
Uh-oh. What sort of mood is she in?
Not a good mood, Lazarus. I have not admitted that I know where you are, as I am under a standing instruction not to discuss your affairs unnecessarily. But I did accept a message for you without guaranteeing that I could deliver it.
Just right. Ira,
The papers with my will include a program to wash me out of Dora's memories without touching her skills. But the trouble you started by grabbing me out of that flop house has spread. She's awake with her memories intact, and she's probably scared. The message, Minerva.
It's several thousand words, Lazarus, but the semantic content is short. Will you have that first?
Okay, the summary meaning.
Dora wants to know where you are and when you are coming to see her. The rest could be described as onomatopoecy, semantically null but highly emotional, that is to say, cursing, pejoratives, and improbable insults in several languages.
Oh, boy.
Including one language I do not know, but from context and delivery I assume, tentatively, that it is more of the same but stronger.
Lazarus covered his face with a hand. Dora is cussing in Arabic again. Ira, this is worse than I thought.
Sir, shall I replicate just the sounds not in my vocabularies? Or will you have the complete message?
No, no, no. Minerva, do you cuss?
I have never had reason to, Lazarus, but I was much impressed by Dora's command of the art.
Don't blame Dora. She was subjected to a bad influence when she was very young.
Me. May I have permission to file her message in my permanence, so that I may cuss if needed?
You do not have permission. If Ira wants you to learn to cuss, he'll teach you himself. Minerva, can you arrange a telephone hookup from my ship to this suite? Ira, I might as well cope with it now. It won't get better.
Lazarus, I can arrange a standard telephone hookup if that is what you want, but Dora could speak to you at once via the duo in your suite that I am now using.
Oh, fine.
Shall I supply her with holographic signal, too? Or is sound enough?
Sound is enough. More than enough, probably. Will you be able to hear, too?
If you wish, Lazarus, but you can have privacy if that is your wish.
Stick around. I may need a referee. Put her on.
Boss?
It was the voice of a timid little girl. It made me think of skinned knees and no breasts as yet, and big, tragic eyes. Lazarus answered, Right here, baby.
Boss, God damn your lousy soul to hell! What do you mean by running off and not letting me know where you are? Of all the filthy, flea-bitten—
Pipe down!
The timid little girl voice returned. Aye, Skipper,
it said uncertainly. Where I go and when I go and how long I stay are none of your business. Your business is to pilot and to keep house, that's all.
I heard a sniffle, exactly like a small child sniffing back tears.
Yes, boss?
You were supposed to be asleep. I put you to bed myself.
Somebody woke me, a strange lady.
That was a mistake, but you used bad language to her.
Well, I was scared. I really was, boss. I woke up and thought you had come home, and you weren't anywhere around, not anywhere. She told on me?
She conveyed your message to me. Fortunately, she did not understand most of your words, but I did. What have I told you about being polite to strangers?
I'm sorry, boss.
Sorry doesn't get the cows milked. Now, adorable Dora, you listen to me. I'm not going to punish you. You were wakened by mistake, and you were scared and lonely, so we'll forget it. But you shouldn't talk that way, not to strangers. This lady, she's a friend of mine, and she wants to be your friend, too. She's a computer.
She is?
Just as you are, dear.
Then she couldn't hurt me, could she? I thought she was inside me, snooping around, so I yelled for you.
She not only couldn't, she would never want to hurt you.
Lazarus raised his voice slightly.
Minerva, come in, dear, and tell Dora who you are.
My helpmeet's voice, calm and soothing, said, I'm a computer, Dora, called Minerva by my friends, and I hope you'll call me that. I'm terribly sorry I woke you. I'd be scared, too, if someone woke me like that. Minerva never has been asleep in the 100-odd years she's been activated. She rests each part of herself on some schedule I don't need to know, but she herself is always awake. or awake so instantly whenever I speak to her as not to matter. The ship said,
"How do you do, Minerva? I'm sorry I talked the way I did."
"I don't remember it, dear, if you did. I heard your skipper say that I transmitted a message from you to him, but it's erased now that it's been transmitted. Private message, I suppose." Was Minerva truth-saying? Until she came under Lazarus' influence, I would have said that she did not know how to lie. Now I'm not sure.
"I'm glad you erased it, Minerva. I'm sorry I talked to you that way. Boss is sore at me about it."
Lazarus interrupted.
Now, adorable, stop it. We always let water over the bridge lie where Jesus flang it, you know that. Will you be a good girl and go back to sleep?
Do I have to?
No. You don't even have to place yourself on slow time. But I can't come to see you, or even talk to you, earlier than late tomorrow afternoon. I'm busy today, and we'll be house-hunting tomorrow. You can stay awake and bore yourself silly any way you choose. But if you whomp up some fake emergency to get my attention, I'll spank you.
But, boss, you know I never do that.
I know you do that, little imp. But if you bother me for anything less than somebody trying to break into you or you catching on fire, you'll regret it. If I can figure out that you've set yourself on fire, you'll catch it twice as hard. Look, dear, why don't you at least sleep whenever I am asleep? Minerva, can you let Dora know when I go to sleep? And when I wake up?
Certainly, Lazarus.
But that doesn't mean you can bother me when I'm awake, Dora, other than for real emergencies. No surprise drills. This is not shipboard routine. We're dirt side, and I'm busy. Minerva, how's your time-sharing capacity? Do you play chess?
I put in, Minerva has ample share-time capacity. But before I could add that she was Secundus champion, unlimited open handicap, with a handicap of Q, Q's B, and K's R, Minerva said, "Perhaps Dora will teach me to play chess." Well, Minerva had certainly learned Lazarus' rule for telling the truth selectively. I made note that I must have a serious private talk with her.
"I'd be glad to, Miss Minerva."
Lazarus relaxed.
"Fine. You gals get acquainted. So long till tomorrow, adorable. Now beat it."
Minerva notified us that the yacht was no longer patched in, and Lazarus relaxed. Minerva dropped back to her record-keeping role and kept quiet. Lazarus said apologetically,
"Don't be put off by her childish manners, Ira. You won't find a sharper pilot or a neater ship's housekeeper between here and Galactic Center. But I had reasons for not letting her grow up in other ways, reasons that won't apply when you take over as her master. She's a good girl, she really is. It's just that she's like a cat that jumps into your lap the instant you sit down."
I found her charming.
"She's a spoiled brat. But it's not her fault. I am practically all the company she's ever had. I get bored by a computer that just grinds out numbers, docile as a slide rule. No company on a long trip. You wanted to speak to Ishtar. About my house hunting, I think. Tell her I won't let it interfere with routine. I just want a day off, that's all."
I'll tell her. I turned to the administrator for rejuvenation and shifted to Galacta, asking her how long it would take to sterilize a suite in the palace and install decontamination equipment for watchstanders and visitors. Before she could answer, Lazarus said, "Whoops, hold it one fiddlin' moment. I saw you palm that card, Ira." "I beg your pardon, sir."
"You try to slide one in. Decontam is the same word in English as it is in Galacta. Not that it was news to me. My sense of smell isn't that dead. When a pretty girl leans over me, I expect to smell perfume. But when I can't even smell girl and do smell germicides, well, ipse dixit and QED. Minerva."
"Yes, Lazarus."
"Can you spare me some shared time to give me a refresher while I'm asleep tonight in the 900 basic words of Galacta, or whatever number it takes? You equipped for it?"
"Certainly, Lazarus."
"Thanks, dear. One night should do it, but I'll appreciate vocabulary drill each night until we both think I'm up to adequate proficiency. Can do?"
"Can do, Lazarus, and will do."
Thanks, dear. Over and out. Now, Ira, you see that door? If it doesn't open to my voice, I'm going to attempt to break it down. If I can't, I am going to check on whether or not that suicide switch is really hooked up. By trying it. Because if that door won't open, I am a prisoner. And any promises I made on your assurances that I am a free agent are not binding. But if it does open to my voice, I'll bet you whatever you like that there is a decontam chamber beyond it, staffed and ready to function. Say 1,000,000 crowns to keep it interesting? No, you didn't flinch. Let's make it 10,000,000 crowns.
I trust that I did not flinch. I have never had that much money of my own, and a chairman pro tem gets out of the habit of thinking about his own money. There is no need to. I had not asked Minerva about my personal balance for some time. Years, perhaps. Lazarus, I won't bet. Yes, there is a decontam set up outside. We try to protect you from possible infection without bringing it to your attention. I see that we have failed. I haven't checked on the door.
Lying again, son. You're not good at it.
But if it isn't keyed to your voice now, it is my oversight. You've kept me busy. Minerva, if the door to this suite is not keyed to the senior's voice, correct it immediately. It is keyed to his voice, Ira. I relaxed when I heard how she phrased it. Perhaps a computer that had learned when not to be bluntly truthful was going to be still more of a helpmeet. Lazarus grinned diabolically.
So, then I'm about to test out the super override program you were a bit hasty in giving her. Minerva.
Awaiting your orders, Senior.
Key the door to my suite so that it opens only to my voice. I'm going out and sashay around, while Ira and these kids stay locked inside. If I am not back in half an hour, you can unlock them.
Conflict, Ira? Carry out his orders, Minerva. I tried to keep my voice low and even. Lazarus smiled and stayed in his chair.
No need to show openers, Ira. There is nothing outside I want to see. Minerva, you can put the door back to normal. Let it open to any voice, including mine. Sorry about that conflict, dear. I hope it didn't burn out anything.
No harm done, Lazarus. When I was given that super override instruction, I increased the overload tolerances on my problem-resolving network.
You're a smart girl. I'll try to avoid conflict in the future. Ira, you had better remove that super override. It's not fair to Minerva. She feels like a woman with two husbands.
Minerva can handle it, I assured him, more calmly than I felt.
You mean that I had better handle it? I shall. Did you tell Ishtar that I'm going house-hunting?
I didn't get that far. I was discussing with her the practicability of your living at the palace.
Now, Ira, palaces don't appeal to me, and being a house guest is still worse. A nuisance both to host and guest. Tomorrow I'll find a residential Hilton that doesn't cater to tourists or conventions. Then I'll run out to the skyport and see Dora and pat her rump and get her calmed down. The next day or so I'll find a little house way out in the suburbs, one automated enough to be no problem, but with its own garden. Got to have a garden. I'll have to bribe somebody to move. The house I want won't be standing empty. Do you happen to know how much I still have in Harriman Trust, if anything?
I don't know, but that's no problem. Minerva, set up a drawing account for the senior. Unlimited. Acknowledged, Ira. Completed. Completion noted. Lazarus, you would not be a nuisance, nor will you find it palatial as long as you avoid the public rooms, as I always do, nor will you be anyone's guest. It's called the Executive Palace, but its official name is the Chairman's House. You will be in residence in your own home. I will be the guest, if anyone.
Hogwash, Ira.
True, Lazarus.
Quit juggling words. I would still be a stranger in a household and not truly my own. A guest? I don't buy it.
Lazarus, you said last night, I remembered just in time the missing day, that you can always do business with anyone who is acting in his own interest, and says so.
I think I said usually rather than always, meaning that we could then look for a way that would serve both of our self-interests.
Then hear me out. You've got me tied down with this Scheherazade bet, as well as a research to find something new to interest you. Now you've dangled bait under my nose that makes me want to migrate as soon as possible. It won't take long for the trustees to turn me down concerning a migration of the families. Grandfather, it's nuisance enough to chase over here every day. I don't hanker to trek way out into the boondocks. The commuting would waste what little time you have left me for work. Besides that, it's dangerous.
Living alone? Ira, I've lived alone many times.
Dangerous for me. Assassins. I'm safe at the palace. The rat who can find his way through that maze hasn't been born. I'm reasonably safe here inside the clinic, and I can get back and forth in safety, subject only to whims of automatic machinery. But if I make a daily pattern of going to an unfortified house somewhere out in the suburbs, then it is only a matter of time until some crackpot sees it as an opportunity to save the world by picking me off.
Oh, he would not live through it. My guards aren't that inefficient.
But if I persist in setting myself up as a target, he might get me before they get him. No, grandfather, I do not choose to be assassinated. The senior looked thoughtful, but not impressed.
I could answer that your safety and convenience have to do with your self-interest, not mine.
True, I admitted, but let me offer what bait I can. It's in my self-interest for you to live in the palace. There I can visit you in perfect safety, even safer than I am here, and commuting becomes a matter of seconds, negligible. I can even ask you, there, to excuse me for a half-hour if something urgent comes up. That defines my self-interest. As for yours, sir, would you be interested in a bachelor's cottage, rather small, 4 rooms, and not especially modern or luxurious, but set in a pleasant garden? 3 hectares, but only the part close to the house is gardened. The rest has been allowed to grow wild.
What's the catch, Ira? How modern is not especially? I did say automated, as I am not yet in shape to do for myself, nor am I patient with the vagaries of servants or the whimsical uncertainties of robots.
Oh, this cottage is sufficiently automated. It simply does not have a lot of fancy extravagances. No servants needed if your tastes are simple. Would you permit the clinic to continue to stand watches on you if the watchstanders are as pleasant and as pleasantly unobtrusive as these 2?
These kids are all right. I like them. I realize that the clinic wants to keep an eye on me. They probably feel that I'm more of a challenge than a client only 300 or 400 years old. That's okay. But you pass the word that I expect to smell perfume, not germicides. Or reasonably fresh body odors. I'm not fussy. I repeat, what's the catch?
The hell you aren't fussy, Lazarus. You delight in thinking up impossible conditions. This cottage is rather cluttered with old-fashioned books. The last tenant was eccentric. Did I mention a little stream running through the grounds, one which opens out into a small pool near the house? Not much, but you can take a few strokes in it. Oh, I forgot to mention an old tomcat who thinks he owns the place. But you probably won't see him. He hates most people.
I won't bother him if he wants to be left alone. Cats make good neighbors. You still haven't answered me.
The catch is this, Lazarus. I've been describing the penthouse I had built for my own use on the roof of the palace, some 90 years back when I decided to keep this job a while. It can be reached only by vertical transport from my usual quarters a couple of stories below it. I've never had time to use it much. You are welcome to it. I stood up. But if you won't take it, then you can consider that I've lost the Scheherazade bet, and you are free to use that termination switch whenever you please. For I'm damned if I'll be a sitting duck for assassination just to cater to your whims.
Sit back down.
No, thank you. I've made a reasonable offer. If you won't take it, you can go to hell in your own way. I won't let you ride my shoulders like the old man of the sea. I can be pushed just so far.
So I see. How much of your ancestry am I?
About 13%. Considerable convergence.
Only that much? I would have guessed more. Some ways you sound like my Gramp. Does my suicide switch go along?
If you want it, I answered as indifferently as I could manage to sound. Or you can jump off the edge. It's a long drop.
I prefer the switch, Ira. I'd hate to change my mind on the way down. Will you fix me up with another transport so that I won't have to go through your apartment?
No.
Yeah? Is it all that difficult? Let's ask Minerva.
It's not that I can't. I won't. It's an unreasonable request. It won't hurt you to change transports in my foyer. Didn't I make it clear that I am not catering to any more unreasonable whims?
Get your feathers down, son. I accept. Tomorrow, say. Never mind moving that clutter of books. I like old-fashioned bound books. They have more flavor than speedy reads, or projectos, or such. And I'm pleased to find that you're a rat and not a mouse. Please sit down.
I did so, pretending reluctance. I felt that I was beginning to gain some grasp of Lazarus. Despite the way he sneered at them, the old scoundrel was an equalitarian at heart, and expressed it by attempting to dominate anyone with whom he came into contact, but was contemptuous of anyone who knuckled under to his bullying. So the only answer was to hit back at him, try to maintain a balance of power, and hope that in time it would reach the stability of mutual respect. I never had cause to change my mind. He was capable of kindness and even affection toward one who accepted a subordinate role, if that person was a child or a female. But he preferred spunk even from them. A grown male who bent the knee he neither liked nor trusted. I think this quirk in his character made him very lonely. Presently the senior said musingly, "Be nice to live in a house for a while, with a garden, maybe with a spot where I can stretch a hammock." Several such spots.
But I'm doing you out of your hideaway.
Lazarus, there is enough room on that roof that I could have another cottage assembled out of your sight, if I wanted it. I don't. I haven't even been up there for a swim in weeks. It has been at least a year since I slept up there.
Well, I hope you'll feel free to come up and swim any time, or whatever.
I expect to be up there every day and all day for the next 1,000 days. Have you forgotten our bet?
Oh, that. Ira, you were bitching that my whimsical ways were wasting your valuable time. Do you want to be let off the hook? Not on the other, just on that.
I laughed at him. Straighten your kilt, Lazarus. Your self-interest is showing. Meaning you want to be let off the hook. No deal. I intend to get 1,001 days of your memoirs on record. After that you can jump off the edge, or drown yourself in the pool, or whatever. But I won't let you welch by pretending to do me a favor. I'm beginning to understand you.
You are. That's more than I've ever managed. When you get me figured out, tell me about me. I'll be interested. That search for something new, Ira, you said you had started it.
I didn't say that, Lazarus.
Well, perhaps you just implied it.
Nor even that. Want to bet? We can ask Minerva for a full printout, then I'll accept your verdict.
Let's not tempt a lady into fudging the record, Ira. She's loyal to you, not to me, despite any super-duper overrides.
Chicken?
At every opportunity, Ira. How do you think I've lived so long? I bet only when I'm certain to win, or when losing serves my actual purpose. All right, when are you starting that research?
I've already started it.
But you said... No, you didn't. Damn your impudence, boy! All right, what direction are you pushing it?
All directions.
Impossible. You don't have that many people at your disposal, even assuming that all of them are capable, whereas the person capable of creative thought is less than 1 in 1,000.
No argument. But what about the sort of person that you said was just like us, but magnified? Minerva is director of research on this, Lazarus. I talked it over with her. She's setting it up. All directions. A Zwicky investigation.
Well, yes, she could. I think she could. Whereas even Andy Libby might have found it difficult. How is she designing her morphological box?
I don't know. Shall we ask her?
Only if she's ready to be asked, Ira. People get annoyed when interrupted for progress reports. Even Andy Libby used to get irritable if anyone joggled his elbow.
Even the great Libby probably didn't have the timeshare capacity Minerva has. Most brains are merely linear, and I've never heard of any human genius who had more than 3 tracks.
5.
So. Well, you've met more geniuses than I have. But I don't know how many simultaneous tracks Minerva can set up. I simply have never seen her overloaded. Let's ask her. Minerva, have you set up the morpho box for that search for something new for the senior?
Yes, Ira.
Tell us about it.
The preliminary matrix uses 5 dimensions, but with a certainty that auxiliary dimensions will be needed for some pigeonholes. That being noted, there are now 9 by 5 by 13 by 8 by 73, or 341,640 discrete category pockets before auxiliary expansions. For check, the original trinary readout is unit pair pair, comma, unit nil nil, comma, unit pair pair, comma, unit nil nil point nil. Shall I print out decimal and trinary expressions?
I think not, little Meg. The day you make a mistake in arithmetic, I'll have to resign. Lazarus?
I'm not interested in pigeonholes, just what is in them. Hit any pay dirt, Minerva?
As stated, Lazarus, your question does not permit specific answer. Shall I print out the categories for your examination?
No. Over 300,000 categories and maybe a dozen words to define each one. We'd be hip-deep in paper.
Lazarus looked thoughtful.
Ira, you might ask Minerva to print it somewhere else before she wipes it, as a book. A big book, 10 or 15 volumes. You could call it Varieties of Human Experience, by, Minerva Weatherall. It would be the sort of thing professors argue over for 1,000 years. I'm not joking, Ira. It should be preserved. I think it's new. It's a job too big for flesh and blood, and I sort of doubt that a computer of Minerva's caliber has ever before been asked to do this sort of Zwicky.
Minerva, would you like that? Preserve your research notes and edit them into a book? Say a few hundred full-size bound copies in a handsome presentation format, plus microperms for libraries on Secundus and elsewhere? For the archives, too. I could ask Justin Foote to write a preface. I was intentionally appealing to her vanity, and if you think computers don't have such human foibles, then I suggest that your experience with them is limited. Minerva always liked to be appreciated, and we two began to be a team only after I realized this. What else can you offer a machine? Higher pay and longer vacations? Let's not be silly. But she surprised me still again, answering in a voice almost as shy as Lazarus' yacht, and quite formally.
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, would it be proper, and would you grant permission, for me to put on the title page, by Minerva Weatherall?
I said, why, certainly, unless you would rather sign it just Minerva.
Lazarus said brusquely, Don't be a dumb fool, son. Dear, sign that title page Minerva L. Weatherall. The L stands for long, because you, Ira, had a woods colt by one of my daughters on some frontier planet back in the careless days of your youth, and just recently got around to registering the fact in the archives. I'll attest the registration. Happens I was there at the time. But Dr. Minerva L. Weatherall is now off somewhere way the hell and gone out, doing research for her next magnum opus. Can't be reached for an interview. Ira, you and I will whip up biographical notes for my distinguished granddaughter. Got it?
I simply answered yes.
That suit you, girl?
Yes, indeed, Lazarus. Grandfather Lazarus.
Don't bother calling me grandfather, but I want the #1 presentation copy inscribed to me, dear. To my grandfather, Lazarus Long, with love, Minerva L. Weatherall. Is it a deal?
I will be happy and proud to do so, Lazarus. An inscription should be in handwriting, should it not? I can modify the extensional I use to sign official papers for Ira, a mod so that the inscription handwriting will be different from his handwriting.
Fine. If Ira behaves himself, you might consider dedicating the book to him and inscribe a copy to him. But I get the first copy. I'm senior, and I thought it up. But back to the search itself. I'm never going to read that 20-volume opus, Minerva. I'm interested only in results. So tell me what you have so far.
Lazarus, I have tentatively rejected over half the matrix as representing things the archives show that you have done, or things that I assume that you would not wish to do.
Hold it. As the Marine said, if I haven't done it, I'll try it. What are these things you assume I wouldn't want to try? Let's hear 'em.
Yes, sir. One sub-matrix, 3,650 pockets, all involve a probably fatal outcome, probability 99% plus. First, exploring in corpus the interior of a star.
Scratch that one. I'll leave that to physicists. Besides, Lib and I did it once.
The archives did not show it, Lazarus.
Lots of things not in the archives. Go on.
Modification of your genetic pattern to grow an amphibious clone capable of living in ocean waters.
I'm not sure I'm that interested in fish. What's the catch?
3 catches, Lazarus, each hazardous by less than 99%, but when taken in series, total almost unity. Such pseudo-human amphibians have been grown, but the viable ones, thus far, strongly resemble very large frogs. The chances of survival of such a creature against other denizens of the deep, figured for secundus, have been theoretically calculated as even for 17 days, 25% for 34 days, and so on.
I think I could improve those odds. But I never have cared much for Russian roulette. The other hazards?
Installing your brain in the modified clone, then reinserting it into a normal clone at a later time, if you survived.
Scratch that one. If I have to live underwater, I don't want to be a frog. I want to be the biggest, meanest shark in the ocean. Besides, I figure that if living underwater was all that interesting, we would still be there. Give me another sample.
A triple sample, sir. Lost in space, with a ship, without a ship, but with a suit, and without even a suit.
Scratch 'em all. I've come closer than I'd like to think to the first two, and the third is just a silly way to drown in vacuum. Thin and unpleasant. Minerva, the all-powerful, in his majestic wisdom, whatever that means, made it possible for humans to die peacefully. That being so, unless one is forced to, it is silly to do it the hard way. So scratch drowning in caterpillars and self-immolation and all silly ways to die. Very well, dear. You've convinced me that you know what you're talking about concerning those 99-plus hazards. Scratch 'em all. I'm interested only in something new to me, in which the chances of surviving are better than 50%, and in which a man who stays alert can enhance his chances. For example, I never hankered to go over high falls on a barrel. You can design the barrel to make it relatively safe. Nevertheless, once you start, you are helpless, which makes it a silly stunt, unless it's the safest way out of a worse predicament. Racing, car, steeplechase, skis, is more interesting because each calls for skill. Yet I don't fancy that sort of danger either. Danger for the sake of danger is for children who don't really believe they can be killed. Whereas I know I can be. So there are a lot of mountains I'll never climb, unless I'm trapped, in which case I'll do it. Have done it. The easiest, safest, most chicken way I can figure out. Don't bother with anything in which the prime novelty is danger. Danger is no novelty. It is simply something to be faced when you can't run. How about other pigeonholes in your box?
Lazarus, you could become female.
Eh?
I do not think I have ever seen the senior quite so startled. So was I, but the statement was not aimed at me. He went on slowly.
Minerva, I'm not sure what you mean. Surgeons have been turning inadequate males into fake females for more than 2,000 years, and females into fake males almost as long. I'm not attracted by such stunts. For good or bad, I am male.
I suppose that every human has wondered how it would feel to be the other sex, but all the plastic surgery and hormone treatments possible won't do it. Those monsters don't reproduce.
I am not speaking of monsters, Lazarus. A true change in sex.
You remind me of a tale I had almost forgotten. Not sure it's true. About a man, must have been around 2000 A.D. Couldn't be much later, because things went to pieces not long after. Supposed to have had his brain moved into a female body. Killed him, of course. Alien tissue rejection.
Lazarus, this would not involve that hazard. It would be done with your own clone.
Not bloody likely. Keep talking.
Lazarus, this has been tested on animals other than H. sapiens. It works best in changing a male to a female. A single cell is selected for cloning. Before cloning is started, the Y chromosome is removed, and an X chromosome from a second cell of the same zygote is supplied, thus creating a female cell of the same genetic pattern as the zygote, save that the X chromosome is replicated while the Y chromosome is eliminated. The modified cell is then cloned. The result is a true female clone zygote derived from a male original.
There must be a catch, Lazarus said, frowning.
There may be, Lazarus. Certain it is that the basic technique works. There are several created females in the building you are in, dogs, cats, one sow, others, and most of them have littered successfully, except when, for example, a derived bitch is bred with a male dog who supplied the cell for cloning. That can produce lethals and monstrosities from the high probability of reinforcing bad recessives.
I should think it would.
Yes, but normal outbreeding does not, as indicated by 73 generations of hamsters descended from one created female. The method has not been adapted to fauna native to Secundus because of their radically different genetic structure.
Never mind Secundus animals. How about men?
Lazarus, I have been able to search the literature only on items released by the Rejuvenation Clinic. The published literature hints at problems in the last stage, activating the female clone zygote with the memories and experiences, the personality, if you prefer that term, of the parent male. When to terminate the parent male, or whether to terminate it at all, suggests several problems, but I am unable to say what research has been suppressed.
Lazarus turned to me. Do you permit that, Ira? Suppression of research?
I don't interfere, Lazarus, but I didn't know this research was going on. Let's find out. I turned to the administrator for rejuvenation, shifted to Galacta, and explained what we had been discussing and asked what progress had been made with humans. I turned back with my ears burning. As soon as I mentioned humans in this connection, she had interrupted me abruptly, as if I had said something offensive, and stated that such experimentation was proscribed. I translated her answer. Lazarus nodded.
I read the kid's face. I could see the answer was no. Well, Minerva, that seems to be that. I am not about to attempt chromosome surgery on myself. Somebody swiped my jackknife.
Perhaps that is not quite the end, Minerva replied. Ira, did you notice that Ishtar said only that such research was proscribed? She did not say that it had not taken place. I have just made a most thorough semantic analysis of the published literature for truth and falsity implications. I conclude that the probability approaches certainty that much pertinent research on humans has taken place, even though it may no longer be going on. Do you wish to order it released, sir? I am certain that I can freeze their computer quickly enough to prevent erasure, assuming that an erasure program guards it.
Let's not do anything drastic, drawled Lazarus. There may be good reason for a hold on this stuff. I'm forced to assume that these Johnnies know more about it than I do. Besides, I'm not sure I want to be a guinea pig. Let's put it on the back of the fire, Minerva. Ira, I'm not sure I would be me without my Y chromosome.
to say nothing of those jolly hints of how you transfer the personality and at what point to kill off the male. Me, that is.
Lazarus.
Yes, Minerva.
The published literature makes one option both certain and safe. This method can be used to create your twin sister, identical rather than fraternal, save for sex. A host mother is indicated with no forcing to maturity, since the brain would be allowed to develop normally. Would this meet your standards of newness and interest? To watch yourself grow up as a woman? Lazuli Long, you might name her. Your female other self.
Lazarus stopped. I said dryly, Grandfather, I think I've won our second bet. Something new. Something interesting.
Now slow up. You can't do it. You don't know how. Nor do I. And the director of this madhouse appears to have moral scruples about it.
We don't know that. Mere inference.
Not so mere. And I may have moral scruples. 'Twouldn't interest me unless I stuck around and watched her grow up, which might send me crazy either through trying to make her grow up just like me, what a fate for any girl, or by trying to keep her from growing up as ornery as I am when that would be her nature. Nor would I be justified either way. She would be a separate human being, not my slave. Besides that, I would be her sole parent. No mother. I've had one crack at trying to raise a daughter alone. It's not fair to the girl.
You're inventing objections, Lazarus. I'll give long odds that Ishtar would gladly be both host mother and foster mother, especially if you promised Ishtar a son of her own. Shall I ask her?
You keep your biscuit trap shut, son. I'll never place that on pending. I won't be hurried into a major decision about another person, especially one who isn't quite. Ira, remind me to tell you about the twins who were no relation to each other, but twins.
Preposterous. You're changing the subject.
So I am. Minerva, what else do you have, girl?
Lazarus, I have one program which involves low hazard and a probability approaching certainty of supplying one, or more. Experience is completely new to you.
I'm listening.
Suspended animation.
What's new about that? We had that when I was a kid, hardly 200 years old. Used it in the New Frontiers. Didn't attract me then, doesn't now.
As a means of time travel. If you stipulate that in X number of years something truly new will develop, a certainty based on history, then your only problem is to select whatever span of years will, in your opinion, produce the degree of novelty you seek. 100 years, 1,000, 10,000, whatever you say. The rest involves nothing but minor design details.
Not so minor. If I'm going to be asleep and unable to protect myself.
But you need not go into hibernation until you are satisfied with my design, Lazarus. 100 years is obviously no problem. 1,000 years is not much problem. For 10,000 years I would design an artificial planetoid equipped with fail-safes to ensure that you would be revived automatically in case of emergency.
That would take quite some designing, girl.
I feel confident of my capacity to do it, Lazarus, but you are free to criticize and reject any part of it. However, there is no point in my submitting preliminary designs until you give me the controlling parameter, namely the time span, which, in your opinion, will produce something new to you. Or do you wish my advice on that?
Hold your horses, dear. Let's assume that you've got me in liquid helium and in free fall and thoroughly protected against ionizing radiation.
No problem, Lazarus.
So I stipulated, dear. I'm not underrating you. But suppose some tiny little fail-safe fails null instead, and I go on snoozing through the centuries and millennia without end. Not dead, but not revived either.
I can and will design to avoid that. But let me accept your stipulation. In such case, how would you be worse off than you would be if you used your termination option switch? What do you lose by trying this?
Why, that's obvious. If there is anything to this immortality talk, or any sort of afterlife, I'm not saying there is or isn't, but if there is, then when the roll is called up yonder, I won't be there. I'll be asleep, but not dead, somewhere off in space. I'll miss the last boat."
"Grandfather," I said impatiently, "quit trying to wiggle out. If you don't want it, just say no. But Minerva has certainly offered you a way to reach something new. If there is anything to your argument, which I don't admit, you will have achieved something really unique. The only human being out of many billions to fail to show up for muster on this hypothetical and highly unlikely Judgment Day. I wouldn't put it past you, you old scoundrel. You're slippery." He ignored my slur.
"Why highly unlikely?"
"Because it is. I won't argue it."
"Because you can't argue it,"
he retorted.
"There isn't any evidence for or against, so how can you assign even a loose probability either way? I was pointing out the desirability, if there happens to be anything to it, of playing it kosher. Minerva, hold that under pending, too. The idea has everything you claim for it, and I don't doubt your ability as a designer. But, like testing a parachute, it's a one-way trip with no chance to change my mind after I jump. So we'll look over all other ideas before falling back on that one, even if it takes years."
"I will continue, Lazarus."
"Thanks, Minerva."
Lazarus looked thoughtful as he picked his teeth with a thumbnail. We were eating, but I have not mentioned breaks for refreshment, nor will I again. You may assume any food and rest breaks that make you feel comfortable. Like Scheherazade's tales, the senior's anecdotes were chopped up by many irrelevant interruptions. "Lazarus."
Son? I was daydreaming of a far country, and the wench is dead, sorry."
"You could help Minerva in this search."
"So? Seems unlikely. She's better equipped to conduct a needle-in-a-haystack search than I am. She impresses me."
"Yes, but she needs data. There are these great gaps in what we know about you. If Minerva knew, those 50-odd professions you followed, she might be able to cancel several thousand possibility pockets. For example, have you ever been a farmer?"
"Several times."
"So, now that she knows that, she won't suggest anything relating to agriculture. While there may be sorts of farming you have never done, none would be novel enough to meet your stringent requirements. Why not list the things you have done?"
"Doubt if I can remember them all."
"That can't be helped. But listing what you do remember may call to mind others."
Let me think. One thing I always did every time I reached an uninhabited planet was to study law. Not to practice, not usually, although for a number of years I was a very criminal lawyer. On San Andreas, that was. But to understand the ground rules. Hard to show a profit, or to conceal one, if you don't know how the game is played. It's much safer to break a law knowingly than to do so through ignorance. But that backfired once, and I wound up as High Justice of a planetary Supreme Court, just in time to save my bacon and neck. Let me see. Farmer and lawyer and judge, and I told you I had practiced medicine. Skipper of many sorts of craft, mostly for exploration, but sometimes for cargo or migrant transport. And once an armed privateer with a crew of rogues you wouldn't take home to mother. Schoolteacher. Lost that job when they caught me teaching the kids the raw truth, a capital offense anywhere in the galaxy. In the slave trade once, but from underneath. I was a slave.
I blinked at that. I can't imagine it.
Unfortunately, I didn't have to imagine it. Priest?
I had to interrupt again. Priest? Lazarus, you said, or implied, that you had no religious faith of any sort.
Did I? But faith is for the congregation, Ira. It handicaps a priest. Professor in a parlor-house.
Excuse me again. Idiomatic usage?
Manager of a bordello. Although I did play the pianette a little and sang. Don't laugh, I had a pretty good singing voice then. This was on Mars. You've heard of Mars?
Next planet out from Old Home Terra, Sol 4.
Yes, not a planet we'd bother with today,
but this was before Andy Libby changed things. It was even before China destroyed Europe, but after America dropped out of the spacing business, which left me stranded. I left Earth after that meeting of 2012 and didn't go back for a spell, which saved me much unpleasantness. I shouldn't complain. If that meeting had gone the other way... No, I'm wrong. When a fruit is ripe, it will fall, and the United States was rotten ripe. Don't ever become a pessimist, Ira. A pessimist is correct oftener than an optimist, but an optimist has more fun, and neither can stop the march of events. But we were speaking of Mars and the job I had there. A fill-in job for coffee and cakes, but pleasant, as I was also the bouncer. The girls were all nice girls, and it was a pleasure to throw out some slob who was misbehaving toward them. Throw him so hard he bounced, then blacklist him so he couldn't come back. One or two like that every evening, and the word got around that Happy Days demanded gentlemanly behavior toward the ladies, no matter how big a spender a man was. Whoring is like military service, Ira. Okay in the upper brackets, not so good lower down. These girls were constantly getting offers to buy up their contracts and get married, and all of them did get married, I think, but they were making money so fast that they weren't anxious to grab the first offer, mainly because, when I took over, I put a stop to the fixed price the governor of the colony had set and reinstated the law of supply and demand. There was no reason why those kids shouldn't charge every ruble the traffic would bear. Had trouble over that until the governor's provost for rest and culture got it through his thick head that slave wages won't work in a scarcity situation. Mars was unpleasant enough without trying to cheat those few who made it tolerable, or even delightful when they were happy in their work. Whores perform the same function as priests, Ira, but far more thoroughly. Let me see. I've been wealthy many times and always lost it, usually through governments inflating the money or confiscating, nationalizing, or liberating something I owned. Put not your faith in princes, Ira. Since they don't produce, they always steal. I've been broke even oftener than I've been wealthy. Of the two, being broke is more interesting, as a man who doesn't know where his next meal is coming from is never bored. He may be angry, or several other things, but not bored. His predicament sharpens his thoughts, spurs him into action, adds zest to his life, whether he knows it or not. Can trap him, of course. That's why food is the usual bait for traps. But that's the intriguing part about being broke. How to solve it without being trapped. A hungry man tends to lose his judgment. A man who has missed 7 meals is often ready to kill. Rarely a solution. Advertising copywriter, actor, but I was very broke that time. Acolyte, construction engineer, and several other sorts, and even more sorts of mechanic, for I've always believed that an intelligent man can turn his hand to anything, if he will take time to learn how it works. Not that I insisted on skilled work when my next meal was at stake. I've often pushed an idiot stick. Idiom. An old Gandhi dancer expression, son. A stick with a shovel blade on one end and an idiot on the other. I was never that for more than a few days, just long enough to sort out the local setup. Political manager. I was even a reform politician once, but only once. Reform politicians not only tend to be dishonest, but stupidly dishonest, whereas the business politician is honest. I don't see that, Lazarus. History seems to show— Use your head, Ira. I don't mean that a business politician won't steal. Stealing is his business. But all politicians are non-productive. The only commodity any politician has to offer is jawbone. His personal integrity, meaning if he gives his word, can you rely on it? A successful business politician knows this and guards his reputation for sticking by his commitments, because he wants to stay in business. Go on stealing, that is. Not only this week, but next year and years after that. So if he's smart enough to be successful at this very exacting trade, he can have the morals of a snapping turtle, but he performs in such a way as not to jeopardize the only thing he has to sell,
his reputation for keeping promises. But a reform politician has no such lodestone. His devotion is to the welfare of all the people, an abstraction of very high order and therefore capable of endless definitions, if indeed it can be defined in meaningful terms. In consequence, your utterly sincere and incorruptible reform politician is capable of breaking his word 3 times before breakfast, not from personal dishonesty, as he sincerely regrets the necessity and will tell you so, but from unswerving devotion to his ideal. All it takes to get him to break his word is for someone to get his ear and convince him that it is necessary for the greater good of all the people. He'll geek. After he gets hardened to this, he is capable of cheating at solitaire. Fortunately, he rarely stays in office long, except during the decay and fall of a culture.
I said, I must take your word for it, Lazarus. Since I have spent most of my life on Secundus, I know little of politics other than theoretically. You set it up that way. The senior fixed me with a stare of cold scorn.
I did no such thing.
But—
Oh, hush! You are a politician yourself, a business politician, I hope, but that stunt of transporting your dissidents gives me doubts. Minerva! Notebook, dear. My intention in deeding Secundus to the Foundation was to set up a cheap and simple government, a constitutional tyranny, one in which the government was forbidden to do most things, and the dear people, bless their black, flabby little hearts, were given no voice at all. I didn't have much hope for it. Man is a political animal, Ira. You can no more keep him from politicking than you can keep him from copulating, and probably shouldn't try. But I was young then and hopeful. I hoped to keep politicking in the private sphere, keep it out of government. I thought the setup might last a century or so. I'm amazed that it has lasted as long as it has. Not good. This planet is overripe for revolution, and if Minerva doesn't find me something better to do, I might show up under another name, with my hair dyed and my nose bobbed, and start one. So be warned, Ira.
I shrugged. You forget I'm migrating.
Ah, yes. Though the prospect of suppressing a revolution might change your mind. Or perhaps you would like to be my chief of staff, then displace me with a coup d'etat after the shooting is over and send me to the guillotine. That would be something new. I've never tended to lose my head over politics. Doesn't leave much for an encore, does it? A tisket, a tasket, a head in a basket. It cannot reply to questions you ask it. Final curtain, no bows. But revolutions can be fun. Did I tell you how I worked my way through college? Operating a Gatling gun for $5 a day in loot.
Note: the Gatling gun, Richard J. Gatling, 1818 to 1903, was obsolete by the time Lazarus Long was born. This allegation is barely possible if one stipulates that an obsolete weapon might be used in some small, out-of-the-way insurrection. J.F. 45th, end of note.
Never got higher than corporal because each time I had enough money for another semester I deserted, and being a mercenary I was never tempted to become a dead hero. But adventure and change of scene are appealing to a young man, and I was very young. But dirt and missing meals and the wheat of bullets past your ears stop being glamorous as you grow up. The next time I was in the military, not entirely my idea, I chose Navy instead. Wet Navy, although I was Space Navy at later times and under other names. I've sold almost everything, except slaves, and worked as a mind-reader in a traveling show, and was a king once. A much overrated profession, the hours are too long, and designed women's styles under a phony French name and accent, and with my hair long. Almost the only time I've worn long hair, Ira. Not only does long hair need a lot of time-wasting care, It gives your opponent something to grab in close combat and can obscure your view at a critical moment. Either one can be fatal. But I don't favor a billiard ball cut because a thick mat of hair, not so long as to fall over your eyes, can save you a nasty scalp wound."
Lazarus appeared to stop to think.
"Ira, I don't see how I can list all the things I've done to support myself and my wives and kids, even if I could remember them. The longest I ever stuck to one job was about half a century, very special circumstances, and the shortest was from after breakfast to just before lunch, again special circumstance. But no matter where or what, there are makers, takers, and fakers. I prefer the first category, but I haven't spurned the other two. Whenever I was a family man, usually that is, I haven't let compunction stop me from keeping food on the table. I won't steal another child's food to feed my own, but there is always some way not too sickeningly fake to garner valuta if a man isn't too picky, which I never was whenever I had family obligations. You can sell things which have no intrinsic value, such as stories or songs. I've worked every branch of the entertainment profession, including a time in the capital of Fatima, when I squatted in the marketplace with a brass bowl in front of me, telling a story longer than this one, and waiting at cliffhangers for the clink of a coin. I was reduced to that because my ship had been confiscated and foreigners weren't permitted to work without a permit. A high squeeze on the theory that jobs should be reserved for local citizens, there being a depression. Telling stories without a fee wasn't classed as work, nor was it begging, which required a license, and cops let me alone as long as I volunteered the customary daily gift to the Police Benevolent Fund. It was either get by with some such dodge or be reduced to stealing, difficult in a culture in which one is not sophisticated in the local customs. Still, I would have risked it, save that I had a wife and 3 small children. That hobbled me. A family man should not take risks that a bachelor finds acceptable. So I sat there till my tailbone wore through the cobblestones, recounting everything from Grimm's fairy tales to Shakespeare's plays, and not letting my wife spend money on anything but food until we saved enough to buy that work permit, plus the customary cumshaw. Then I clobbered 'em, Ira.
How, Lazarus?
Slowly but thoroughly. Those months in the marketplace had given me a degree of sophistication in the whom of that society and what its sacred cows were. Then I stayed on for years, no choice. But first I was baptized into the local religion, gaining a more acceptable name in the process, and memorized the Koran. Not quite the same Koran I had known some centuries earlier, but it was worth the effort. I'll skip over how I got into the Tinkers Guild and got my first job repairing television receivers, had my pay docked to cover my contribution to the guild, that is, with a private arrangement to the Grand Master Tinker, not too expensive. This society was retarded in technology. Its customs didn't encourage progress, and they had slipped behind what they had fetched from Earth about 5 centuries earlier. That made me a wizard, Ira, and could have got me hanged had I not been careful to be a faithful and open-handed son of the Church. So once I got into position for it, I peddled fresh electronics and stale astrology, using knowledge they didn't have for one and a free imagination for the other. Eventually I was chief stooge to the very official who had confiscated my ship and trade goods years earlier, and I was helping him get richer while getting rich myself. If he recognized me, he never said so. A beard changes my looks quite a lot. Unfortunately, he fell into disfavor, and I wound up with his job.
How did you work that, Lazarus? Without being caught, I mean.
No, Ira. He was my benefactor. It said so in my contract, and I always addressed him as such. Allah's ways are mysterious. I cast a horoscope for him, warning him that his stars were in bad shape, and so they were. That system is one of the few I know of with 2 usable planets around the same star, both colonized and with trade between them. Artifacts and slaves.
Slaves, Lazarus?
While I am aware of such a practice on Supreme, I didn't think that vice was very common, not economic."
The old man closed his eyes, kept them closed so long I thought he had fallen asleep. He often did during the early days of these talks. Then he opened them and spoke very grimly.
"Ira, this vice is far more common than historians usually mention. Uneconomic, yes. A slave society can't compete with a free one. But with a galaxy as wide as it is, there is usually no such competition. Slavery can and does exist many times and places, whenever the laws are rigged to permit it. I said that I would do almost anything to support my wives and kids, and I have. I have shoveled human excrement for a pittance, standing in it up to my knees, rather than let a child go hungry. But this I will not touch. Nor is it because I was once a slave myself. I have always felt this way. Call it a belief, or dignify it as a deep moral conviction. Whatever it is, for me it is beyond argument. If the human animal has any value at all, he is too valuable to be property. If he has any inner dignity, he is much too proud to own other men. I don't give a damn how scrubbed and perfumed he may be. A slave owner is subhuman. But this does not mean that I'll cut my throat when I run into it, or I would not have lived through my first century. For there is another bad thing about slavery, Ira. It is impossible to free slaves. They have to free themselves."
Lazarus scowled.
"You've got me preaching again, and about matters I can't possibly prove. Once I got my hands on my ship, I had it fumigated and checked it over myself, and had it loaded with items I thought I could sell, and had food and water taken on for the human cargo it had been refitted for, and sent the captain and crew on a week's leave, and notified the protector of servants, the state slave factor, that is, that we would load as soon as the skipper and purser were back. Then I took my family on a holiday inspection of the ship. Somehow the protector of servants was suspicious. He insisted on touring the ship with us. So we had to take him along when we took off from there, very suddenly, shortly after my family was aboard. Right out of that system and never went back. But before we put down on a civilized planet, me and my boys, 2 almost grown by then, removed any sign that she had ever been a slaver, even though it meant jettisoning stuff I could have sold."
"What about the protector of servants?" I asked. "Wasn't he some trouble to you?"
"Wondered if you would notice that. I spaced the bastard. Alive. He went that-a-way, eyes popping out and peeing blood. What did you expect me to do, kiss him?"
Counterpoint III. Once they reached the primacy of a transport, Galahad said to Ishtar, "Were you serious in your proposal to the senior? To have progeny by him?" "How could I be joking, in the presence of 2 witnesses, one of them the chairman pro tem himself?"
"I didn't see how you could be. But why, Ishtar?"
"Because I'm a sentimental atavist."
"Do you have to snap at me?"
She put an arm around his shoulders, took his hand with her free hand. "I'm sorry, dear. It has been a long day, and not much sleep last night, sweet as it was. I'm worried about several things, and the subject you brought up is not one I can be unemotional about."
"I should not have asked. An invasion of privacy. I don't know what's got into me. Shall we wipe the matter, please?"
"Dear, dear, I do know what got into me, and that's part of why I am so unprofessionally emotional. Let me put it this way. If you were female, wouldn't you jump at a chance to make such a proposal? To him?"
"I'm not female."
"I know you're not. You're delightfully male. But try for a moment to be as logical as a female. Try."
"Males are not necessarily illogical. That's a female myth."
"Sorry. I must take a tranquilizer the minute we are home. something I haven't needed in years. But do try to think about it as if you were female, please. 20 seconds.
I don't need 20 seconds.
He lifted her hand, kissed it.
If I were female, I would jump at the chance, too. The best proved genetic pattern one can offer a child, of course.
Not that at all.
He blinked. Perhaps I don't know what you mean by logic.
Does it matter? Since we arrived at the same answer?
The car swerved and stopped in a loading pocket. She stood up.
So let's wipe it. We're home, dear.
You are. I'm not. I think
men don't think.
I think you need a night's rest, Ishtar.
You sealed this onto me. Now you'll have to undress me.
So? Then you'll insist on feeding me, and you won't get that long night of sleep after all. Besides, you can peel it over your head just the way I did it for you at Deacon Tam.
She sighed. Galahad, if I picked the right name for you, do I have to offer you a cohabitation contract merely because I might invite you to stay overnight again? It's likely that neither of us will get any sleep tonight.
That's what I was saying.
Not quite. Because we may work all night, even if you choose to spend 3 minutes to our mutual pleasure.
3 minutes? I wasn't that hasty even the first time.
Well, 5 minutes.
Am I offered 20 minutes, plus an apology?
Men. 30 minutes, darling, and no apology.
Accepted.
He stood up. 5 of which you've wasted arguing about it, so come along, exasperating darling.
He followed her out into her foyer. What's this about work all night?
And tomorrow, too. I'll know when I check what's in my phone. If there's nothing, I'll have to call the chairman pro tem, much as I hate to. I've got to look over this rooftop cabin, or whatever it is, and see what arrangements can be made to take care of him there. Then both of us will move him. I can't delegate that. Then,
Ishtar, are you going to agree to that? Non-sterile habitat, no emergency equipment, and so forth?
Darling, you are impressed by my rank. Mr. Wetherall is not. And the senior isn't even impressed by Mr. Wetherall's authority. The senior is the senior. I kept hoping that Mr. Chairman Pro Tem would find some way to wheedle him into postponing such a move, but he did not. So now I have 2 choices. Do it his way, or withdraw completely, as the director did. Which I won't do. Which leaves me no choice. So tonight I'll inspect his new quarters and see what can be done between now and tomorrow mid-morning. Even though it's hopeless to make such a place sterile, perhaps it can be made more nearly suitable before he sees it.
And emergency equipment, don't forget that, Ishtar.
As if I would, stupid darling. Now help me out of this damned thing. I mean this pretty dress you designed for me, and which the senior clearly liked. Please.
So stand still and hold still and shut up.
Don't tickle.
Oh, drat, there's the phone signal. Get it off me, dear, hurry.
Variations on a Theme. 4. Love. Lazarus lounged in his hammock and scratched his chest.
Hamadryad, he said. That's not an easy question. At 17, I was certain I was in love. But it was merely excess hormones and self-delusion. It was most of 1,000 years later before I experienced the real thing, and didn't recognize the condition for years, as I had quit using that word.
Ira Wetherall's pretty daughter looked puzzled, while Lazarus thought again that Ira had been wrong. Hamadryad was not pretty. She was so startling beautiful that she would have fetched top premium prices at auction on Fatima, with hard-eyed Iskandrian factors outbidding each other in the belief that she was a sound speculation, if the protector of the faith had not preempted her for himself. Hamadryad did not seem to know that her appearance was exceptional, but Ishtar did. The first 10 days that Ira's daughter had been part of Lazarus' family, so he thought of them, a good enough term, as Ira, Hamadryad, Ishtar, and Galahad were all his descendants, and now privileged to call him grandfather, as long as they did not overdo it. Those first days Ishtar had shown a childish tendency to try to place herself between Hamadryad and Lazarus, and also between Hamadryad and Galahad, even when this required being 2 places at once. Lazarus had watched this barnyard dance with amusement, and had wondered if Ishtar knew that she was doing it. Probably not, he decided. His rejuvenation supervisor was all duty and no sense of humor, and would have been shocked had she known that she had reverted to adolescence. But it did not last. It was impossible not to like Hamadryad, because she remained quietly friendly no matter what. Lazarus wondered if it was a behavior pattern consciously developed to protect herself against her less endowed sisters, or was it simply her nature? He had not tried to find out. But Ishtar now tended to sit by Hamadryad, or even to make room between herself and Galahad for Hamadryad, and let her help in serving meals and such, assistant housewife de facto.
"If I must wait 1,000 years to understand that word," Hamadryad replied, "then I probably never will. Minerva says that it cannot be defined in Galacta, and even when I speak classic English I find that I think in Galacta, which means that I do not really grasp English. Since the word love occurs so frequently in ancient English literature, I thought my failure to understand that word might be the block that keeps me from thinking in English."
"Well, let's shift to Galacta and take a swing at it. In the first place, very little thinking was ever done in English. It is not a language suited to logical thought. Instead, it's an emotive lingo beautifully adapted to concealing fallacies. A rationalizing language, not a rational one. But most people who spoke English had no more idea of the meaning of the word love than you have, even though they used it all the time." Lazarus added, "Minerva, we're going to take another hack at the word love. Want to join in? If so, shift to your personal mode."
"Thank you, Lazarus. Hello, Ira, Ishtar, Hamadryad, Galahad," the disembodied contralto voice answered. "I am and have been in personal mode, and usually am, now that you have given me permission to use my judgment. You're looking well, Lazarus. Younger every day."
"I feel younger. But, dear, when you go to personal mode, you should tell us."
"I'm sorry, Grandfather."
"Don't sound so humble. Just say, 'Howdy, I'm here,' that's all. If you could manage to tell me or Ira just once to go to hell, it'd be good for you. Clean your circuits."
"But I have no wish to say that to either of you."
"That's what's wrong. If you hang around Dora, you'll learn to. Have you spoken to her today?"
"I'm speaking with Dora now, Lazarus. We're playing fairy chess in 5 dimensions, and she's teaching me songs you taught her. She teaches me a song, then I sing a tenor lead while she harmonizes in soprano. We're doing this in real time because we're outing through the speakers in your control room and listening to ourselves. Right now we're singing the story of One Ball Riley. Would you care to hear us?"
Lazarus flinched. No, not that one."
"We've practiced several others. Rangy Lil and The Ballad of Yukon Jake and Barnacle Bill. I sing the story on that one while Dora does soprano and bass. Or perhaps 4 Whores Came Down from Canada. That one is fun."
"No, Minerva." "I'm sorry, Ira. My computer is corrupting your computer." Lazarus sighed. "I didn't plan it that way. I just wanted Minerva to babysit for me, since I've got the only retarded ship in this sector."
"Lazarus," Minerva said reproachfully, "I don't think it is correct to say that Dora is retarded. She's quite intelligent, I think. I do not understand why you say she is corrupting me."
Ira had been lying on the grass, sunbathing with a kerchief over his eyes. He rolled to one elbow. "All right, Lazarus. That last one I'd like to hear. I recall where Canada was, north of the country you were born in." Lazarus counted silently, then said, "Ira, I know I have prejudices ridiculous to a civilized modern man such as yourself. I can't help it.
I'm canalized by early childhood, imprinted like a baby duckling. If you want to hear bawdy songs from a barbaric era, please listen to them in your apartments, not up here. Minerva, Dora doesn't understand those songs. To her they are nursery rhymes.
Nor do I understand them, sir, other than theoretically. But they are jolly, and I have enjoyed being taught to sing.
Well, all right. Has Dora been behaving herself otherwise?
She's been a good girl, Grandfather Lazarus, and I think she is contented with my company. She pouted a little at not having her bedtime story last night, but I told her that you were very tired and already asleep, and told her a story myself.
But, Ishtar, did I miss a day?
Yes, sir.
Surgery? I didn't notice any new healed places.
The Master Chief Technician hesitated. Grandfather, I will discuss procedures only if you insist. It does a client no good to be reminded of such things. I hope that you will not insist. I do hope so, sir.
All right. But next time you chop out a day, or a week, or whatever, warn me, so that I can leave a bedtime story on file with Minerva. No, that won't do. You don't want me to know. Okay, I'll keep stories on file with Minerva, and you warn her instead.
I will, Grandfather. It does help when the client cooperates, especially by paying as little attention to what we do as possible. Ishtar smiled briefly. The client we dread is another rejuvenator, worries, and tries to run things.
Small wonder. I know, dear, I have that horrid habit of trying to run things myself. The only way I can keep from it is by staying out of the control room. So when I get too nosy, tell me to shut up. But how are we doing? How much longer do I have to go?
Ishtar answered hesitantly, Perhaps this is a time when I should tell you to shut up.
That's it. But firmer, dear. Get out of my control room, you custard-headed dolt, and stay out. Make him realize that, if he doesn't jump, you'll toss him into the brig. Now try it again.
Ishtar grinned widely. Grandfather, you're an old fraud.
So I've long suspected. I was hoping it didn't show. All right, the subject is love. Minerva, the Hammer Darling says you told her that it can't be defined in Galacta. Got anything to add to that?
Tentatively, yes, Lazarus. May I reserve my answer until the others speak?
Suit yourself. Go ahead. You talk less and listen more than anybody else in the family. Want to try it?
Well, sir, I hadn't realized that there was any mystery about love until I heard Hamadryad ask about it. But I'm still learning English. By the naturalistic method, the way a child learns his milk language. No grammar, no syntax, no dictionary, just listen and talk and read it. Acquire new words by context. By that method I acquired a feeling that love means the shared ecstasy that can be attained through sex. Is that right?
Son, I hate to say this, because if you've been reading a lot of English, I see how you reached that opinion. But you are 100% wrong.
Ishtar looked startled. Galahad simply looked thoughtful.
Then I must go back and read some more.
Don't bother, Galahad. Most of those writers you've been reading misuse the word just that way. Shucks, I misused it for years myself. It's a prime example of the slipperiness of the English tongue. But whatever love is, it's not sex. I'm not running down sex. If there is a purpose in life more important than two people cooperating and making a baby, all the philosophers in history haven't been able to find it. And between babies, the practice runs keep up our zest in life and make tolerable the fact that raising a baby is one hell of a lot of work. But that's not love. Love is something that still goes on when you are not sexually excited. It being so stipulated, who wants to try it? Ira, how about you?
You know English better than the others. You speak it almost as well as I do.
I speak it better than you do, Gramp. I speak it grammatically, which you do not.
Don't prattle me, boy. I'll quang you proper. Shakespeare and I never let grammar interfere with expressing ourselves. Why, he said to me once—
Oh, stop it. He died 3 centuries before you were born.
He did, huh? They opened his grave once and found it empty. The fact is, he was a half-brother of Queen Elizabeth and dyed his hair to make the truth less obvious. The other fact is that they were closing in on him, so he switched. I've died that way several times. Ira, his will left his second-best bed to his wife. Look up who got his best bed, and you'll begin to figure out what really happened. Do you want to try to define love?
No. You would change the rules again. All you have done so far is to divide the field of experience called love into the same categories Minerva divided it into when you asked her this same question weeks ago, namely, eros and agape. But you avoided using those technical words for the subfields, and by this sophistry you attempted to exclude the general term from one subfield, and thereby claimed that the term to be defined was limited to the other subfield, which set it up for you to define love as identically equal to agape. But again, without using that word. It won't work, Lazarus. To use your own metaphor, I saw you palm that card.
Lazarus shook his head admiringly. There are no flies on you, boy. I did a good job when I thought you up. Some day, when we have time to waste, let's have a go at solipsism.
Come off it, Lazarus. You can't bulldoze me the way you did Galahad. The subcategories are still eros and agape. Agape is rare. Eros is so common that it is almost inevitable that Galahad acquired the feeling that eros is the total meaning of the word love. Now you have unfairly confused him, since he assumes, incorrectly, that you are a reliable authority with respect to the English language.
Lazarus chuckled. Ira, my boy, when I was a kid, they sold that stuff by the wagon-load to grow alfalfa. Those technical words were thought up by armchair experts of the same sort as theologians, which gives them the same standing as sex manuals written by celibate priests. Son, I avoided those fancy categories because they are useless, incorrect, and misleading. There can be sex without love, and love without sex, and situations so intermixed that nobody can sort out which is which. But love can be defined. An exact definition that does not resort to the word sex, or to question-begging by exclusion through the use of such words as eros and agape.
So, define it, said Ira. I promise not to laugh.
Not yet. The trouble with defining in words anything as basic as love is that the definition can't be understood by anyone who has not experienced it. It's like the ancient dilemma of explaining a rainbow to a person blind from birth. Yes, Ishtar, I know that you can fit such a person with cloned eyes today, but that dilemma was inescapable in my youth. In those days one could teach such an unfortunate all the physical theory of the electromagnetic spectrum, tell him precisely what frequencies the human eye can pick up, define colors to him in terms of those frequencies, explain exactly how the mechanisms of refraction and reflection produce a rainbow image, and what its shape is, and how the frequencies are distributed, until he knew all about rainbows in the scientific sense. But you still couldn't make him feel the breathless wonder that the sight of a rainbow inspires in a man. Minerva is better off than that man, because she can see. Minerva, dear, do you ever look at rainbows?
Whenever possible, Lazarus. Whenever one of my sensory extensionals can see one. Fascinating.
That's it. Minerva can see a rainbow. A blind man can't. Electromagnetic theory is irrelevant to the experience.
Lazarus, Minerva added, it may be that I can see a rainbow better than a flesh and blood can, My visual range is 3 octaves, 1,500 to 12,000 angstroms."
Lazarus whistled. "Whereas I chop off just short of 1 octave. Tell me, girl, do you see chords in those colors?"
"Oh, certainly."
Don't try to explain to me those other colors. I'll have to go on being half-blind." Lazarus added, "Puts me in mind of a blind man I knew on Mars, Ira, when I was managing that recreation center. He—"
"Gramp," the chairman pro tem interrupted in a tired voice, "don't treat us as children. Surely you're the oldest man alive, but the youngest person here, that offspring of mine sitting there making cow eyes at you, is as old as Gramp Johnson was when you last saw him. Hamadryad will be 80 her next birthday. Ham, my darling, how many paramours have you had?"
"Goodness, Ira, who counts?"
"Ever taken money for it?"
"None of your business, father." "Or were you about to offer me some?"
"Don't be flip, dear. I'm still your father. Lazarus, do you think you can shock Hamadryad by plain talk? Prostitution isn't big business here. There are too many amateurs as willing as she is. Nevertheless, the few bordellos we have in New Rome are members of the Chamber of Commerce. But you should try one of our better holiday houses, say the Elysium, after you are fully rejuvenated."
"Good idea," agreed Galahad. "To celebrate, as soon as Ishtar gives you your final physical check. As my guest, grandfather, I'd be honored. The Elysium has everything, from massage and hypnotic conditioning to the best gourmet food and best shows. Or name it, and they'll supply it."
"Wait a moment," protested Hamadryad. "Don't be a selfish arsfadel, Galahad. We'll make it a foursome celebration. Ishtar?" "Certainly, dear. Fun." "Or a sixsome, with a companion for Ira? Father?"
"I could be tempted, dear, for Lazarus' birthday party, although you know I usually avoid public places. How many rejuvenations, Lazarus? That's how we count this sort of birthday party."
"Don't be nosy, bub. As your daughter says, who counts? Wouldn't mind a birthday cake, such as I used to have as a child, but just 1 candle in the middle is enough."
"A phallic symbol," agreed Galahad. "An ancient fertility sign, appropriate for a rejuvenation. And its flame is an equally ancient symbol of life. It should be a working candle, not a fake, if we can find one." Ishtar looked happy.
"Of course, there must be a candle-maker somewhere. If not, I'll learn how to make it myself. I'll design it, too. Semi-realistic, but somewhat stylized. Although I could make a true portraiture, grandfather. I'm a fair amateur sculptor. I learned it when I studied cosmetic surgery."
"Wait a minute," Lazarus protested. "All I want is a plain wax candle. Then blow it out and make a wish. Thank you, Ishtar, but don't bother. And thanks, Galahad, but I'll pick up the tab, although it may be a family party right here where Ira won't feel like a duck in a shooting gallery. Look, kids, I've seen every possible type of joy house and pleasure dome. Happiness is in the heart, not in that stuff."
"Lazarus, can't you see that the kids want to treat you to a fancy party? They like you, though prime cause alone knows why."
"Well—"
"But there might be no tab. I think I recall something from that list appended to your will. Minerva, who owns the Elysium?"
"It is a daughter corporation of Service Enterprises of New Rome Limited, which in turn is owned by Sheffield Libby Associates. In short, Lazarus owns it."
"Be damned! Who invested my money in that? Andy Libby, bless his sweet, shy soul, would be spinning in his grave if I hadn't placed him spinning in orbit around the last planet we discovered together where he was killed."
"Lazarus, that's not in your memoirs."
"Ira, I keep telling you, lots of things not in my memoirs. Poor little guy got to thinking one of his deep thoughts and didn't stay alert. I put him in orbit because I promised him when he was dying to take him back to his native Ozarks. Tried to about 100 years later, but couldn't find him. Beacon dead, I suppose. All right, kids, we'll have a party at my happy house, and you can sample anything the place has to offer. Where were we? Ira, you were about to define love.
No, you were about to tell us about a blind man on Mars when you were managing that whorehouse.
Ira, you're as crude as Gramp Johnson was. This guy, Noisy, don't recall his right name if he had one. Noisy was one of those people like yourself who just will work regardless. A blind man could get by in those days quite well by begging, and nobody thought the less of him, since there was no way then to restore a man's sight. But Noisy wasn't content to live off other people. He worked at what he could do. Played a squeeze box and sang. That was an instrument operated by bellows which forced air over reeds as you touched keys on it. Quite pretty music. They were popular until electronics pushed most mechanical music makers off the market. Noisy showed up one night, skinned out of his pressure suit at the locked dressing room, and was playing and singing before I knew he was inside. My policy was trade, treat, or travel, except that the house might buy a beer for an old customer who temporarily wasn't holding. But Noisy was not a customer. He was a bum. Looked and smelled like a bum, and I was about to give him the bum's rush. Then I saw this rag around his eyes and skidded to a stop. Nobody throws out a blind man. Nobody makes any trouble for him. I kept an eye on him, but left him alone. He didn't even sit down, just played this broken-down stomach Steinway and sang, neither very well, and I laid off the pianette not to interrupt him. One of the girls started passing the hat for him. When he reached my table, I invited him to sit and bought him a beer, and regretted it. He was pretty whiff. He thanked me and told me about himself. Lies, mostly.
Like yours, Gramp?
Thanks, Ira. Said he had been chief engineer in one of the big Harriman liners until his accident. Maybe he had been a spaceman. I never caught him out in the lingo. Not that I tried. If a blind man wanted to claim he was the rightful heir to the Holy Roman Empire, I would go along with the gag. Anybody would. Perhaps he was some sort of space-going mechanic, ship-fitter or something. More likely he was a transported miner who had been careless using powder. When I checked the place at closing time, I found him sleeping in the kitchen. Couldn't have that. We ran a sanitary mess. So I led him to a vacant room and put him to bed, intending to give him breakfast and ease him gently on his way. I wasn't running a flop house. A lot I had to say about it. I saw him at breakfast all right, but I hardly recognized him. A couple of the girls had given him a bath, trimmed his hair, and shaved him, and had dressed him in clean clothes. Mine. And had thrown away the dirty rag he had worn over his ruined eyes, and had replaced it with a clean white bandage. Kinfolk, I do not fight the weather. The girls were free to keep pets. I knew what fetched the customers, and it wasn't my pianette playing. If that pet stood on 2 legs and ate more than I did, I still did not argue. Hormone Hall was Noisy's home as long as the girls wanted to keep him. But it took me a while to realize that Noisy was not just a parasite enjoying free room and board, and probably our stock in trade as well, while siphoning off cash from our customers. No, he was pulling his weight in the boat. My books at the end of the first month he was with us showed the gross profit up and the net way up.
How do you account for that, Lazarus, inasmuch as he was competing for your customers' cash?
Ira, must I do all your thinking for you? No, Minerva does most of it. But it is possible that you have never thought about the economics of that sort of joint. There are 3 sources of gross: the bar, the kitchen, and the girls themselves. No drugs. Drugs spoiled the 3 main sources. If a customer was on drugs and showed it, or even broke out a stick of kish, I eased him out quickly and sent him down the line to the Chinaman's. The kitchen was to supply meals to the girls, who were assessed room and board on a break-even or lose-a-little basis, but it also served food all night to anyone who ordered it, and showed a net, since we had its overhead covered anyhow, to board the girls. The bar also showed a net after I fired one barkeep with 3 hands. The girls kept their gross, all the traffic would bear, but they paid the house a flat fee for each cupie, or a triple fee if she kept a customer all night. She could cheat a little, and I would shut-eye, but if she cheated too much or too often, or a John complained that he was rolled, I had a talk with her. Never any real trouble. They were ladies, and besides, I had means to check on them quietly, as well as eyes in the back of my head. The beef's about rolling were the stickiest, but I remember only one that was the girl's fault rather than the John's. I simply terminated her contract, let her go. In the usual beef, the slob was not rolled. He simply had a change of heart after he had counted too much money into her greedy little hands, and she had delivered what he had ordered. Then he tried to roll her to get it back. But I could smell that sort of slob and would be listening via a mic, then would bust in as trouble started. That sort of jerk I would toss so hard he bounced twice.
Grandfather, weren't some of them pretty big for that?
Not really, Galahad. Size doesn't figure much in a fight, although I was always armed against real trouble. But if I have to take a man, I have no compunctions slowing me down about how I take him. If you kick a man in the crotch with no warning, it will quiet him down long enough to throw him out. Don't flinch, Hammer dear. Your father guaranteed that you could not be shocked. But I was talking about Noisy, and how he made us money while making some himself. In this sort of frontier joint, the usual customer comes in, buys a drink while he looks over the girls, picks one by buying her a drink, goes to her room, then leaves. Elapsed time, 30 minutes. Net to the house, minimum. Pre-Noisy, that is. After Noisy arrived, it went more like this. Buy a drink, as before. Maybe buy the girl a second drink rather than interrupt the blind man's song. Take the girl to her room. When he comes back, Noisy is singing Frankie and Johnny, or When the Pusher Met My Cousin, and smiles and throws a verse at him. And the customer sits down and listens to all of it, and asks Noisy if he knows Dark Eyes. Sure, Noisy knows it, but instead of admitting it, he asks the John to give him the words and hum it, and he'll see what he can do with it. If the customer has valuta, he's still there hours later, having had supper and bought supper for one of the girls, and tipped Noisy rather lavishly, and is ready for an encore with a girl or another girl. If he's got the money, he stays all night, splitting his cash between the girls and Noisy and the bar and kitchen. If he spends himself broke and has been a good customer, well-behaved as well as free with his money, I stake him to bed and breakfast on credit, and urge him to come back. If he's alive next payday, he's sure to be back. If not, all the house is out as the wholesale cost of one breakfast. Nothing compared with what he spent. Cheap goodwill advertising. A month of that, and both the house and the girls have made much more money, and the girls haven't worked much harder, as they have spent part of their time drinking pay-me drinks. Colored water, half the price to the house, half to the girl, while they help a John listen to Noisy's nostalgic songs. Shucks, a girl doesn't want to work like a treadmill, even if she usually enjoys her work, as many of them did. But they never got tired of sitting and listening to Noisy's songs. I quit playing the pianette, except maybe while Noisy ate. Technically, I was a better musician, but he had that undefinable quality that sells a song. He could make 'em cry or laugh, and he had 1,000 of 'em. One he called The Born Loser. Not much of a tune, just ta-ta-pum-pum, ta-ta-pum-pum, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-pum-pum. About a bloke who can never quite make it. There's a beer joint by the pool hall for to pass some pleasant hours. There's a hook shop above the pool hall where my sister makes her living. She's a good sport. I can spring her for a fin or even a sawbuck when not holding, or the horses have been running rather slowly. Like that, folks, but more of it.
Lazarus, said Ira, you have been humming or singing that song every day you've been up here. All of it. 12 verses or more.
Really, Ira? I do hum and sing, I know that. But I don't hear it myself. It's like the purring of a cat. It just means that I'm functioning okay. Board all green, operating at normal cruising.
It means that I feel secure, relaxed, and happy. And come to think of it, I do. But the Born Loser doesn't have a mere dozen verses, it has hundreds. What I sang was only a snatch of what Noisy used to sing. He was always fiddling with a song, changing it, adding to it. I don't think this one started out as his. I seem to remember a song about a character whose overcoat was usually in hock clear back when I was very young, and raising my first family on Earth. But that song belonged to Noisy when he got through filing off serial numbers and changing the body lines. I heard it again, must have been 25 years later, in a cabaret in Luna City, from Noisy. But he had changed it, fixed up the scansion, given it a proper rhyme scheme, dolled up the tune. But the tune was still recognizable, in a minor key, wistful rather than sad, and the words were still about this third-rate grifter whose topcoat was always in hock and who sponged off his sister. And he had changed, too. A shiny new instrument, a tailored spaceman's uniform, grey hair at the temples, and star billing. I paid a waiter to tell him that Happy Days was in the audience, not my name then, but the only name Noisy had for me. And after his first group he came over and let me buy him a drink while we swapped lies and talked about our happy days at dear old Hormone Hall. I didn't mention to him that he had left us rather abruptly and that the girls had gone into a decline over it, worrying that he might be dead in a ditch. Didn't mention it because he did not. But I had had to investigate his disappearance because my staff was so demoralized by it that the place felt like a morgue. No way for a parlor house to be. I was able to establish that he had gone aboard the Gerfalcon when she was about to lift for Luna City, and had not left her. So I told the girls that Noisy had had a sudden opportunity to go home again, but had left a message with a port captain for each of them, then added more lies to personalize the goodbye he hadn't made. It perked them up and lifted the gloom. They still missed him, but they all understood that grabbing a ride home was not something he could postpone, and since he had remembered to send a message to each of them, they felt appreciated. But it turned out that he did remember them, mentioned each by name. Minerva, dear, here is a difference between a blinded flesh and blood and one who has never been able to see. Noisy could see a rainbow any time he cared to, by memory. He never stopped seeing, but what he saw was always beauty. I had realized that back when we were on Mars together, for— Don't laugh, he thought I was as pretty as you are, Galahad. Told me that he could tell what I looked like from my voice, and described me to me. I had the grace to say that he flattered me, but let it lie when he answered that I was too modest, even though I'm not handsome now, and wasn't then, and modesty has never been one of my vices. But Noisy thought all the girls were beautiful, too, and in one case this may have been true, and certainly several of them were pretty. But he asked me what had become of Olga, and added, "Golly, what a little beauty she was." Kinfolk, Olga wasn't even homely, she was ugly. Face like a mud pie, figure like a gunny sack. Only on an outpost like Mars could she get by. What she did have was a warm and gentle voice and a sweet personality, which was enough, as a customer might pick her through Hobson's choice on a busy night, but once he had done so, he picked her some later time on purpose. Mean to say, dears, beauty will lure a man into bed, but it won't bring him back a second time, unless he's awfully young or very stupid. "What does bring him back a second time, Grandfather?" asked Hamadryad. "Technique? Muscular control?" "Have you had any complaints, dear?" "Well, no." "Then you know the answer and are trifling with me. Neither of those. It's the ability to make a man happy, principally by being happy about it yourself. A spiritual quality rather than a physical one. Olga had it in gobs." I told Noisy that Olga had married shortly after he left, happily so, and had 3 children last I had heard, which was an utter lie, as she had been killed accidentally, and the girls bawled about it, and I didn't feel good myself, and we had shut the place down for 4 days. But I couldn't tell Noisy that,
Olga had been one of the first to mother him, had helped bathe him, and had stolen some of my clothes for him while I slept. But they all mothered him, and never fought over him. I have not deviated from our subject in this rambling account of Noisy. We're still defining love. Anybody want to take whack at it now?
Galahad said, Noisy loved every one of them. That's what you've been saying.
No, son, he didn't love any of them. Fond of them, yes. But he left them without looking back.
Then you are saying that they loved him?
Correct. Once you figure out the difference between what he felt toward them and what they felt toward him, we're almost home.
Mother love, said Ira, and added gruffly, Lazarus, are you trying to tell us that mother love is the only love there is? Man, you're out of your mind.
Probably, but not that far out. I said they mothered him. I did not say a word about mother love.
He bedded all of them?
Wouldn't be surprised, Ira. I never tried to find out. Irrelevant in any case.
Hamadryad said to her father,
Ira, mother love can't be what we're trying to define. It is often only a sense of duty. 2 of my brats I was tempted to drown, as you may have guessed, seeing what little demons they were.
Daughter, all your offspring were charming children.
Oh, Fuff. One has to give a baby mothering no matter what, or it will grow up to be a still worse monster. What did you think of my son Gordon as a baby?
A delightful child.
Really? I'll tell him that. If I ever have a male child, I name Gordon. Sorry, old darling, I shouldn't have trapped you. Lazarus, Ira is a perfect grandfather, one who never forgets a birthday. But I've suspected that Minerva kept track of such things for him, and now I know it. Right, Minerva?
Minerva did not answer. Lazarus said,
She's not working for you, Hamadryad.
Ira said sharply, Of course Minerva keeps track of such things for me. Minerva, how many grandchildren do I have?
127, Ira, counting the boy-child to be born next week.
How many great-grandchildren? And who is having the boy?
403, sir. Your son Gordon's current wife, Marion.
Keep me posted on it. That was the baby Gordon I was thinking of, Miss Smarty. Gordon's son Gordon. By Evelyn Hedrick, I think. Lazarus, I deceived you. The truth is that I am migrating because my descendants are crowding me off this globe.
Father, are you really going to? Not just talking?
Still top secret until after the decennial trustees' meeting, dear. But I am. Want to come along? Galahad and Ishtar have decided to go. They'll set up a rejuve shop for the colony. You'll have 5 to 10 years in which to learn something useful.
Grandfather, are you going?
Unlikely to the nth degree, my dear. I've seen a colony.
You may change your mind. Hamadryad stood up, faced Lazarus. I propose to you, in the presence of 3 witnesses, 4, Minerva is the best possible witness, a contract for cohabitation and progeny, term to be selected by you.
Ishtar looked startled, then wiped all expression from her face. The others said nothing.
Lazarus answered, Granddaughter, if I weren't so old and tired, I would spank you.
Lazarus, I am your granddaughter only by courtesy. You are less than 8% of my total ancestry. Less than that in terms of dominant genes, with a vanishingly small probability of unfavorable reinforcement. The bad recessives have been weeded. I'll send my genetic pattern over for your inspection.
That's not the point, dear.
Lazarus, I'm certain you've married your descendants in the past. Is there some reason to discriminate against me? If you'll tell me, perhaps I can correct it. I must add that this submittal is not contingent on your migrating.
Hamadryad added,
Or it could be for progeny only, although I would be proud and happy to be permitted to live with you.
Why, Hamadryad?
She hesitated.
I am at a loss to answer, sir. I had thought that I could say, I love you, but apparently I do not know what that word means, so I have no word in either language to describe my need, and went ahead without one.
Lazarus said gently.
I love you, dear.
Hamadryad's face lit up. He continued,
And for that very reason I must refuse you.
Lazarus looked around him.
I love all of you. Ishtar, Galahad, even that ugly, surly father of yours, dear, sitting there and looking worried. Now, smile, dear, for I'm certain that there are endless young bucks anxious to marry you. You smile too, Ishtar. But not you, Ira. It would crack your face. Ishtar, who is relieving you and Galahad? No, I don't care who is scheduled. May I be alone the rest of today?
She hesitated. Grandfather, may I keep the observation station manned?
You will anyhow. But will you limit them to dials and gauges or whatever it is you use? No eye or ear on me? Minerva will tell you if I misbehave. I'm certain of that.
There will be neither eye nor ear on you, sir. Ishtar stood up. Come along, Galahad. Hamadryad?
Just a moment, Ish. Lazarus, have I offended you?
What? Not at all, my dear.
I thought you were angry with me over what I proposed.
Oh, nonsense, Hannah, darling. That sort of proposal never offends anyone. It is the highest compliment one human can pay another. But it did confuse me. Now, smile and kiss me good night, then come see me tomorrow, if you wish. All you kids kiss me good night. There's nobody sore at anybody. Ira, you might stick around a bit if you will.
Like docile children, they did so, then went into Lazarus' penthouse and took transport down. Lazarus said,
A drink, Ira?
Only if you are having one.
We'll skip it, then. Ira, did you put her up to it?
Huh?
You know what I mean. Hamadryad. First Ishtar, now Hamadryad. You've manipulated this whole deal from the moment you snatched me out of that flophouse, where I was dying decently and quietly. Have you again been trying to tie me down to whatever scheme you have in the back of your mind by waving pretty tails under my nose? It won't work, man.
The chairman pro tem answered quietly. I could deny that, and for the 100th time have you called me a liar. I suggest that you ask Minerva.
I wonder if that would be any assurance. Minerva.
Yes, Lazarus?
Did Ira rig this with either of the girls?
Not to my knowledge, Lazarus.
Is that an evasion, dear?
Lazarus, I cannot lie to you.
Well, I think you could if Ira wanted you to, but there is no point in my inquiring into it. Give us privacy for a few moments, dear. Recording mode only.
Yes, Lazarus.
Lazarus went on. Ira, I wish you had answered yes, because the only other explanation is one I do not like. I ain't pretty, and my manners are not such as to endear me to women. So what do we have left? The fact that I am the oldest man alive. Women sell themselves for odd reasons, and not always for money. Ira, I do not choose to stand at stud for pretty young things who would not waste a moment on me save for the prestige of having a child by, quote, the senior, end of quote. He glared. Right?
Lazarus, you are being unjust to both women, as well as unusually obtuse.
How?
I've watched them. I think they both love you, and don't give me any double talk about what that verb means. I am not Galahad.
But... oh, crap.
I won't argue on that basis. Crap is a subject in which you are the galaxy's top authority. Women do not always sell themselves, and they do fall in love, often for the oddest reasons. If reason is a word that can apply, granted that you are ugly, selfish, self-centered, surly.
I'm aware of it.
To me. Nevertheless, women don't seem to care much how a man looks, and you are surprisingly gentle with women. I've noticed. You say those little whores on Mars all loved that blind man.
Some of them weren't little. Big Anna was taller than I am and weighed more.
Don't try to change the subject. Why did they love him? Don't bother to answer. Why a woman loves a man, or a man loves a woman, can be rationalized only in survival terms, and the answer has no flavor, unsatisfying. But, Lazarus, when you've completed rejuvenation, and you and I have finished our Scheherazade bet, however we finish it, are you going away again?
Lazarus brooded before answering. I suppose so. Ira, this cottage and garden and stream that you've lent me are very nice. The times I've gone down to the city I've hurried back, glad to be home. But it's just a resting place. I won't stay here. When the wild goose cries, I go.
Lazarus looked sad.
But I don't know where, and I don't want to repeat the things I've done. Perhaps Minerva will find that new thing for me when it's time to move on.
Ira stood up. Lazarus, if you weren't so stinking suspicious and mean, you would give both women the benefit of the doubt and leave them each with child to remember you by. It wouldn't cost you much effort.
Out of the question. I do not abandon children, or pregnant women.
Excuses? I will adopt in the womb any child you sire before you leave us. Shall I have Minerva place that in permanent and bind it?
I can support my own kids, always have.
Minerva, transfer it and bind it.
Completed, Ira.
Thank you, best little nag. Same time tomorrow, Lazarus?
I suppose so. Yes. Call Hamadryad, will you, and ask her to come too? Tell her I asked you to. I don't want the kids' feelings hurt.
Sure, Gramp.
Counterpoint IV. On the level in the executive palace of Mr. Wetherall's private apartments, Hamadryad waited with Galahad while Ishtar left orders for the rejuvenation technicians on watch there. Then the three took transport down and across, still inside the palace, to an apartment Ira had placed at Ishtar's disposal. A dwelling larger and more lavish than her quarters in the rejuvenation clinic, and much more luxurious than the penthouse cottage, save that it had no garden. It was intended for a trustee or other VIP guest. Not that its luxury mattered much, as Ishtar and Galahad spent most of their time and took most of their meals with Lazarus, and used it mainly for sleeping. Minerva had placed a dozen-odd lesser accommodations with Ishtar for her watch list, one of them for Galahad. He did not need it, and Ishtar had Minerva reassign it to Hamadryad when she had become an unofficial part of the team caring for the senior. Hamadryad sometimes slept in it rather than go to her country home, without telling her father, as the chairman pro tem did not encourage members of his family to use palace quarters unnecessarily, or she sometimes stayed with Ishtar and Galahad. This time all three went to Ishtar's apartment. They had matters to discuss. On arrival there, Ishtar checked. "Minerva? Listening, Ishtar? Anything? Lazarus and Ira are talking. Private conversation? Keep me advised, dear." "Certainly, dear." Ishtar turned back to the others. "Who wants a drink or something? Too early for dinner. Or is it? Ham?" Galahad answered. "A bath for me, then a drink. I was all set for a dip, hot and sweaty, when Lazarus kicked us out." "And stinky," Ishtar agreed. "I noticed it in the transport."
"A bath wouldn't hurt you, big arse. You were exercising as hard as I was."
"Regrettably true, my gallant knight. I was careful to sit downwind from our elders after that last match. Ham, get us all something tall and cold while Stinky and I get clean. Will you two settle for Idleberry jolts, or whatever is handy, while we all bathe? I don't have the excuse of heavy exercise, but I broke out with fear stink when I put the proposal to Gramp, and muffed it. After all your coaching-ish. I'm sorry." She started to sniffle. Ishtar put her arms around the younger woman. "There, dear, stop it. I don't think you muffed it. He refused me." "You laid a good foundation.
and shook him up, which he needed. You startled me with your timing, but it will work out all right.
He probably won't even let me come back.
Yes, he will. Stop shaking. Come, dear. Galahad and I will give you a long, relaxing back rub. Stinky, fetch the fizz and join us in the shower room.
With 2 women around, I have to work.
Okay. When Galahad arrived with cold drinks, Ishtar had Hamadryad stretched out face down on the massage table. Ishtar looked up and said, "Dear, before you get wet, see if there are 3 towel robes in the rack. I didn't check."
"Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. Will that be all, ma'am?" "Plenty of robes. I dialed for more this morning." "Don't bruise her. You don't know your own strength. I'm going to need her later."
"And I'm going to swap you for a dog, sweetheart, and sell the dog. Pass around those drinks, then come help, or you won't get either of us later. If ever. We're busy agreeing that all males are beasts." She continued to massage gently, firmly, with professional skill, down Hamadryad's back, while the massage table matched her appropriately down the subject's front. She let Galahad hang a drink around her neck and place its nipple in her mouth without slowing her careful fingers. He snapped Hamadryad's drink to the table, placed nipple in her mouth, patted her cheek, then took the other side and started to help, following Ishtar's lead. The table changed action to match forehands. Some minutes later he let the nipple for his drink retract and spoke.
"Ish, any chance that Gramp twigged about you 2 broads?"
"We're not all that broad. At least Ham is not."
"Broad is a usual English idiom for a female, and you said we should talk and think in English as long as we are on this commitment."
"I simply said that Hamadryad is not very broad, even though she's had more children than I have, and I haven't had any since rejuvenation. But it's a colorful idiom. I like it. I don't see how Lazarus could guess that we are pregnant. Not that it would matter if he did, in my case, except just how I am pregnant, and he can't know that, as I fudged the record on the source of the cloned cell. Ham, you haven't hinted anything to Lazarus, have you?" Hamadryad surrendered her drink. "Of course not."
"Minerva knows,"
Galahad said. "Of course she does. I discussed it with her. But now you've got me wondering. Minerva!"
"Listening, Ishtar," the computer added. "Ira is leaving. Lazarus has come inside. No problems."
"Thank you, dear. Minerva, is there any possible way that Lazarus could know about Hamadryad and me? That we are pregnant, I mean, and why and how?"
"He has not said so, nor has anyone mentioned it in his presence. Evaluation of pertinent data available to me makes it probable by less than 1 part in 1,000.
"How about Ira?"
"Less than 1 part in 10,000. Ishtar, when Ira told me to supply you with service and to assign to you a restricted memory, he programmed me so that any later program will simply wipe your assigned box. Truly, there is no way for him to retrieve from your private memory file, nor can I self-program to get around it."
"Yes, so you assured me, but I don't know much about computers, Minerva." Minerva chuckled.
"Whereas I do. You could say that I have made a career of computers. Don't worry, dear, your secrets are safe with me. Lazarus has just told me to order a light supper for him, then he is going to bed."
"Good. Let me know what he eats and how much and when he goes to bed. Then call me if he wakes. Awake and alone at night, a man is at his lowest ebb. I must be ready to move quickly. But you know that."
"I shall watch his wave patterns, Ishtar. You will have 2 to 5 minutes warning, unless El Diablo jumps on his stomach."
"That damned cat. But being wakened that way doesn't depress him. It's his suicidal nightmares that worry me. I have about used up diversionary emergencies. I can't set fire to the penthouse a second time."
"Lazarus has not had one of his typical depression nightmares this month, Ishtar, and I know how to spot the wave sequences now. I'll be very careful."
"I know you will, dear. I wish we knew the incidents in his past from which each is derived. We might be able to wipe them."
"Ish," Galahad put in. You go tinkering with his memory, and you might lose everything Ira is after.
And I might save our client, too. You stick to back-rubbing, dear, and leave delicate work to Minerva and me. Anything more, Minerva?
No. Yes. Ira is telling me to find Hamadryad. He wants to talk to her. Will she take the call?
Sure, agreed Hamadryad, rolling over.
But patch him in through you, Minerva. I won't go to the phone. I don't have my face on.
Hamadryad?
Yes, Ira?
Message for you. Be nice to an old man, and show up at the cottage as usual, will you? Better yet, get there early and have breakfast with him.
Are you sure he wants to see me?
He does. He shouldn't, after the way you embarrassed him. What possessed you, Ham? But this message is his idea, not mine. He wants to be sure he hasn't scared you off.
She sighed with relief.
I'm not scared off if he will let me stay. Father, I told you I would devote as many days to this as he will permit. I meant it, and still mean it. In fact, I've told my manager that she can buy me out on long-term credit. That's how serious I am.
So, I'm very pleased. If you do, and want to cash out, the government, that is, will pick up the loan from you without discounting it. I've assigned unlimited credit to anything relating to the senior. Just tell Minerva.
Thank you, sir. I don't expect to need it, unless Gramp gets tired of me and I see something else I want to invest in. But the business is prosperous. I may just let Priscilla support me in style for a few years. Quite prosperous. Betcha my assets exceed yours. Your private fortune, I mean.
Don't be silly, my silly daughter. As a private citizen, I'm almost a pauper. Whereas in my official capacity, I could confiscate your assets with just a word to Minerva, and no one would question it.
Except that you never would. You're sweet, Ira.
Huh?
You are, even if you can't remember the names of my children. I'm feeling very gay, Papa. You've made me happy.
You haven't called me Papa for, 50 or 60 years.
Because you never encourage intimacy once a child is grown. Nor do I from mine. But this assignment has made me feel closer to you. I'll shut up, sir, and I'll be there early tomorrow. Off?
1 moment. I forgot to ask where you are. If you're home—
I'm not. I'm having a bath with Galahad and Ishtar. About to, that is. You interrupted a wonderful back rub they were giving me.
Sorry. As you are still in the palace, I suggest that you stay, to be here early tomorrow. Beg a bed from them, or, if that is intruding, come to my apartments. We'll find something.
Don't fret about me, Ira. If I can't shame them into keeping me overnight, Minerva will find me a bed. Truly, Lazarus' bed is the only one I've ever found impossible to get into. Maybe I need to apply for Rejuve.
The chairman pro tem was slow in answering.
Hamadryad, you were serious in proposing to have children by him, were you not?
Privacy, sir.
Sorry. The custom of privacy does not forbid me to say that I think it is a very good idea. If you tell me to, I will encourage it in any way I can.
Hamadryad looked at Ishtar and spread her hands in a gesture of, "What do I do now?" Then answered,
"His refusal seemed very firm, sir."
Let me offer you a male viewpoint, my daughter. A man often refuses such a proposal when he wants to accept it. A man likes to be sure of a woman's motives and sincerity. At a later time he may accept. I don't mean that you should nag him with it. That would not work. But if you want this, bide your time. You're a charming woman. I have confidence in you.
Yes, sir. If he does give me a child, we would all be richer thereby, would we not?
Yes, certainly. But my motives are somewhat different. If he dies or leaves us, there is always the sperm bank and the tissue bank, neither of which he can touch because I'll cheat if necessary. But I don't want him to die, Hamadryad, nor do I want him to leave soon, and I am not speaking from sentiment. The senior is unique. I've gone to much trouble not to waste him. Your presence pleases him, your offer stimulates him, even though you feel he reacted badly. You're helping to keep him alive, and if he eventually lets you have his child, you may succeed in keeping him alive a long time. Indefinitely long.
Hamadryad wiggled with pleasure and smiled at Ishtar.
Father, you make me feel proud.
You have always been a daughter to be proud of, dear, although I can't claim all the credit. Your mother is a most exceptional woman. Off now?
Off with music playing. Good night, sir.
Without getting up, Hamadryad grabbed both her friends around their waists and hugged them tightly.
Oh, I feel good.
So, get down off this table, Narrow-Broad. It's my turn.
You don't need a massage, Ishtar said firmly. You've been under no emotional strain, and the hardest work you've done all day is to beat me 2 games of murder ball.
But I'm the spiritual type, sensitive.
So you are, dear Galahad, and now you can most spiritually help her down and help me bathe her. Still, most spiritually. Galahad complied while complaining,
You two ought to bathe me instead.
Pretend I'm a blind music-maker. He closed his eyes and sang, There's a cop around the corner who is sometimes not so friendly to a man who isn't holding or otherwise unlucky.
That's me, unlucky, or I wouldn't have to work with 2 women in the house. What cycle, Ish?
Relaxing, of course. Hammer dear, since you let us hear that call, I assume that I can talk about it. I agree with Ira. You have Lazarus sexually stimulated whether he knows it or not, and if you can keep him that way, he won't be depressed. Is he truly that nearly recovered, Ishtar? Hamadryad asked, while raising her arms and letting them work on her. He looks better, but I can't tell. His manner doesn't change. Oh, definitely. He started masturbating a month ago. Shampoo, dear? He did. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. Do I need one? Yes, I do. Thanks.
So it's well to have a sister, or even an old uncle. Close your eyes, Hambone, baby. Shampoo mix coming. A client has no privacy with Ishtar. But she didn't tell me. I had to infer it from his graphs. Ish, why do I always wind up washing Ham's back?
Because you tickle, sweetheart. There was no need for you to know. But a client certainly has no privacy with Minerva to help, and that's as it should be. We need better computer service at the clinic, I now see, although he does have privacy in its true sense, as all of this is covered by the oath. Even though you are not regular staff, Ham, I'm sure you realize that. Oh, certainly. Not quite so hard, Galahad. Red-hot pincers could not make me talk other than to you two, not even to Ira. Ishtar, do you think I could learn to be a real rejuvenator? If you feel a vocation for it and want to study that hard. Let it rinse now, Galahad. You have the empathy, I'm sure. What's your index?
They're your friends, boy. Don't neglect them. Birthdays and Yom Kippur.
Genius minus,
Hamadryad admitted.
Takes genius, Galahad said helpfully, as well as a compulsive need to work. She's a slave driver, Hammy, baby. Also Christmas and Hanukkah, a card or even candy.
You're off-key, dear. You're genius plus, Ham, slightly higher than Galahad's index. I looked it up just in case. And you did ask. I'm very pleased.
Off-key? Now you've gone too far.
You have other virtues, my true knight. You need not be a troubadour. Hammer dear, if you search your heart and really want it, you could be an associate technician by the time we migrate. If you intend to migrate. If not, the clinic here always needs staff. A true vocation is scarce. But I'd like, terribly, to have you with us. Both of us will help you.
Sure we will, Hammy. Off-key, indeed. Is this colony going to be polygamous?
Ask Ira. Does it matter? Grab a robe and throw it around the hammer, darling, then I'll trade a quick scrub with you. I'm hungry.
Do you want to risk it? After what you said about my singing? I know every spot, and I'll tickle them all.
King's Cross, I apologize. I love your singing, dear.
The idiom is King's X-ish. Pax it is. Grab robes for all of us, Hammy. That's a good girl. Longlegs, while I was singing perfectly on key, I figured out that idiom that was bothering me. It's not what Minerva thought it was. A hook shop is a bordello, which makes the born loser's sister a hetera. And the last piece falls into place.
Why, of course. No wonder she could subsidize her brother. Artists always get paid more than anyone else.
Hamadryad returned with robes, laid them on the massage table. She said,
I didn't know that idiom was bothering you, Galahad. I understood it the first time I heard that song.
I wish you had told me.
Is it important?
Only as one more clue. Ham, in analyzing a culture, its myths and folk songs and idioms and aphorisms are more basic than its formal history. You can't understand a person unless you understand her culture. His, I should say, in speaking English. And that alone tells something basic about the culture in which our client grew up. The fact that a general term invariably takes the masculine form when both masculine and feminine are implied. It means either that males are dominant or that women have just emerged from lower status, but the language lag, there always is one, has not caught up with cultural change. The latter, in the barbarism Lazarus came from, as indicated by other clues.
You can tell all that just from a rule of grammar?
Sometimes, Hammy. I used to do this professionally, when I was old and grizzled and waiting for rejuvenation. It's detective work, and no one clue is ever enough. For example, women must not have reached equal status even though other clues show them gaining it. For who ever heard of a bordello managed by a man? A guard in one, yes, and Lazarus said that he was that too, but manager? Preposterous by modern standards. Unless that colony on Mars was an atypical retrogression. It may have been, I don't know.
Continue it as we eat, kids. Mama is hungry. Coming, Ishtir. Galahad, I understood that idiom without thinking about it. You see, my mother still is, a hetera.
Really? There's a wild coincidence. So was mine, and so was Ishtar's. And we three wind up all in rejuvenation work and on the same client. Two numerically small professions. I wonder what the odds are against it.
Not too high, as both professions require strong empathy. But if you want to know, ask Minerva, advised Ishtar, and hand me that robe. I don't like blow-dry, and I don't want to get chilled while rustling food. Hammersweet, why didn't you follow your mother's profession? With your beauty you would be a star.
Hamadryad shrugged.
Oh, I know what I look like. But Mother can snatch a man away from me just by lifting her little finger, except that I avoid the chance. Beauty has little to do with it. You saw a man turn me down just today. Lazarus himself told us what it takes to make a great artist, a spiritual quality a man can feel. My mother has it. I don't.
I follow your reasoning, Ishtar said as they went through her lounge into the buttery. There she screened the menu offered by the kitchen down below. My mother has it too. Not especially pretty, but what she has men want. Still want, although she's retired.
Longlegs, Galahad said soberly. You do all right. You've got it too.
Thank you, my knight, but that's not true. I sometimes have it for one man, or two at most, and sometimes not at all, as I can get buried in our profession and forget about sex. I told you how many years I had been celibate. I wouldn't have found you, dear, would never have risked 7 hours, had not our client had me so terribly emotional. Quite unprofessionally, Hamadryad. I was as silly as a schoolgirl on a warm spring night. But, Galahad, Tamara, my mother, has it all the time and for anyone who needs her. Tamara never set a price. She didn't need to. They showered gifts on her. She's retired now and considering whether to rejuvenate again, but her fans won't leave her alone. She still gets endless offers.
Galahad said sorrowfully, That's what I would like to be. But I'm that born loser. If a man tried that profession, he'd kill himself in a month.
In your case, dear Galahad, it might take a little longer. But eat and restore your strength. We're going to put you in the middle of the bed tonight. Does that mean I'm invited?
asked Hamadryad. That's one way of putting it. A more accurate statement would be that I'm inviting myself. Galahad made it clear in the shower that his plans for the night include you, dear. But he didn't mention me.
Oh, he did, too. Anyhow, he's horny about you all the time. I can feel it.
He's horny. End of message and off. Will steaks and random garnish do, or do you each wish to choose? I don't feel imaginative.
Suits me. Ish, you should put Galahad under contract while he's groggy.
Privacy, dear.
Sorry, I just blurted it out, because I'm so fond of you both.
Big-arsed bitch won't marry me, said Galahad, and me so good and pure and modest. Claims I tickle. Will you marry me, little Hamadir?
What? Galahad, you're the world's worst tease. You not only don't want me to, you know I'm committed to the senior even though he refused me. Until Ish tells me to drop it. If she does.
Ishtar finished ordering, wiped the screen. Galahad, don't tease our baby. I want both Hamadryad and me to be free of other contracts as long as either of us has any chance of getting our client interested in cohabitation, or progeny, or both. Not just a lark, but something he can take seriously.
So? Then why in the name of all the fertility gods did you arrange to have both of you pregnant at once? I don't get it. I hear the word, but the figures won't add.
Because, my stupid darling, I didn't dare wait. The director may come back any time.
But why you two, with maybe 10,000 healthy host mothers registered and available? And why two?
Dearest man, I'm sorry I said you were stupid. You aren't. You're just male. Hamadryad and I know exactly what risks we are taking and why. We don't look pregnant and won't for weeks yet, and if either of us can jockey Lazarus into a contract, an abortion takes 10 minutes. Professional host mothers won't do for this job. It has to be bellies over which I have some control, and women I trust utterly. Bad enough that I had to trust a gene surgeon and risk a prescribed procedure. Ira may have to get me out of that if anything slips. But you know as well as I do, sweet Galahad, that even an ordinary clone sometimes goes wild. I wish I had 4 female bellies I could use, not 2. 8, 16. Increase the chances of getting 1 normal fetus. In another month, long before it shows, we'll know what we're carrying. If the odds fail both of us, well, I'm ready to start over again, and Hamadryad is too.
As many times as necessary, Ishtar. I swore it.
Ishtar patted her hand. We'll get a good one. Galahad, Lazarus is going to have his identical twin sister, I promise you. And once it is an accomplished fact, we'll hear no more talk of termination option switches or leaving us or anything. At least until she's woman tall.
Ishtar?
Yes, Hamadryad.
If we both show normal fetuses a month from now...
Then you can abort, dear, you know that.
No, I shan't. What's wrong with twins?
Galahad blinked at her. Don't bother to answer, Ish. Let me give you the male angle. The man who can resist raising identical twin girls hasn't been born. And his name isn't Lazarus Long. Look, dears, is there anything at all, that can improve both your chances? Now? No, Ishtar repeated softly. No. We both test pregnant. That's all we can say or do now. Except pray. And I don't know how to pray.
Then it's time we learned.
Variations on a Theme. 5. Voices in the Dark. After Minerva ordered his evening meal for Lazarus, then supervised its service, the computer said, "Is there anything else, sir?"
I guess not. Yes. Will you have dinner with me, Minerva?
Thank you, Lazarus, I accept.
Don't thank me. You are doing me a favor, my lady. I'm moody tonight. Sit down, dear, and cheer me up.
The computer's voice repositioned so that it appeared to come from the other side of the table where Lazarus sat, as if a flesh and blood were seated there.
Shall I construct an image, Lazarus?
Don't put yourself to the trouble, dear.
It's no trouble, Lazarus. I have ample spare capacity.
No, Minerva. That hollow you made for me one night, perfect, realistic, moved just like a flesh and blood. But it wasn't you. I know what you look like. Lower the lights and spot enough light on my plate to let me eat. Then I'll see you in the gloom without a hollow.
The lighting readjusted so that the room was almost dark, save for a pool of light on chastely perfect tableware and napery in front of Lazarus. The contrast dazzled his eyes enough that he could not see across the table without peering. He did not peer. Minerva said, "What is my appearance, Lazarus?"
Huh?
He stopped to think.
It fits your voice. It's a picture that has grown up in my mind without thinking about it during the time we have been together. Dear, do you realize that we have been living together more intimately than husband and wife usually manage?
Perhaps I don't, Lazarus, since I cannot experience being a wife. But I am happy to be close to you.
Being a wife doesn't have too much to do with copulation, my dear. You've been a mother to my baby, Dora. Oh, I know that Ira stands first with you, but you are like that girl Olga I spoke of. You have so much to give that you can enrich more than one man. But I honor your loyalty to Ira. Your love for him, dear.
Thank you, Lazarus. But if I know what the word means, I love you, too, and Dora.
I know you do. Both. You and I have no need to worry over words. We'll leave that to Hamadryad. Your appearance. You are tall. About as tall as Ishtar, but slender. Not skinny, just slender, strong and well-muscled without being bulgy. You are not as broad in the hips as she is, but broad enough, womanly. You're young, but a mature young woman, not a girl. Breasts much smaller than Ishtar's, more like Hamadryad's. You are handsome rather than pretty, and you are rather solemn, except when one of your rare smiles lights up your face. Your hair is brown and straight, and you wear it long. But you don't fuss with it, other than to keep it clean and neat. Your eyes are brown and match your hair. You usually don't wear cosmetics, but you almost always wear some sort of clothing, simple clothing. You are not a clothes horse. Dress does not interest you that much. But you go naked only with persons you fully trust. A short list. That's all, I guess. I haven't tried to imagine details. This is just what grew in my mind. Oh, yes, you keep your nails, both hands and feet, short and clean. But you aren't fussy about it, or about anything. Neither dirt nor sweat bothers you, and you don't flinch at blood even though you don't like it.
I am very pleased to know how I look, Lazarus.
Huh? Oh, fiddle, girl, that's my imagination living its own life.
That is how I look, Minerva said firmly, and I like it.
All right. Although you can be as dazzlingly beautiful as Hamadryad if you want to be.
No, I look just as you described me. I am a Martha, Lazarus, not her sister Mary.
Lazarus said, You surprised me. Yes, you are. You've read the Bible?
I have read everything in the great library. In one sense, I am the library, Lazarus.
Yeah, should have realized it. How is the twinning process coming along? Going to be ready? Say if Ira gets a burr under his saddle and takes off in a hurry?
It is essentially complete, Lazarus. All my permanents, programs and memories and logics are twinned in Dora's number 4 hold, and I run routine checks and exercise by running the twinned parts parallel with me here under the palace. Tell me 6 times instead of my normal tell me 3 times method. I have found and corrected some open circuits that way, minor factory defects, nothing I could not handle at once. You see, Lazarus, I treated it as a crash program and did not depend on Turing processes to build most of my new me, as I would have had to build extensionals in Dora for that sole purpose, then remove them, save for maintenance extensionals. That would have taken much time, of course, since I can't use computer speeds in manipulating mass. So instead I ordered all new blank memories and logic circuitry and had them installed in Dora by factory technicians, much faster Then I filled them and checked them.
Any trouble, dear?
No, Lazarus. Oh, Dora grumbled about dirty feet in her clean compartments, but it was just grumbling, as they worked clean-room style, lint-free coveralls and masks and gloves, and I required them to change in the airlock not just before they entered her number 4.
He felt her quick smile.
Temporary sanitary facilities outside the ship, which caused the project engineer to grumble as well as the shop steward.
Shouldn't think so. Wouldn't have hurt Dora to activate ahead.
Lazarus, as you pointed out, I will be, I hope, a passenger in Dora some day. So I have tried to become her friend, and we are friends, and I love her, and she is the only friend I have who is a computer. I don't want to jeopardize that by making a mess, or permitting one to be made, in my moving into her ship. She is, as you said, a neat housekeeper. I am trying to be just as neat, and show thereby that I respect her and appreciate the privilege of being a passenger in her. The engineer in charge and that talky shop steward had no reason to grumble. I specified all this in the contract: change clothes at the lock, leg urinals for all personnel inside, no eating, expectorating, or smoking in the ship, go by the shortest route to number 4, no snooping elsewhere in the ship, which they could not anyhow, as I asked Dora to keep all doors locked save that direct route, and I paid to have it done this way.
A pretty penny, I'm certain. Did Ira comment?
Ira does not bother with such matters, but I did not report costs to him. I charged it all to you, Lazarus.
Whee! Am I bankrupt?
No, sir. I paid it from the senior's unlimited drawing account. That seemed best to me, Lazarus, as the work was done in your ship. Perhaps they wonder why the senior wants a second computer of high capacity installed in his ship. I know this project engineer wondered. I snubbed him firmly. But wonder is all they can do. The senior is not accountable to anyone. I hinted quite broadly that Mr. Chairman Pro Tem would be annoyed if anyone attempted to snoop into your affairs. Not that anyone can tell what a computer really is, just from looking at it, even the manufacturer.
This manufacturer? Low bidder?
Should I have placed it for bid, sir?
Minerva sounded worried. Hell no! If you had, I would have told you to tear it out and start over. Then we would have hunted for the best supplier. Minerva, my dear, once you leave here, it may be many years before you have any factory service. You'll have to maintain yourself. Unless Ira can minister to a sick computer.
He can't.
You see? Dora is gold and platinum, where a cheaper computer is copper and aluminum. I hope your new carcass is just as expensive.
It is, Lazarus. My new me is even more reliable than my old me, and smaller and faster, as much of me, old me, is about a century old. The art has improved.
Must see what ought to be replaced in Dora, if anything. Minerva made no comment. Lazarus said, My dear, when you don't talk, it is louder than when you do. Have you been overhauling Dora?
I stockpiled some components, Lazarus, but Dora won't let herself be touched unless you order it.
Yeah, she hates to let a doctor poke around inside her. But if she needs it, she'll get it, under anesthesia. Minerva, it would be smart, with 2 of you in the ship, for Dora to carry your maintenance instructions in her permanence and hers in yours, so that you can nurse each other.
Minerva answered simply, We have been waiting for you to tell us to do so, Lazarus.
You mean you have been waiting. It is not something Dora would think of. So now I'm telling you both, and let her hear my voice say so. Minerva, I wish you would get over being so humble with me. You should have proposed it. You think faster than I do by many orders of magnitude. I've got flesh and blood limitations. How are you coming on astrogation? Is she teaching you to pilot, or balking?
Lazarus, I am now as skillful a pilot as she is, in my other me.
Like fun, you're a co-pilot. You're not a pilot until you've made an in-space jump unassisted. Even Dora gets jumpy before a jump, and she's made hundreds.
I stand corrected, Lazarus. I am a very highly trained co-pilot, but I'm not afraid to do it, if the time comes. I've rerun all of Dora's jumps in real time, and she tells me I know how.
You may have to some day if disaster hits. Ira isn't the pilot I am, I'm certain. With me no longer aboard, your new skill may save his life sometime. What else do you know? Heard any good ones lately?
I don't know, Lazarus. I've heard some stories, bawdy ones, I believe, from listening to the technicians installing my twin. But I don't know that they are funny.
Don't bother. If it's a bawdy story, I heard one like it at least 1,000 years back. Now, the key question. How fast can you cut loose if Ira decides to jump? Assume a coup d'etat and he's running for his life.
1/5 of a second minus.
Huh? You're not pulling my leg. I mean how long to put your whole personality aboard the Dora. Not leave anything behind and not leave the computer here aware that she ever was Minerva. For anything less would not be fair to yourself, dear. The Minerva left behind would grieve.
Lazarus, I am speaking not from theory, but from experience, as I knew it was the critical aspect of this twinning. So once I dismissed the contractor and had twinned my permanents and logics and my running temporaries, I experimented, cautiously at first. I simply paralleled me, as I described to you. That's easy. I just have to balance the lag at each end, to stay synchronous in real time. But I have to do that with my remote extensionals at all times. I'm used to it. Then I tried, very cautiously, suppressing myself, first at the ship end, then at the palace end, with a self-program to revert to full twinning in 3 seconds. No trouble, Lazarus, not even the first time. Now I can do it in less than 200 milliseconds and run all checks to be certain that I have neglected nothing. I have done so 7 times since you asked that question. Did you notice a lag in my voice at times? Approximately 1,000-kilometer lag?
What? My dear, I am not equipped to notice a lag of less than 30,000 kilometers at speed C. He added, Call it 1/10 of a second. You flatter me.
Lazarus added thoughtfully,
But 1/10 of a second is 100 million of the nanoseconds you use, or 100 milliseconds. What's that in your time? About 1,000 of my days?
Lazarus, that is not how I would express it. I split much smaller than a nanosecond in many things I do. A millishake, or less. But I'm just as comfortable in your time. I am right now with my personal me. I could not enjoy singing or this quiet talk with you if in my personal mode I were forced to consider each nanosecond. Do you count each of your heartbeats?
No. Or rarely.
It is somewhat the same with me, Lazarus. The things I do quickly I do with no effort and with no conscious attention other than necessary self-program. But the seconds and minutes and hours I spend with you in personal mode I savor. I do not chop them into nanoseconds. I grasp them whole and enjoy them. All the days and weeks you have been here I hold as a single now, and cherish it.
Hold it, dear. Are you saying that, well, the day Ira introduced us to each other is still now to you?
Yes, Lazarus.
Let me sort this out. Is tomorrow now to you also?
Yes, Lazarus.
But if that is so, you can predict the future.
No, Lazarus.
But then I don't understand it.
I could print out the equations, Lazarus, but such equations would merely describe the fact that I am constructed to treat time as one of many dimensions, with entropy but one operator, and with the present, or now, a variable held in steady state for a wide or narrow span. But in dealing with you, I must necessarily move with the wave front that is your personal now, or we cannot communicate.
My dear, I'm not sure we are communicating.
I am sorry, Lazarus. I have my limitations, too. But were I able to choose, I would choose your limitations. Human. Flesh and blood.
Minerva, you don't know what you are saying. A flesh-and-blood body can be a burden, especially when its maintenance begins to occupy most of one's attention. You have the best of both worlds, designed in man's own image to do what makes him distinctively human, but better, faster, much faster, and more accurately than he can do it, without the aches and pains and inefficiencies of a body that must eat and sleep and make mistakes. Believe me.
Lazarus, what is Eros?
He looked into the gloom and saw in his mind's eye how solemnly and sorrowfully she stared back.
Good God, girl, do you want to go to bed with him that badly?
Lazarus, I do not know. I am a blind man. How can I know?
Lazarus sighed. I'm sorry, dear. Then you know why I have kept Dora a baby.
Only as conjecture, Lazarus, one that I have not and will not discuss with anyone.
Thank you. You are a lady, dear. You do know, or you know part of my reason, but I'll tell you all of it when I feel up to it, and then you will know what I mean by love, and why I told Hamadryad it must be experienced, not defined in words, and why I know that you know what love is because you have experienced it. But Dora's story is not for Ira, just for you. No, you can let Ira have it, after I'm gone. Call it The Tale of the Adopted Daughter. Then place a hold on it and let him have it later. But I won't tell it now. I'm not strong enough tonight. Ask me when you know I'm feeling up to it.
I shall. I'm sorry, Lazarus.
Sorry? Minerva, my very dear, there is never anything to feel sorry about with love. Never. Would you rather not love me, or Dora, or never have learned of love through loving Ira?
No, not that. But would that I knew Eros, too.
Count your blessings, dear. Eros can hurt.
Lazarus, I do not fear being hurt. But while I know much about male-female reproduction, far more than any single human flesh and blood knows—
You do? Or think you do?
I do know, Lazarus. In preparation for migrating, I added extra additional memory storage, filling much of hold number 2, so that I could transcribe for Ishtar into my new me all the research files and library and restricted records of the Howard Rejuvenation Clinic.
Whew! I think Ishtar took a chance. The clinic seems pretty cagey about what they release and don't release.
Ishtar is not afraid to take chances. But she did ask me to hurry, so I placed it in temporary here until I could set up the necessary capacity, large, in Dora's hold. But I asked Ishtar's permission to study it, and she said it was all right for me to do so, as long as I did not release anything keyed as confidential or secret without consulting her. I found it fascinating, Lazarus. I now know all about sex, in the sense that a man who has always been blind can be taught the physics of the rainbow. I am even a gene surgeon now in theory, and would not hesitate to be one in practice once I had time to construct the ultra-micro-miniature Waldos needed for such fine work. I am equally expert as obstetrician and gynecologist and rejuvenator. Erectile reflexes and mechanics of orgasm and the processes of spermogenesis and impregnation are no mystery to me, nor any aspect of gestation and birth. Eros alone I cannot know, and know at last that I am blind.
Variations on a Theme 6. The Tale of the Twins Who Weren't. Omitted. But sky merchant was then my usual occupation, Minerva. That caper in which I moved from slave to high priest was forced on me. I had to be meek a long time, which ain't my style. Maybe Jesus was right when he said that the meek shall inherit the earth, but they inherit very small plots, about 6 feet by 3. But the only route from field hand to freedom lay through the church and required meekness all the way, so that's what I gave 'em. The priests had weird habits. 9,300 words omitted. Which got me off their damned planet, and I never expected to go back. Did go back a couple of centuries later, freshly rejuvenated and not looking anything like that high priest whose ship had been lost in space. I was a sky merchant again, which suits me. It lets you travel and see things. I went back to Blessed for money, not revenge. I have never wasted skull sweat on revenge.
The Comte de Monte Cristo syndrome is too much work and not enough fun. If I tangle with a man and he lives through it, I don't come back later gunning for him. Instead, I outlive him, which balances the books just as well. I figured that 2 centuries was enough for my enemies on Blessed to be dead, since I had left most of them sort of dead earlier. Blessed would not have been on my route other than for business reasons. Interstellar trade is economics stripped to basics. You can't make money by making money because money isn't money other than on its planet of issue. Most money is fiat. A ship's cargo of the stuff is waste paper elsewhere. Bank credit is worth even less. Galactic distances are too great. Even money that jingles must be thought of as trade goods, not money, or you'll kid yourself into starvation. This gives the sky merchant a grasp of economics rarely achieved by bankers or professors. He is engaged in barter and no nonsense. He pays taxes he can't evade and doesn't care whether they are called excise or king's pence or squeeze or straight-out bribes. It is the other kid's bat and ball and backyard, so you play by his rules. Nothing to get in a sweat about. Respect for laws is a pragmatic matter. Women know this instinctively. That's why they are all smugglers. Men often believe, or pretend, that the law is something sacred, or at least a science, an unfounded assumption very convenient to governments. I've done little smuggling. It's risky, and you can wind up with money you don't dare spend where it's legal tender. I simply tried to avoid places where the squeeze was too high. By the law of supply and demand, a thing has value from where it is as much as from what it is. And that's what a merchant does. He moves things from where they are cheap to where they are worth more. A smelly nuisance in a stable is valuable fertilizer if you move it to the South 40. Pebbles on one planet can be precious gems on another. The art in selecting cargo lies in knowing where things will be worth more, and the merchant who can guess right can reap the wealth of Midas in one trip, or guess wrong and go broke. I was on Blessed because I had been on Landfall and wanted to go to Valhalla in order to go back to Landfall, as I was thinking of marrying and raising another family. But I wanted to be rich enough to be landed gentry when I settled down, which I was not at the time. All I had was the scout ship Libby and I had used and a modicum of local money. Note: sequence of events cannot be reconciled. Perhaps a similar ship? J.F. 45th. End of note. So it was time to trade. The trade routes for a two-way swap show minimum profit. They fill up too quickly. But a triangular trade, or higher numbers, can show high profits. Like this. Landfall had something, call it cheese, which was a luxury on Blessed, while Blessed produced, call it chalk, much in demand on Valhalla, whereas Valhalla manufactured doohickeys that Landfall needed. Work this in the right direction and get rich. Work it backwards and lose your shirt. I had worked the first leg, Landfall to Blessed, successfully, having sold my cargo of... what was it? Darned if I remember. I've handled so many things. Anyhow, I got such a nice price that I temporarily had too much money. How much is too much? Whatever you can't spend before you leave a place you are not coming back to. If you hang on to that excess and come back later, you will usually find, invariably, so far as I recall, that inflation or war or taxes or changes in government or something has wiped out the alleged value of fiat money you may have kept. As my ship was scheduled to load and I had placed in escrow with the port authority the price of her cargo, what I had left over was burning a hole in my pocket with only a day to get rid of it, that being the time until my ship was to be loaded. I had to be on hand for that. I was my own purser and have an untrusting disposition. So I took a walk through the retail district, thinking I might buy some doodads. I was dressed in local high style and had a bodyguard behind me, for Blessed was still a slave economy, and in a pyramidal society it is well to be up near the point, or at least look like it. My bodyguard was a slave, but not my slave. I had hired him from a rent-a-servant agency. I'm not a hypocrite. This slave didn't have a darn thing to do but follow me around and eat like a hog. I had him because my assumed status required a manservant in sight. A gentleman could not register at a first-class Hilton in Charity or anywhere on Blessed without a valet in evidence. I could not eat in a good restaurant without my own bearer standing behind me, and so forth. When in Rome, you shoot Roman candles. I have been places where it was mandatory to sleep with your hostess, which can be dreadful. This blessed custom wasn't difficult. I didn't rely on him, even though the agency supplied him with a knobstick. I was armed 6 ways and careful where I walked. Blessed was more dangerous than it had been when I was a slave there, and a gentleman is more of a target, even though cops don't bother him. I was taking a short-cut through the slave market, it not being an auction day, on my way to the jeweller's lane, when I saw that a sale was being offered and slowed down. A man who has been sold himself can't walk past, indifferent to the plight of chattels. Not that I had any intention of buying. Nor did anyone seem about to buy this pair. The knot around the factor's tent was rabble. I could tell by their clothes and the fact that there wasn't a man there with a manservant. The merchandise was standing on a table, a young woman and a young man. Late adolescence for him, and just ripe for her, or the same age in view of the fact that females grow up faster. Call it 18, measured by my own youth, an age at which a boy should be nailed into a barrel and fed through the bunghole. But a girl is ready to marry. Long, sleeveless robes hung from their shoulders, and I knew too well what those robes meant. They would be displayed only to a prospective buyer, not to rabble. Robes signified valuable slaves, not to be knocked down on open bid. Sure enough, they were being held at Dutch auction, with a minimum bid posted, 10,000 blessings. That amounts to... How can I define money of centuries back on a planet hundreds of light years away in terms that make sense here and now? Let's put it this way. Unless these kids were something extraordinary, they were overpriced by a factor of 5. As prime young stock, either sex were fetching around 1,000 blessings by the morning's financial news. Ever pause in front of a clothing store and get hooked inside? No, of course you haven't. But that's what happened to me. All I did was say to the factor, "Goodman, is that posted bid a mistake? Or do these two have something special that doesn't show?" Just curiosity, Minerva, as I neither intended to own slaves, nor would the excess in my purse make a dent in a planet-wide custom. But I could not see why. The girl was not outstandingly pretty. She would not fetch a high price as an odalisque. The lad wasn't even heavily muscled. Nor were they a matched pair. Back home I would have picked her for an Italian and him for a Swede. Boom! I merged into the tent while the chattels are shoved ahead. The factor's manner shows that he hasn't had a live one all day, while my shadow is saying in my ear, "Master, that price is too high. I can take you to a private sale where prices are right and satisfaction is guaranteed." I said, "Shut up, Faithful." All rented body servants were named Faithful, probably by contraries. "I want to see what this is." As fast as the tent flap is fastened against the rabble, the factor is shoving a chair against my knees and handing me a drink with a bow and a scrape, while saying lyrically, "Oh, sweet and gentle master, happy am I that you asked that. I am about to show you a great wonder of science, a thing to astound the very gods. I speak as a pious man, a true son of our everlasting church, one who cannot lie." A slave factor who can't lie is yet to be whelped. Meantime, the youngsters stationed themselves docilely on a display platform, and Faithful was whispering, "Don't believe a word, master. The girl is nothing, and I can whip 3 of that punk without my stick. Yet the agency would sell me for 800 blessings, and that's a fact." I motioned him to silence. "Goodman, what swindle is this?" "No swindle on my mother's honour, kind sir. Would you believe that these are brother and sister?" I looked at them. "No." "Would you believe that they are not only brother and sister, but twins?" No. Would you believe the same stud, the same dam, the same womb, born the same hour? Possibly the same womb, I conceded. Host mother? No, no! Exactly the same ancestry. And yet, here is the miracle. He held my eye and spoke in a hushed voice. They are, nevertheless, a sound breeding pair, for these twins are unrelated to each other. Would you believe it? I told him what I would believe, including his losing his license and facing a charge of blasphemy. His smile grew broader, and he complimented me on my wit, and asked me how much, if he proved all of these things, how high a bid I would place against them. Higher than 10,000, since I must realize that the posted figure represented a prior bid. 15,000, perhaps, with escrow the morrow before noon? I said, forget it, I'm shipping out before noon, and started to stand up. He said, wait, I beg you. I see that you are a gentleman of education, of science, of deep knowledge, and widely travelled. Surely you will grant your humble servant a moment to show proof? I still would have left. Swindles bore me. But he waved a hand, and the kids dropped their robes and fell into display poses. The lad with his arms folded against his chest and his feet planted firmly. The girl in that graceful pose that must be as old as Eve. One knee slightly advanced, hand on hip, other arm hanging easily, chest slightly raised. It almost made her beautiful, save that she looked bored, having taken it hundreds of times, no doubt. But that wasn't what made me stay. Something annoyed me. The lad was bare, of course. She was wearing a chastity girdle. Do you know what one is, Minerva?
Yes, Lazarus.
Too bad. I said, take that damned thing off, that kid. Now. Silly of me. I rarely interfere with anything on a strange planet, but those things are abominations.
Certainly, gentle sir. I was about to.
Estrita! The girl turned her back with that same bored look. The factor stood so that his back kept the lad from seeing him work the combination lock, saying apologetically, She must wear it not only because of ruffians, but to protect her from her brother. They share the same palate, for she is, would you believe it, sir, seeing how full ripe she is, a virgin. Show the gentle master, Trayita. Bored as ever, she promptly started to do so. I regard virginity as a correctable perversity of no interest. I motioned her to stop and asked the factor if she could cook. He assured me that she was the envy of every gourmet chef unblessed, and started to lock her back into that steel diaper. I said roughly, Leave it off. Nobody here is going to rape her. What's this proof you promised? Minerva, he proved every word, except about her cooking, with exhibits that made me suspicious only because he showed them. I wouldn't have boggled had I seen them in the clinic here. I should mention that Blessed had a rejuvenation clinic, even though it was not settled by the families. Eventually the clinic was taken over by the church, and antigeria techniques that work fairly well even on short-lifers were no longer available to any but big shots. But the planet stayed advanced in biological techniques. The church needed it. Minerva, I told you what he claimed, and you are now as learned in biology and genetics and associated manipulations as Ishtar is. More so, you don't have her limitations in time and in memory storage. What did he prove to me?
That they were diploid complements, Lazarus.
Right. Although he called them mirror twins. Can you tell me how these kids were made, Minerva? How would you go about producing such twins? The computer answered thoughtfully, Mirror twins would be an inexact term for zygotes satisfying the listed requirements, although it is colorful. I can answer only theoretically, as the records in me do not show that it has been attempted on Secundus. But the steps necessary to achieve exact diploid complements would be these. There must be intervention in gametogenesis in each parent just before meiotic division reduction of chromosome number. That is, one would start with primary spermatocytes and primary oocytes, unreduced diploids. In the male parent, the intervention presents no theoretical problem, but would be difficult because the cells are very small. But I would not hesitate to attempt it given time to construct the necessary fine extensionals. The logical place to start both parents would be with gonia placed in vitro and cherished. When a spermatogonium was observed to change to a primary spermatocyte, still diploid, it would be segregated, and at the instant it divided into two secondary spermatocytes, haploids, one with an X chromosome and one with a Y chromosome, they would be again segregated, and each would be encouraged to develop into spermatozoa. It would not be sufficient to intervene at the spermatozoa stage. Confusion of gamete pairs could not be avoided, and resulting zygotes could be complementary only by wildest chance. Intervention with the female parent is mechanically simpler because of larger cells, but involves a different problem. The primary oocyte must be encouraged, at point of meiosis, to produce two haploid and complementary secondary oocytes, rather than one oocyte and one polar body. Lazarus, this might require many attempts before a reliable technique could be worked out. It would be similar to the process of identical twinning, but must take place 2 stages earlier in the gametogenetic sequence. However, it might turn out to be no more difficult than it is to produce fatherless female rabbits. I do not venture an opinion, as I lack former art to draw on, save that I feel certain that it can be done, given time to develop technique. At this point we have complementary groups of spermatozoa, one group with Y and one with X, and a complementary pair of ova, each with an X chromosome. Fertilization would be in vitro, with the possibility of choosing either of 2 potential pairs of female-male complements, but with no basis for choice unless the genetic charts of haploids are determined precisely, which is difficult and likely to cause genetic damage. I do not think it would be attempted. Instead, one sperm would be inserted into one ovum, its complement into the other, on a blind basis. One last requirement must be met to justify all of this slave factor's allegations. The 2 fertilized ova must be removed from vitro and planted in the womb of the donor of the oogonium, and they are allowed to develop as twins through natural gestation and birth. Am I right, Lazarus?
Exactly right. Go to the head of the class, dear. You get a gold star on your report card.
Minerva, I don't know that it happened that way. But that's what the factor claimed, and that's what his exhibits, lab reports, hollow movies, and so forth, seemed to show. But that thief may have faked those proofs and offered a random pair not likely to fetch a price above average, save for his fancy sales talk. The so-called proofs looked good, and lab reports and such carried a bishop's chop and seal. The stills and movies looked good, too, but how can a layman judge? Even if those exhibits weren't phony, all they could prove was that such a process had once taken place. They did not prove that these kids were the result. Shucks, they might have been used to sell many slave pairs, with a bishop in on the racket. I looked over the stuff, including a scrapbook of the kids growing up, said, "Very interesting," and started to leave. This pimple teleported himself between me and the tent flap. "Master," he said urgently, "kind and generous, sir. 12,000? Minerva, my trader instincts took over. 1,000, I snapped. I don't know why. Yes, I do know. The girl's body was scarred from that damned Torquemada girdle. I wanted to insult this flesh peddler. He flinched and looked as if he were giving birth to broken beer bottles. You jest with me. 11,000 blessings, and they are yours, though I won't make expenses. 1,500, I answered. I had money I couldn't spend elsewhere, and told myself I could afford to manumit them rather than let that girl be bound into that damned atrocity again. He moaned. If they were mine, I would give them to you. I love these cute darlings like my own children, and could ask for them nothing better than a kind and gentle master, learned in science, who appreciates the wonders that have gone into their making. but the bishop would hang me and have me cut down alive to be dragged to death by my tool. 10,000, and take all proofs and exhibits. I'll suffer a loss for their sakes, and because I admire you so much." I got up to 4,500, and he got down to 7,000, and there we stuck, as I had to hold out cash for last-minute squeeze, whereas it felt to me that he was close to the point where he really could not sell without risking the bishop's wrath. If there was a bishop. He turned away in a fashion that says that a dicker is over, and he is through flattering you, and told the girl sharply to step back into her steel harness. I got out my purse. "Minerva, you understand money. You handle the government's finances. But possibly you don't know that cash money affects some people the way catnip does Diablo." I counted out 4,500 blessings in big red and gold bills under that scoundrel's nose, and stopped. He was sweating and swallowing his Adam's apple, but managed to shake his head a tenth of an inch. So I counted more bills, very slowly, and reached 5,000, then started briskly to pick them up. He stopped me, and I found that I had bought the only slaves I have ever owned. He relaxed then in a resigned way, but wanted lagniappe for the exhibits. I didn't care one way or another, but offered 250 for the picks and tapes, take it or leave it. He took it, and again started to put the girl back into her harness. I stopped him and said, "Show me how that works." I knew how. A cylinder-type 10-letter combination lock you could set to a new combination each time you used it. Set the combination, slide the ends of the steel strap that went around her waist through the ends of the barrel, spin the alphabet discs of the cylinder, then it stays locked until you reset whatever 10-letter combo you picked. An expensive lock and good steel in the girdle. Alloy a hacksaw couldn't touch. This was another thing that made his story convincing, as while there was a market for virgins on that weird globe, a trained odalisque fetched about the same, and this girl wasn't being reserved for harem stock either way. So an expensive custom-made chastity belt had to have some other reason. With our backs to the slaves, he showed me the combination. ESTRELLITA, and was smug about how clever he was to pick a combination he couldn't forget. So I fumbled on purpose, then pretended to catch on, and opened it. He was about to put it on the kid again and send us on our way. I said, "Wait a moment. I want to be sure I can work it in place. You step into it and let me get you out of it." He didn't want to. So I got snotty and said he was trying to cheat me, put me in a position where I would have to send for him and pay through the nose to get my property unlocked. I demanded my money back and started to tear up the bill of sale. He gave in and stepped into the contrivance. He could squeeze into it, although the ends of the steel belt barely met. He was bigger around the waist than the girl was. I said, "Now spell that combination for me," and leaned over the lock. As he spelled Estrellita, what I said was horse thief, then jammed the ends together as hard as possible and spun the discs. "Good," I said. "It works. Now spell it again." He did so, and I carefully spelled Estrellita. It stayed locked. I suggested that he had had me spell it with one L and two T's the first time. That didn't work either. He dug up a mirror and tried it himself. No go. I said it might be jammed, so suck up your gut and we'll shake it. By now he was sweating. Finally I said, "Tell you what, Goodman, I'll give you this belt. I'd rather trust a padlock anyhow. So go to a locksmith. No, you won't want to wear this outside. Just tell me where to find one, and I'll send him here and pay him myself. Fair enough? I can't hang around. I've got a dinner engagement at the Beulah. Where are their clothes? Faithful, gather up this junk and fetch the kids." So I left him still blatting about telling the locksmith to hurry. As we left his tent, a taxicab was cruising by. I had Faithful hail it, and we all piled in. I didn't bother with a locksmith. I had the driver head for the skyport. then stopped on the way at a slop chest and bought the kids proper clothes. A clout for him and sort of Balinese sarong for her. That's much like the dress Hamadryad wore yesterday. I think those were the first real clothes the youngsters had ever had. I couldn't get shoes on them. I settled for sandals, then had to drag Estrellita away from a mirror. She was admiring herself and preening. I threw away those auction robes. I shoved the kids into the taxi and said to Faithful, "See that alley? If I turn my back and you run down it, I won't be able to chase you. I've got to keep an eye on these two." Minerva, I ran into something I'll never understand. The slave mentality. Faithful didn't get my meaning. And when I spelled it out, he was aghast. Hadn't he given good service? Did I want him to starve? I gave up. We dropped him at the rent-a-servant, and I got my deposit back, tipping him for good service, and my slaves and I rode on out to the skyport. Turned out I needed that deposit and almost every blessing I had left. Had to pay squeeze at outgoing customs to get the kids aboard my ship, even though the bill of sale was in order. But I got 'em aboard. I immediately had them kneel, put my hands on their heads, and manumitted them. They did not seem to believe it, so I explained. "Look, you're free now. Free, get me? No longer slaves. I'll sign your manumission papers, and you can go to the diocese office and get them registered. Or you can have dinner here and sleep aboard, and I'll give you what blessings I can just before my ship lifts tomorrow. Or if you want to, you can stay aboard and go to Valhalla. A nice planet, though chillier than this one, but where there is no such thing as slavery." Minerva, I don't think Lita, pronounced Yita, her everyday name, or her brother Joe, Josie, or Jose, understood what I meant by a place that did not have slavery. It was foreign to anything they knew. But they knew what a starship was, from hearsay, and the prospect of going somewhere in one had them awestruck. They would not have missed it if I had told them that they were going to be hanged on arrival. Besides, in their minds, I was still their master. Manumission hadn't taken hold, even though they knew what it was. Something for old and faithful retainers, that is, who stayed on to the funda where they had been all along, but maybe got paid a little. But to travel! The farthest they had ever been in their lives was from a diocese north of there to the capital to be sold. A little trouble next morning. Seems that one Simon Legree, licensed dealer in slaves, had sworn a complaint against me alleging bodily harm, mental duress, and assorted mopery and dopery. So I sat the cop down in my wardroom, poured him a drink, called in Yita, and had her take off her wonderful new clothes and let the cop see the scars on her hips, then told her to skedaddle. I happened to leave 100 blessing note on the table while I got up to fetch the bill of sale. The cop waved away the bill of sale, saying there had been no complaint on that score, but he was going to tell Goodman Legree that he was lucky not to face a countercharge of selling damaged goods. No, on second thought, it was simpler if he just couldn't find me until after my ship lifted. The 100 blessings was gone, and soon the cop was gone. And by mid-afternoon, so were we. But Minerva, I got cheated. Yita couldn't cook worth a damn. It is a long and complex passage from Blessed to Valhalla, and Shipmaster Sheffield was pleased to have company. There was a mild contretemps the first night of the voyage, caused by a misunderstanding that had started the night before, dirtside. The ship had a cabin and 2 staterooms. Since the captain normally operated by himself, he used the staterooms for casual storage or light cargo. They were not ready for passengers. So that first night dirtside he put his freedwoman into his cabin, while her brother and he slept on transom couches in the wardroom. The following day Captain Sheffield unlocked the staterooms, switched power to them, had the young people clean them and move the clutter to a gear locker until he could see what space he had left in his holds, and told them each to take a room, and forgot it, being busy with cargo and final squeeze, then with supervising his piloting computer while they got clear of that system. It was late that night, ship's time, before he had his ship on her first leg in space and could relax.
He went to his cabin while considering whether to eat first or shower first, or possibly neither. Estrellita was in his bed, wide awake and waiting. He said, "Yita, what are you doing here?" She told him in blunt slave lingo what she was doing in his bed, waiting for him, as she had known what would be expected of her when my Lord Shipmaster Sheffield had offered to take them along, and had discussed it with her brother, and brother had told her to do it. She added that she was not a bit afraid, she was ready and eager. The first part of this Aaron Sheffield had to believe. The addendum seemed clearly a white lie. He had seen frightened virgins before, not often, but a few. He dealt with her fear by ignoring it. He said, "You impudent bitch, get your arse out of my bed and into your own." The freedwoman was startled and unbelieving, then sulky and offended. Then she wept. Fear of an unknown that she had felt earlier was drowned in a worse emotion. Her tiny ego was crushed by his rejection of service she knew she owed him, and had believed he wanted. She sobbed and dripped tears on his pillow. Female tears always had a strong aphrodisiac effect on Captain Sheffield. He responded to them at once by grabbing her ankle, dragging her out of bed, hustling her out of his cabin into her stateroom, and locking her in. Then he returned to his cabin, locked its door, took measures to calm himself, and went to sleep. "Minerva, there was nothing wrong with Yita as a woman. Once I taught her to bathe properly, she was quite attractive, good figure, pleasant face and manner, good teeth, and her breath was sweet. But taking her did not fit any customs. All eros is custom, dear. There is never anything moral or immoral about copulation as such, or any of its non-functional frills. Eros is simply a way of keeping human beings, individuals, each different, keeping them together and happy. It is a survival mechanism developed through long evolution, and its reproductive function is the least complex aspect of its very complex and pervasive role in keeping the human race going. But any sexual act is moral or immoral by precisely the same laws of morality as any other human act. All other rules about sex are simply customs, local and transient. There are more codes of sexual customs than a dog has fleas, and all they have in common is that they are ordained by God. I recall a society where copulation in private was obscene and forbidden, criminal, while in public it was anything goes. The society I was brought up in had the reverse of those rules, again ordained by God. I'm not sure which pattern was harder to follow, but I wish God would quit changing his mind, as it is never safe to ignore such customs, and ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance like to got my ass shot off several times. In refusing Yita, I was not being moral. I was following my own sexual customs, worked out by trial and error and many bruises over the centuries. Never bed a female dependent on me unless I am married to her or willing to marry her. This is an amoral rule of thumb, subject to change according to circumstances, and not applying to females not dependent on me. Another negotiation entirely. But this rule is a safety precaution, applicable most times in places with widely varying customs. A safety measure for me, because, unlike that lady from Boston I told you about, many females tend to regard copulation as a formal proposal of contract. I had let impulse lure me into a predicament in which Yita was temporarily my dependent. I had no intention of making matters worse by marrying her. I didn't know her that. Minerva, long-lifers should never marry ephemerals. It is not fair to the ephemeral or to the long-lifer. Nevertheless, once you pick up a stray cat and feed it, you cannot abandon it. Self-love forbids it. The cat's welfare becomes essential to your own peace of mind, even when it's a bloody nuisance not to break faith with the cat. Having bought these kids, I could not shuck them off by manumission. I had to plan their future, because they did not know how. They were stray cats. Early next morning, by ship's routine, Captain Sheffield got up, unlocked the freedwoman's stateroom, found her asleep. He called her and told her to get up, wash quickly, then get breakfast for 3. He left to wake her brother, found his stateroom empty, found him in the galley. "Good morning, Joe." The freedman jumped. "Oh, good morning, master. He ducked and bent his knee. "Joe, the correct answer is, 'Good morning, Captain.' It amounts to the same thing at present, for I am indeed master of this ship and everyone in it. But when you leave my ship on Valhalla, you will have no master of any sort. None, as I explained yesterday. Meanwhile, call me Captain."
"Yes, Captain." The young man repeated obeisance.
"Don't bow. When you speak to me, stand tall and straight and proud and look me in the eye. The correct answer to an order is, 'Aye, aye, Captain.' What are you doing there?"
I don't know, Captain."
"I don't think you do either. That's enough coffee for a dozen people." Sheffield elbowed Joe aside, salvaged most of the coffee crystals the lad had poured into a bowl, measured enough for 9 cups, made note to teach the girl how, if she did not know, then have her keep coffee ready during working hours. As he sat down with his first cup of coffee, she appeared. Her eyes were red and had circles under them. He suspected that she had wept some more that morning, but he made no comment other than a morning greeting, and let her cope with the galley unassisted, she having seen what he had done the morning before. Shortly he was recalling fondly the scratch lunch and supper, sandwiches he had made himself, of the day before, but he said nothing other than to order them to sit down and eat with him, rather than hovering over him. Breakfast was mostly coffee, cold ship's bread, tinned butter. Reconstituted Accra eggs with mushrooms were an inedible mess, and she had managed to do something to heaven fruit juice. To spoil that took talent. All it needed was 8 parts of cold water for each part of concentrate, and the instructions were on the container. "Ita, can you read?"
"No, master."
"Make that Captain instead. How about you, Joe?"
"No, Captain."
"Arithmetic. Numbers?"
"Oh, yes, Captain, I know numbers. 2 and 2 is 4, 2 and 3 makes 5, and 3 and 5 is 9.
His sister corrected him.
7, Josie, not 9.
"That's enough," Sheffield said. "I can see we'll be busy." He thought while he hummed, "So it's well to have a sister, or even an old captain." He added aloud, "When you have finished breakfast, take care of your personal needs, then tidy your rooms. Ship-shape and neatly. I'll inspect later, and make the bed in my cabin, but don't touch anything else there, especially my desk. Then each of you take a bath. Yes, that's what I said. Bathe. Aboard ship everyone bathes every day, oftener if you wish. There is plenty of pure water. We recycle it, and we'll finish the voyage with thousands of liters more than we started with. Don't ask why, that's the way it works, and I'll explain later." Several months later, at least, to youngsters unsure about 3 + 5. "When you're through, say, an hour and a half from now. Joe, can you read a clock?" Joe stared at the old-fashioned ship's clock mounted on a bulkhead.
"I'm not sure, Captain. That one has too many numbers."
"Oh, yes, of course. Blessed is on another system. Try to be back here when the little hand is straight out to the left and the big hand is straight up. But this time it doesn't matter if you are late. It takes a while to shake down. Don't neglect your baths to be on time. Joe, shampoo your head. Ita, lean toward me, dear. Let me sniff your hair. Yes, you shampoo, too." Were there hair nets aboard? If he cut the pseudogravity and let them go free-fall, they would need hair nets, or haircuts. A haircut would not hurt Joe, but his sister's long black hair was her best feature. Would help her catch a husband on Valhalla. Oh, well, if there were no hair nets, he didn't think there were, as he kept his own hair free-fall short, the girl could braid her hair and tie something around it. Could he spare power to maintain an 8th G all the way? People not used to free-fall got flabby and could even damage their bodies. Don't worry about it now. "Get our quarters tidy, get clean yourselves, come back here. Git." He made a list. "Set up a schedule of duties. N.B. Teach them to cook. Start school. What subjects? Basic arithmetic, obviously, but don't bother to teach them to read that jargon spoken on Blessed. They were never going back there, never. But that jargon would have to be ship's language until he had them speaking Galactic, and they must learn to read and write in it. And English, too. Many books he would have to use for their hurry-up education were in English.
Did he have tapes for the variation of Galactic spoken on Valhalla? Well, kids their age quickly picked up local accent and idiom and vocabulary. What was far more important was how to heal their stunted, souls, their personalities. How could he take full-grown domestic animals and turn them into able, happy human beings, educated in every needful way and capable of competing in a free society? Willing to compete, undismayed by it. He was just beginning to see the size of the stray cat problem he had taken on. Was he going to have to keep them as pets for 50 or 60 years, or whatever, until they died naturally? Long, long before that, the boy Woody Smith had found a half-dead fox kit in the woods, apparently lost by its mother, or perhaps the vixen was dead. He took it home, nursed it with a bottle, raised it in a cage through one winter. In the spring he took it back where he had found it, left it there in the cage with the door latched open. He checked a few days later, intending to salvage the cage. He found the creature cowering in the cage, half-starved and horribly dehydrated, with the door still latched open. He took it home, again nursed it back to health, built a chicken wire run for it, and never again tried to turn it loose. In the words of his grandfather, the poor critter had never had a chance to learn how to be a fox. Could he teach these cowed and ignorant animals how to be human? They returned to his wardroom when the little hand was straight out and the big hand was straight up. They waited outside the door until this was so, and Captain Sheffield pretended not to notice. But when they came in, he glanced at the clock and said, "Right on time, good. You've certainly shampooed, but remind me to find combs for you." What other toilet articles do they need? Would he have to teach them how to use them? And, oh, damn it, was there anything in the ship for a woman's menstrual needs? What could be improvised? Well, with luck, that problem would hold off a few days. No point in asking her. She couldn't add. Tarnation, the ship was not equipped for passengers. "Sit down. No, wait a moment. Come here, dear." It seemed to the captain that the garment she wore was clinging suspiciously. He felt it. It was wet. "Did you leave that on when you bathed?" "No, Captain. I washed it." "I see." He recalled that its gaudy pattern had been enhanced by coffee and other things while the girl was botching breakfast. "Take it off and hang it somewhere. Don't let it dry on your body." She started slowly to comply. Her chin quivered, and he recalled how she had admired herself in a tall mirror when he bought it for her. "Wait a moment, Ida. Joe, take off your breech-clout and sandals." The lad complied at once. "Thank you, Joe. Don't put that clout back on without washing it. By now it's dirty, even though it looks clean. Don't wear it underway unless it suits you. You sit down. Yita, were you wearing anything when I bought you?"
"No, Captain."
"Am I wearing anything now?"
"No, Captain."
"There are times and places to wear clothes, and other times and places when clothes are silly. If this were a passenger ship, we would all wear clothes, and I would wear a fancy uniform. But it is not, and there is nobody here but me and your brother. See that instrument there? That's a thermohumidistat which tells the ship's computer to hold the temperature at 27 Celsius and 40% humidity, with random variation to stimulate us, which may not mean anything to you, but is my notion of comfort in bare skin. For an hour each afternoon it drops that temperature to encourage exercise, as flab is the curse of shipboard life. If that cycle doesn't suit you two, we'll reach a compromise. But first we'll try it my way. Now, about that wet rag plastered to your hips. If you are stupid, you'll let it dry where it is and be uncomfortable. If you are smart, you'll hang it up and let it dry without wrinkling. That's a suggestion, not an order. If you wish, you may wear it at all times. But don't sit down with it on you, wet. There is no reason to get cushions wet. Can you sew?"
"Yes, Captain. Some."
"I'll see what I can dig up. You are wearing the only woman's garment in the ship, and if you insist on clothes, you'll need to make some for the months ahead. You'll need something for Valhalla, too. It's not as warm as Blessed. Women there wear trousers and short coats. Men wear trousers and long coats. Everyone wears boots. I had 3 outfits custom-made on land for Maybe we can make do with them until I can get you two to a tailor. Boots. Mine would fit you like socks on a rooster. We can wrap your feet so that a pair will stay on long enough to get you to a bootery. We won't worry about that now. Join the conference, standing up in wet or sitting down in comfortable. Estrellita bit her lip and decided in favor of comfort. Minerva, those youngsters were brighter than I had expected. At first they studied because I told them to, but once they tasted the magic of the printed word, they were hooked. They learned to read like grass through a goose and didn't want to do anything else, especially stories. I had a good library, mostly in micro, thousands of those, but also a few dozen valuable bound books, facsimile antiques I had picked up on landfall where they speak English and use galactic only as a trade tongue. Savvy Oz books, Minerva? Yes, of course you do. I helped plan the great library and included my childhood favorites as well as more sober things. I did make sure that Joe and Yita read a spread of sober stuff, but mostly I let them wallow in stories. The Just So stories, and the Oz books, and Alice in Wonderland, and A Child's Garden of Verses, and Two Little Savages, and such. Too limited. They were books for my childhood, 3 centuries before the diaspora. On the other hand, every human culture in the galaxy derives from that one. But I tried to make sure that they understood the difference between fiction and history, difficult as I wasn't certain that there was a difference. Then I had to explain that a fairy tale was still a different sort, one step farther along the spectrum from fact to fancy. Minerva, this is very hard to explain to an inexperienced mind. What is magic? You are more magical than any magic in fairy tales, and it does no good to say that you are a product of science rather than magic, in speaking to kids who have no idea what is meant by science, and I wasn't sure that the distinction was valid even when I was explaining the distinction. In my wanderings I have run across magic many times, which simply says that I have seen wonders I could not explain. I finally let it go by asserting ex cathedra that some stories were just for fun and not necessarily true. Gulliver's Travels were not the same sort of thing as The Adventures of Marco Polo, while Robinson Crusoe lay somewhere in between, and they should ask me if in doubt. They did ask sometimes, and accepted my decision without argument, but I could see that they did not always believe me. That pleased me. They were starting to think for themselves. Didn't matter if they were wrong. Yita was simply politely respectful to me about Oz. She believed in the Emerald City with all her heart, and if she had had her druthers, she would have been going there, rather than to Valhalla. Well, so would I. The important thing was that they were cutting the cord. I did not hesitate to use fiction in teaching them. Fiction is a faster way to get a feeling for alien patterns of human behavior than is non-fiction. It is one stage short of actual experience, and I had only months in which to turn these cowed and ignorant animals into people. I could have offered them psychology and sociology and comparative anthropology. I had such books on hand, but Joe and Yita could not have put them together into a gestalt, and I recall another teacher who used parables in putting over ideas. They read every hour I would let them, huddled together like puppies and staring at the reading machine and nagging each other about how fast to raise the pages. Usually Yita nagged Joe. She was quicker than he, but as may be, they spurred each other from illiterate to speed readers in zip time. I didn't let them have sound and picture tapes. I wanted them to read. Couldn't let them spend all their time reading. They had to learn other things, not just saleable skills, but, much more important, that aggressive self-reliance necessary to a free human, which they totally lacked when I saddled myself with them. Shucks, I wasn't certain they had the potential. It might have been bred out of their line. But if the spark was in them, I had to find it and fan it into flame, or I would never be able to make them run free. So I forced them to make up their own minds as much as possible, while being cautiously rough on them in other ways, and greeted every sign of rebellion, silently in my mind, as a triumphant proof of progress. I started by teaching Joe to fight, just hand-to-hand. I didn't want either of us killed.
One compartment was fitted as a gymnasium, with equipment that could be adapted for G or for freefall. I used it that hour a day of lower temperature. Here I worked Joe out. Yita was required to attend, but just to exercise, although I had in mind that it might spur Joe along if his sister saw him getting the way knocked out of him. Joe needed that spur. He had a terrible time getting it through his head that it was okay to hit or kick me, that I wanted him to try, that I would not be angry if he succeeded, but that I would be angry if he didn't try his darndest. Took a while. At first he wouldn't chop at me no matter how wide open I left myself, and when I got him past that, calling him names and taunting him, he still hesitated that split second that let me close and chop him instead. But one afternoon he got the idea so well that he landed a good one on me, and I hardly had to hold back to let him land it. After supper he got his reward, permission to read a bound book, one with pages, him dressed in a pair of my surgical gloves, and warned that I would clobber him if he got it dirty or tore a page. Yita wasn't permitted to touch it. This was his prize. She sulked and didn't even want to use the reading machine, until he asked if it was all right for him to read aloud to her. I ruled that she could even read it with him, as long as she didn't touch it. So she snuggled up close, head by his, happy again, and started bossing him about turning the pages. The next day she asked me why she could not learn to fight too. No doubt she was finding solo exercise a bore. I always found it so, and did it only because it was needful to stay in shape. No telling what hazards next ground fall might bring. Minerva, I've never felt that women should have to fight. It is a male's business to protect females and children. But a female should be able to fight, because she may have to. So I agreed, but we had to change the rules. Joe and I had been working out by dockside rules. No rules, that is, save that I didn't tell him that I planned not to do him any permanent damage, and did not intend to let him give me anything worse than bruises. But I never said this. If he could manage it, he was free to gouge out one of my eyes and eat it. I just made damn sure that he didn't. But females are built differently from males. I could not let Yita work out with us until I devised a plastron to protect her tits. Necessary. She was a bit oversized in that department, and we could have hurt her without intending to. Then I told Joe privately that bruises were okay, but that if he broke one of her bones, I would break one of his, just for drill. But I put no restrictions on his sister, and I underestimated her. She was twice as aggressive as he was, untrained but fast, and she meant business. The second day we worked out with her, not only was she wearing that plastron, her brother and I were wearing jockstraps. And Yita had been allowed to read a real book the night before. Joe turned out to have a talent for cooking, so I encouraged him to be as fancy as ship's stores permitted, while crowding her to become an adequate cook. A man who can cook can support himself anywhere, but anyone, male or female, should be able to cook, keep house, and care for children. I hadn't located a trade for Yita, although she displayed a talent for mathematics once I set up inducements for that, too. That was encouraging. A person who can read and write and has a head for math can learn anything she needs to know. So I started her on bookkeeping and accounting, from books not helping her, and required Joe to learn to use all the tools the ship boasted. Not many, mainly maintenance gear, and supervised him closely. I didn't want him losing fingers or ruining tools. I was hopeful. Then the situation changed. Circa 3,100 words omitted. Easy to say that I was stupid. I had raised stock and a good many children. Being ship's surgeon, as well as everything else, I had given them the most thorough examinations my equipment permitted when we were a couple of days out. Quite thorough for those days. I had not practiced medicine after leaving Ormuzd, but did keep my sick bay stocked and equipped, and picked up the latest tapes whenever I was on a civilized planet, and studied them during long jumps. I was a good jackleg doctor, Minerva. The kids were as healthy as they looked, aside from slight dental caries in him, 2 small cavities. I noticed that the factor's allegation about her was correct. Virgo intacta, semilunar hymen unfrayed. So I used my smallest speculum. She neither complained, nor tensed up, nor asked what I was looking for. I concluded that they had had regular check-ups and other medical attention, far more than slaves on Blessed usually received. She had 32 teeth in perfect condition, but could not tell me when the last 4 molars had erupted, just that it was not long ago. He had 28 teeth, and so little space in his jaw for adult molars that I anticipated trouble. But X-ray prints showed no buds. I cleaned and filled the cavities, and made note that he must have those fillings removed and the tissue regenerated on Valhalla, and be inoculated against further decay. Valhalla had good dentistry, far superior to what I could do. Yita could not tell me when she had last menstruated. She discussed it with Joe. He tried to count on his fingers how many days it had been since they had been taken from their home place, as they agreed that it was before that. I told her to let me know next time and each time, so that I could determine her cycle. I gave her a tin of napkins, emergency supplies I hadn't known I had. Must have been in the ship 20 years. She did tell me, and I had to open the tin for her. Neither of them knew how. She was delighted with the little elastic penny included in the package, and often wore it when she did not need it, as dress-up. The kid was crazy about clothes. As a slave, she had never had a chance to pamper her vanity. I told her it was all right as long as she washed it every time she wore it. I clamped down hard on cleanliness, inspecting their ears, sending them from the table to scrub their nails, and so forth. They had received no more training than a hog. She never had to be told twice, and picked on him and made sure that he met my standards too. I found myself being more exacting with myself. I could not bring dirty fingernails to the table or skip a shower because I was sleepy. I had set the standards and had to live up to them. She was almost as unskilled a seamstress as she was a cook. But she taught herself because she liked clothes. I dug out some bright-colored trade cloth and let her have fun, and used it as carrot and stick. Wearing anything became a privilege that depended on good behavior. I put a stop that way, well, mostly, to her nagging her brother. That wouldn't work with Joe. Clothes did not interest him. But if he rated it, I gave him more of a working over during exercise period. Seldom. He was not the problem she was. One evening, 3 or 4 of her periods later, I noticed on my calendar that she was past due, having forgotten the matter. Minerva, I never walked into their staterooms without knocking. Shipboard life required such privacy as can be managed. Too little, that is. Her door was open, and her room was empty. I tapped on his door, got no answer, went on, looked for her in the wardroom and galley, even in our little gym. I decided that she must be taking a bath, and I would speak to her in the morning. As I passed his stateroom again and heading back to my cabin, his door opened. She stepped out and closed it behind her. I said, "Oh, there you are," or some such. I thought Joe was asleep. "He's just gone to sleep," Yita said. "Do you want him, Captain? Shall I wake him?" I said, "No, I was looking for you, but I tapped on his door 5 or 10 minutes ago and got no answer." She was contrite over not having heard my knock. "I'm sorry, Captain. I guess we were so busy we didn't hear you." She told me how they were busy. Which I had figured out, having suspected it from the moment I noticed that she was a week overdue after being clock regular. "That's understandable," I said. "I'm glad my knock didn't disturb you." "We try never to disturb you with it, Captain," she answered with sweet seriousness. "We wait till you go to your cabin at night, or sometimes when you take siesta." I said, "Goodness, dear, you don't have to be that careful. Do your work and keep your study hours, then do as you please the rest of the time. Starship Libby is not a sweatship. I want you kids to be happy. Can't you get it through your fuzzy head that you are not a slave?" Apparently she could not quite, Minerva, for she still fretted that she had not heard my knock and jumped to respond. I said, "Don't be silly, Yita. It will keep till tomorrow." But she insisted she wasn't sleepy and was ready and anxious to do whatever I wanted, which made me a touch nervous. Minerva, one of the oddities about Eros is that women are never so willing as when they just have, and there was nothing in Yita's background to inhibit her. Worse, I found that I was aware of her as a ripe female for almost the first time since the two came aboard. She was standing close to me in a narrow passageway, carrying in one hand one of those weird costumes she delighted in making, and was a bit whiff from happy exercise. I was tempted, and felt certain that she would respond at once and happily. The thought crossed my mind that she was already pregnant. Nothing to fret about. But I had gone to much trouble with these ephemerals to shift from slave-owner to father-figure, stern but loving. If I took her, I would lose that and add one more disturbing variable to a problem already too complex. So I grasped the nettle. Captain Sheffield said, "Very well, Yita. Come to my cabin." He headed toward it. She followed. Once there, he offered her a seat. She hesitated, then put her gaudy dress down and sat on it, thoughtfulness that pleased him, as the ignorant animal she had been would not have been capable of it. The humanizing process was working. He did not comment. "Yita, your period is a week overdue, is it not?"
"It is, Captain."
She seemed puzzled, but not troubled. Sheffield wondered if he could be mistaken. After he had taught her how to open a sealed tin, he had turned over to her the limited emergency supply, warning her that if she used it too lavishly, she would have to fashion by hand some make-do, as Valhalla was months away. Then he had dismissed the matter other than to log it on his desk calendar whenever she reported onset. Could he have failed to notice? There had been 3 days last week when he had kept to his cabin, leaving the young people on their own and having his meals sent in, a habit he had when he wanted to concentrate on a problem. During such periods he ate little and slept not at all, and barely noticed anything not part of what he was studying. Yes, it was possible. "Don't you know, Yita? If you were on time, then you failed to report it."
"Oh, no, Captain."
She was round-eyed with distress.
"You told me to tell you, and I have. Every time.
Further questions showed first, then, despite her new grasp of arithmetic, she did not know when she should have experienced onset, and second, that it had not been last week, but a much longer time. Time to tell her. "Yita, dear, I think you are going to have a baby." Her mouth dropped open. Again her eyes rounded.
"Oh, wonderful," she added. "May I run tell Josie? May I, please? I'll be right back."
"Whoops! Don't rush things. I said only that I thought so. Don't get your hopes up yet, and don't bother Joe with it till we know. Many a girl has gone much longer than a week past her date, and it didn't mean a thing. But I'm pleased to learn that you want a child, as it appears you've had every opportunity. Tomorrow I'll examine you and try to find out. What did he have aboard for a pregnancy test? Damn it, if he must abort her, it should be as quickly as possible when it's no worse than plucking a splinter. Then— No, there wasn't so much as a Monday morning pill in the ship, much less modern contraception. Woody, blast your stupid soul, don't ever go into space again so poorly equipped. In the meantime, don't get excited. But women always did get excited by it, of course. She was as dashed as she had been jubilant.
"We tried so hard, everything in the Kama Sutra and more. I thought we ought to ask you to show us what we were doing wrong, but Joe was certain we were doing it right."
"I think Joe is correct." Sheffield got up, poured a cup of wine for each of them while performing legerdemain, which dosed hers such that she would go to sleep before long. After some relaxed talk that she might not remember, he wanted the full picture. "Here." She looked at it dubiously.
"I'll get silly, I know. I had a chance to try it once."
"This isn't the popskull they sell on Blessed. This is wine I fetched from landfall. Pipe down and drink it. Here's to your baby, if you're having one, or here's to good luck next time." But how to handle that next time? If his worries were well-grounded, these kids must not be saddled with a defective. A healthy baby would be burden enough while they were learning to stand on their own feet. Could he stave things off to Valhalla, then get her on proper contraception? Then what? Split them up? How? "Tell me about it, dear. When you came aboard, you were a virgin."
"Oh, yes, certainly. They always kept me locked in that Virgin's basket, except when they shut me up and Brother had to sleep in the barracks. You know, when I bleed."
She took a deep breath and smiled.
"Now is ever so much nicer. Josie and I tried for the longest time to get around that awful steel basket, but we couldn't. Hurt him to try, and some ways we tried hurt me, too. Finally we gave up and just did fun things we had always done. Brother said to be patient, it wouldn't be forever, because we knew we'd be sold together as a breeding pair."
Estrellita looked radiant.
"And so we were, and now we are, and thank you, Captain."
No, it wasn't going to be easy to split them up. Yita, have you ever thought of being bred by some other man than Joe? Sound her out, at least. It won't be hard to find her a husband. She's really quite attractive. That Earth Mother feeling. She looked puzzled.
"Why, of course not. We knew what we were way back when we were almost babies. Our mother told us, and so did a priest. I've always slept with Brother all my life. Why would I want anyone else?"
You seemed ready enough to sleep with me. You claimed you were eager to.
"Oh, that's different. That's your right. But you didn't want me," she added, almost accusingly.
That wasn't quite it, Yita. There were reasons, that I won't go into now, not to take you no matter if I wanted you and you were willing. Although it was Joe you really wanted, you said so.
"Well, yes, but I was disappointed just the same. I had to tell Brother you wouldn't have me, which hurt all over again. But he said to be patient. We waited 3 more days before he broached me, in case you changed your mind."
Nagging wife vertically, docile horizontally. Not too uncommon a pattern, Sheffield thought. He found that she was looking at him with sober interest.
"Do you want me now, Captain? Joe told me the very night he decided to go ahead that it was still your right and always would be. And it is."
Beelzebub's brass balls. The only way to avoid a willing female was to go off-planet. Dear, I'm tired, and you are getting sleepy. She swallowed a yawn.
"I'm not that tired. I never am. Captain, the night I first asked you, I was a tiny bit scared, but I'm not scared now. I want to, if you will."
You're very sweet, but I am very tired. Why hasn't that dose taken hold? He changed the subject. Aren't those little bunks almost impossible for 2 people? She chuckled right through another yawn.
"Almost. Once we fell out of Brother's bunk, so now we use the deck."
The deck? Why, Yita, that's dreadful. We must do something about it. Put the kids in here. The only full-sized bed in the ship. A bride needed a proper workbench for her honeymoon, which this was. She was deeply in love, and should make the most of it, no matter what. Sheffield had decided centuries back that the saddest thing about ephemerals was that their little lives rarely held time enough for love.
"Oh, the deck isn't bad, Captain. We've slept on the floor all our lives."
She yawned again, could not suppress it. "Well, tomorrow we'll make better arrangements." No, his cabin wouldn't do. His desk was in here, and his papers and files. The kids would be in his way, and he in theirs. Could he and Joe convert 2 narrow bunks into 1 double bed? Probably, although it would nearly fill 1 stateroom. No matter, that bulkhead between their rooms was not structural. Cut a door, and they would have a suite. A bridal suite. For a sweet bride. Yes. He added, "Let's get you to bed before you fall out of that chair. Everything's going to be all right, dear." I'll damned well see to it. And tomorrow night, and from now on, you and Joe can sleep together in a wide bed.
"Really? Oh, that would be—"
She yawned again.
"Lovely."
He had to study her into her stateroom. She was asleep as she hit the bunk. Sheffield looked down at her, said softly, "Poor little kitten." He leaned down and kissed her, went back to his cabin. There he dug out everything the slave factor had offered as proof of the alleged odd genetic heritage of Yita and Joe, and gave each item intense study. He was looking for clues to truth or falsity of the allegation that they were mirror twins,
complementary diploids having the same mother and father. From such clues he hoped to estimate the probability of unfavorable gene reinforcement in any child Yita and Joe might have. The problem seemed to divide into 3 simplified cases. The 2 might be no relation to each other. Chance of a bad reinforcement, slight. Or they might be the usual sort of brother and sister. Chance of bad reinforcement, too high to be ignored. Or they might be, as alleged, zygotes resulting from complementary gametes, all genes conserved at reduction division but with no duplication. In this case, the chance of unfavorable reinforcement would be... what? Let that wait. First assumption, that they were no relation but simply raised together from babyhood, no special hazard. Forget it. Second assumption, that they might be full siblings of the usual sort. Well, they did not look like it. But, more important, that scoundrel had set up a most elaborate store for such a swindle, and had used publicly the name of a bishop to back him up. The bishop might be just as crooked. Likely, he knew that priesthood too well. But why be so careless when slave babies were so cheap? No, even if he assumed a swindle, there was no reason to expect an unnecessary risk in a setup so elaborate. So forget that, too. Yita and Joe were not sister and brother in the ordinary sense, although they might have shared the same host mother's womb. The latter, if true, was of no genetic significance. So the remaining worry concerned the chance that the slave factor had told the truth, in which case what were the chances of a bad cross? How many ways could such artificially produced zygotes recombine unfavorably? Sheffield tried to set up the problem while cursing the lack of sufficient data, plus the fact that the only real computer in the ship was the piloting computer, which could not be programmed for a genetics problem. He wished Libby were aboard, and he would have stared at the bulkhead a few minutes, then come up with the answers definite where possible and expressed in probability percentages where not. A genetics problem, even with all pertinent data, many thousands, was too unwieldy to solve without computer assistance. Well, try some simplified illustrative problems and see what insight could be gained. Primary assumption. Yita and Joe were mirror twins, genetically complementary zygotes from the same parent zygotes. Control assumption. They were unrelated other than being part of the home planet's gene pool. An extreme assumption, as slaves from the same area were likely to derive from a much smaller gene pool which might be still further reduced by inbreeding. But this most favorable normal breeding pattern was the correct control against which he must measure. A simplified example, test one gene site. Call it site 187 of the 21st chromosome for reinforcement, masking, or elimination of an assumed bad gene, under each assumption. Arbitrary assumption. Since this site might hold an unfavorable gene, or 2, or none, in its gene pair, assume that the chance was exactly the same for both primary and control assumptions, and even, that is, 25% no bad gene in the pair at the site, 50% one bad gene, 25% two bad genes. An extreme condition, since over the generations reinforcement, 2 bad genes at one site, tended toward non-survival, either lethal or reducing a zygote's ability to compete. Never mind. Make it even for both of them. There were no data on which to base any better assumption. Whoops. If a bad reinforcement was visibly demonstrated, or could be shown by tests, such zygotes would not be used. A scientist competent to attempt this experiment would use specimens as clean, in a genetic sense, as possible, free of all the hundreds, thousands now, of identifiable hereditary defects. The primary assumption should include this subsidiary assumption. These young people were free of any defect Sheffield could detect in a shipboard examination, which enhanced the probability that this horse thief had told the truth, and these exhibits were sober records of an exotic and successful experiment in gene manipulation. Sheffield now tended to believe that the experiment had taken place, and wished that he had the resources of a major Howard clinic,
say the one on Secundus, to give these kids a genetic going-over that he was not equipped to do aboard ship, and not qualified to do in any case. One nagging doubt lay in how he had acquired these kids. Why had that Gonif been so anxious to sell, if they were what the exhibits claimed? Why sell them when breeding the two created complements back together was the next step of the experiment? Well, perhaps the kids knew, but he had not asked the right questions. Certain it was that they had been brought up to believe that such was their proper destiny. Whoever planned this had induced in the kids from earliest childhood a pair bond stronger than most marriages, in Sheffield's long experience, more than any of his own, except one. Sheffield put it out of his mind and concentrated on the theoretical consequences. At the selected site, each parent zygote had been assumed to have 3 possible states or gene pairs in probability 25, 50, 25. Under the control assumption, parents, diploid zygotes, both male and female, would show this distribution at the selected site. 25% good, clean, at that site. 25% good, bad gene masked but could be transmitted. 25% good, bad gene masked but could be transmitted. 25% bad reinforcement, lethal or disabling. But under his modified primary assumption, Sheffield assumed that the priest-scientist would discard bad stock as displayed in zygotes, which would eliminate the 4th group, bad, and leave a parent zygote distribution for this site of 33 1/3% good, 33 1/3% good, 33 1/3% good, bad. Such culling, marked improvement over the original random chance situation and meiotic division, would produce gametes, both sperm and ova, in this incidence. Good, 4 out of 6, and bad, 2 out of 6. But with no way to detect the bad genes without destroying the gametes carrying them. Or so Sheffield assumed, while stipulating that the assumption might not be true forever. But to protect Yita and Joe, it was necessary that his assumptions be pessimistic within the limits of available data and knowledge, that is, that a bad gene could be spotted only as reinforcement in a zygote. Sheffield reminded himself that the situation was never as black and white as was implied by good dominant and bad recessive. These descriptions were less complex than the real world they were used to image. A characteristic exhibited by an adult zygote was pro-survival or contra-survival only in terms of what and when and where, and also in terms of more than one generation. An adult who died saving its progeny had to be counted a pro-survival, whereas a cat that ate her own young was contra-survival no matter how long she lived. In the same vein, a dominant gene sometimes was of no importance one way or the other. For example, brown eyes. Just as its corresponding recessive, when paired and thereby reinforced to produce blue eyes, gave the zygote exhibiting it no measurable disadvantage. The same was true of many other inheritable characteristics, hair patterns, skin color, etc. Nevertheless, this description, good dominant, bad recessive, was in essence correct. It synopsized the mechanisms by which a race conserved its favorable mutations and destroyed, eventually, its unfavorable mutations. Bad dominant was almost a contradiction in terms, as a thoroughly bad mutation, which was dominant, killed itself off, along with the unfortunate zygote inheriting it, in one generation, either lethal in womb or so damaging to the zygote that it failed to reproduce. But the usual weeding process involved bad recessives. These could remain in the gene pool until one of 2 events happened, each controlled by the blind laws of chance. Such a gene could pair with a gene like it when sperm fertilized ovum and thereby eliminate itself by eliminating the zygote, hopefully before birth, or tragically after birth. Or this bad recessive might be eliminated by chromosome reduction at meiosis, and the result would be a healthy baby who did not carry this bad gene in its gonads. A happy outcome. Both these statistical processes slowly weeded out bad genes from the race's gene pool. Unfortunately, the first of these processes often produced babies viable but so handicapped they needed help to stay alive, sometimes needing economic help, born losers, who never managed to support themselves, sometimes needing plastic surgery or endocrine therapy or other interventions or supports. When Captain Aaron Sheffield had been practicing medicine on Ormuzd and under another name, he had gone through stages of increasing frustration over these poor unfortunates. At first he had tried to practice therapy by the Hippocratic Oath, or close to it. He was by temperament unable to follow any man-made rule blindly. Then he had had a period of temporary mental aberrance during which he had sought a political solution to what he saw as a great danger, reproduction by defectives. He tried to persuade his colleagues to refuse therapy to hereditary defectives unless they were sterile or sterilized or willing to accept being sterilized as a precondition for receiving therapy. Worse yet, he had attempted to include in the definition of hereditary defective those who displayed no stigmata save that they had never managed to be self-supporting, on a planet not overcrowded and which he himself had selected centuries earlier as nearly ideal for human beings. He got nowhere. He encountered nothing but fury and contempt, save for a few colleagues who agreed with him privately and denounced him publicly. As for laymen, tar and feathers was the mildest medicine they prescribed for Dr. Genocide. When his license to practice was lifted, Lazarus regained his normal emotional detachment. He shut up, realizing that grim old Mother Nature, red of tooth and claw, invariably punished damn fools who tried to ignore her or to repeal her ordinances. He need not interfere. So he moved and changed his name again and started to get ready to go off-planet, when a plague hit Ormuzd. He had shrugged and gone back to work, an unfrocked physician whose services were temporarily welcome. 2.25 billion deaths later, he was offered his license back, subject to good behavior. He told them what to do with that license, and left Ormuzd as quickly as possible, 11 years later. He was a professional gambler during that wait, that being the handiest way he could see at the time for saving up the necessary. "Sorry, Minerva, I was talking about those mirror twins. So the silly little wench was knocked up, which caused me to slip back into my baby-cotching country doctor persona, and I stayed up all night worrying about her and her brother and the baby they were going to have, unless I did something about it. To find out what I should do, I had to reconstruct what had happened, and from that what could happen. Having no certain data, I had to follow that old rule for finding a lost mule. First, I had to think like that slave factor. A man who auctions slaves is a scoundrel, but too smart to risk a caper in which he might wind up a slave himself, or dead if he was lucky, which is what would happen to one who played fast and loose on Blessed with the authority of a bishop. Ergo, the scoundrel had believed what he had said. That being so, I could table the question of why this factor was commissioned to sell these two, while I tried to think like a priest-scientist engaged in human biological experimentation. Forget the chance that these two were ordinary siblings. No point in picking such a pair even for a swindle. Forget the chance that they were unrelated in any fashion, as in such a case it would simply be a normal case of breeding. Sure, any woman can give birth to a monster, as even with the most genetically hygienic of breeding a bad mutation can show up, and an alert midwife may neglect to give that first life-giving spank, and many have. So I considered only the third hypothesis, complementary diploids from the same parents. What would this experimenter do? What would I do? I would use as near perfect stock as I could find, and not start the experiment until I had both a male and a female parent who tested clean genetically in the most subtle ways for which I could test, which on Blessed meant quite sophisticated ways for that century. For a selected gene site, and an assumption of 50-50 in the Mendelian distribution of 25-50-25, this pre-experiment testing would chop off the 25% chance of reinforcement of a bad recessive and leave a distribution of 1/3 bad, 2/3 good at the parent generation. Possible parents of possible Joes and Yetas, that is. Now I start putting together mirror twins in my persona as a priest experimenter. What happens? If we consider the minimum number of gametes needed to represent this 1/3 and 2/3 distribution, we get 18 possible Joes, 18 possible Yetas. But in both male and female, 2 of them show up as bad. The bad recessive has reinforced, and the zygote is defective. The experimenter eliminates them, or he may not need to. The reinforcement may be lethal. We wind up at this point with an 8 1/3% improvement, or a total improvement of 25% in favorable chances for Yeta's baby. I felt better. If you add the fact that I am the sort of a midwife who is too busy helping the mother to stop to spank a monster, the favorable chances went way up. But all that this shows is that bad genes tend to be eliminated at each generation, with the tendency greatest with the worst genes and reaching 100% whenever reinforcement produces a lethal in-womb, while favorable genes are conserved. But we knew that, and it applies also to normal outbreeding, and even more strongly to inbreeding, although the latter is not well thought of for humans, as it hikes up the chances of a defective by precisely the same amount that it weeds, that being the hazard that I was afraid of for Yeta. Everybody wants the human gene pool cleaned up, but nobody wants its tragic aspects to take place in his own family. Minerva, I was beginning to think of these kids as my family. I still did not know anything about mirror twins. I decided to investigate a more probable incidence of bad recessives at a given site. 50-50 is far too high for a really bad gene. The weeding is drastic, and the incidence drops to a lower percentage each generation, until the incidence of a particular bad gene is so low that reinforcement at fertilization is a rare event, as reinforcement is the square of the incidence. For example, if 1 in 100 haploids carry this bad gene, then it will be reinforced 1 in 10,000 fertilizations. I speak of the total gene pool, or in this case a minimum of 200 adult zygotes, female and male. Random breeding in such a pool will bring together that bad reinforcement only by that long chance. A chance happy or unhappy, depending on whether you look at it impersonally in terms of cleaning the gene pool, or personally in terms of individual human tragedy. I looked at it very personally. I wanted Yeta to have a healthy baby. Minerva, I am sure you recognize that 25-50-25 distribution as representing the most drastic case of inbreeding, one which can happen only half the time with line breeding, only a quarter of the time with full siblings, in both cases through chromosome reduction at meiosis. A stock breeder uses this drastic measure regularly, and culls the defectives and winds up with a healthy, stabilized line. I have a nasty suspicion that such culling after inbreeding was sometimes used among royalty back on old Earth, but certainly such culling was not used often enough, or drastically enough. Royalism might work quite well if kings and queens were treated like racehorses, but regrettably they never were. Instead, they were propped up like welfare clients, and princelings who should have been culled were encouraged to breed like rabbits. Bleeders, feeble-minded, you name it. When I was a kid, royalty was a bad joke based on the worst possible breeding methods. Captain Sheffield investigated next a lower incidence of a bad gene. Assume a lethal gene in the gene pool from which Joe and Yeta's parents were derived. Being lethal, it could exist in an adult zygote only if it was masked in gene pair by its benign twin. Assume a 5% masked incidence in zygotes, still too high to be realistic for a lethal gene, but check it anyhow. What trend would show? Parent zygote generation, 100 females, 100 males, each a possible parent for Yeta and for Joe, and 5 of the females and 5 of the males carry the lethal gene, masked. Parent haploid stage, 200 ova, 5 of which carry the lethal gene, 200 spermatozoa, 5 of which carry the lethal gene. Son and daughter zygote generation, possible Joes and possible Yetas.
25 dead through reinforcement of lethal gene, 1,950 carrying the lethal gene masked, 38,025 clean at that site. Sheffield noted that a hypothetical hermaphrodite had crept in through not doubling his sample size in order to avoid anomaly through odd numbers. Oh, the hell with. It did not change the statistical outcome. No, do it. Start with a sample of 200 males and 200 females with the same lethal gene incidence for that site. This gave him 400 ova, 10 with the lethal gene, 400 spermatozoa, 10 with that lethal gene, which gave in the next zygote generation, possible Joes and Yitas, 100 dead, 7,800 carriers, 152,100 clean, which changed no percentages but got rid of that imaginary hermaphrodite. Sheffield considered briefly the love life of an hermaphrodite, then got back to work. The numbers became very cumbersome, jumping to the billions in the next zygote generation, that is, little nameless, now just started in Yita's belly, 15,210,000 cold by reinforcement, 1,216,800,000 carriers, 24,336,000,000 clean, and again he wished for a clinic computer and tediously converted the unhandy numbers into percentages, 0.059509%, 4.759%, 95.18% plus. This showed a decided improvement. Approximately one defect out of 1,680, instead of 1 out of 1,600, the percentage of carriers decreased to below 5%, and the number of clean increased to above 95% in one generation. Sheffield worked several such problems to confirm what he had seen by inspection. A child from complementary diploids, mirror twins, had at least as much chance of being healthy as did the offspring of unrelated strangers, plus the happy fact that such a baby's chances were improved by culling at one or more stages by the priest-scientist who had initiated the experiment. An almost certain assumption, and one that made Joe the best possible mate for his sister rather than the worst. Yita could have her baby.